You are watching the Vodka stream.
Heyo! How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Vodka stream. That's right, still at its new time. New time at 6:30. How am I looking? Everything okay? All right. Am I focused? I think I'm pretty focused. Hold on. Let me make sure. Okay. Focus it a little bit more. All right. I think we're good. Let's get that border in there. Let's get that neon in there. All right. We got that. We got this. We got... All right, making sure I got everything. Anyways, well, welcome to the Vodka stream, guys. We made it through another week. Thank God, right? I do have a guest tonight, Andy, but he's not going to be able to be here until like probably about 7:30 because he's shooting with Jordan, Chainsaw Reacts, who shows up on here occasionally. They're doing their show, and they do it at 6 o'clock, and usually I guess it takes about like an hour and a half. So he'll join in, but we'll have some other people in here already having a discussion, and he'll just join in and just we'll talk to Andy. Looking forward to that conversation. But cheers, guys. It is Monday. I got the bourbon today. Should have bourbon last week. All the Batman versus Superman talk. Should have no bourbon. Yeah, no bourbon last week, but bourbon this week. Good stuff. All right, who's out there? Who is out there? All right, let me just make sure I got that. Okay. How we doing tonight, eh? Let's see. We got Nate right here. Hey, Dave. Saw Sisu? Is that shit? Yeah, I forgot. You know what? I totally forgot that movie came out. When I got out of Fast X last night, I walked past the theater and it had that playing, and I'm like, oh shit, that movie came out? Damn it. Would have rather saw that than Fast X, am I right? It's all right. One of these days, I don't know when I'll catch it. I still haven't watched the new Evil Dead, and I was looking forward to that movie. I know I can watch it on VOD now. I just haven't had time to just sit down and watch it. You know, and sadly, the lady friend, Miss Nighthawk, she's not really into those movies, so not part of the list of movies that we have. Yeah, I'll rewatch Suicide Squad. Cool. Mama Film Junkie's here. And congrats to my brother Film Junkie. That's right. He won his, he is a coach of his high school softball team. And apparently, from what I gathered, they won their championship or their playoff. So congratulations to brother Film Junkie for that. Cheers. Oh. So that's good. Good on him. I know he was really working hard with that team. So he's a good coach. Jason, what's going on? Ahoy, hoy. I bet Monday can't. Oh, yeah, that's right. I keep on forgetting. Like, oh, yeah, Monday. I'm seeing that little, that movie with that Flash guy. Crazy. What's going on, Droga? Good to see you, buddy. We got Josh right here. Congrats on having a Flash ticket. Yes. You're also seeing a Monday. Yeah, there's a lot of advanced screenings happening on Monday. Very interesting. Very interesting. Hola. What's going on? ¿Cómo estás? Buenas noches. All right. Jealous. Yeah, I know. Glad I got that message. Well, I have no idea when the embargo is, to be honest. Maybe somebody else does. I have no idea. I haven't heard anything about the embargo. What's going on, 1-6 shape? Good to see you. We got Mr. Boomish right here. Mr. Powell, what is happening? Seeing the Flash this Monday, the first of 4 pre-screenings. Wow. So there's like 4 happening in Vegas. That's crazy. I know it'd probably take me a shorter time to drive to Vegas than it will to LA because of the traffic. What's going on, Abel? Seeing the Flash Monday. Sweet. A lot of people seeing it. That's interesting. What's up? Nice. That's a nice name. That's a nice name. Oh boy. It is Friday. What's going on, Susie? Good to see you. Who else we got here? Anybody else? We got RJ right here. Tom Cruise, Jaden Smith, Stephen King, and next up, the Pope himself. Wouldn't that be funny? I know. Who's the next person that's going to tweet about the Flash? It's going to be interesting. Place your bets, everybody. It won't be Dwayne Johnson. It won't be. I don't know. Who knows who it would be? I don't know. Trying to think of like who would actually like tweet something out. I mean, I could understand Steven Spielberg, you know, he knows Muschietti, you know, he knows Andy, did the It movies. So, and you know, so we have that. So there's a relationship there. So it made sense. Jaden Smith was just crazy. That was just wow. Okay, interesting. I would have never thought that we would get that kind of review from Jaden Smith about the Flash. Just some random. But yeah, I don't know who's going to be the next like random celebrity to give super praise to the Flash. What's going on, Slasher? Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a good Friday. What's going on, Ronak? Good to see you. Good to see you. All right, we got new members here. Hey, we got Susie becoming a member. We got Matt becoming a member. Thank you, Mr. Benoit. Still got, like I said, still got your wooden flag that you sent me hung up on my wall. Which keep on making those. Those are fan freaking tastic. Joe Russo did. Not the Russo brothers. Russo, right? The other, I forgot who. I don't know if it was like, was it that Joe Russo? Part of the Russo brothers. I don't know if it was that one. Isn't there like another Joe Russo out there who's like a journalist or something like that? I don't know. But I don't know if it was it that Joe Russo. Well, if that's the case, that'd be pretty funny. Pretty funny. All right, turn that off. Okay. Oof. But yeah, take your bets. Yeah, but I didn't see that. Yeah, if that's because I think that there's a film journalist or somebody who works that is a Joe Russo as well. So you might be thinking of that. I don't know if it was actually Joe Russo of the Russo brothers. Just saying. All right, guys, let's go ahead and start bringing some people in. Let me set my tweets. And like I said, Andy will be here in less than an hour. So we'll talk to him when he gets here. But in the meantime, he was the Russo brothers. Okay, I didn't see that. I would have if Flash Film News didn't tweet it out. I'm skeptical because they would probably jump all over that. That's just me though. All right, but I could be wrong. And the stream. All right, let me do this. Sure, I got the right link. Alrighty. Okay, got that set up. Phone still going off. That cool. All right. Let's go ahead and let's start off with
Scott.
Scott.
Howdy.
How's it going, sir?
Going good. If we're gonna have Fast and Furious barbecues, we have to be drinking our summer adventure lager.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah, I didn't even think about that. I should have got a Corona if we're gonna be talking some Fast X tonight. You're already looking grainy, man. This thing's already. You gotta have to exit, come back in. I'll bring it right back in. Yeah, I don't know why it started off like that. Jeez, why? But hey, we got Rebecca Johnson here.
Hey,
how's it going?
Good. Thanks for asking me to come back.
No
I appreciate the invite.
Yeah, always. Thank you for joining. Like your background.
Oh yeah, I just found it in an internet search. I knew you were talking about Superman Legacy, so I was like, I'll put something Superman back there. I don't know, it's some wallpaper somebody created.
No, it looks pretty cool. I like it.
It is pretty cool.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one. And then we got Mr. Paul right here. Hey, Paul.
Hey.
Hey.
Sorry, I was going in and out there real quick.
It's okay. It happens. You know, when I'm talking, people go in and out. It's fine.
Sorry, my connection's a little bit off. Hold on.
Is it? Okay. I'll get it fair. All right, we got Scott back. You're
looking. I see how it is. You ditch me to bring in Rebecca. I
exactly.
See how this works.
It seems obvious.
Yeah. She's my new favorite. I'm sorry, Scott.
But I'm still Mama Film Junkie's favorite.
That's true.
That's true. That.
It's fine. But anyways, guys, thank you for joining. But yeah, I know I didn't even think about that. I should have got some Coronas for like the Fast X. Any kind of discussion we have with that. I know not everybody's seen it, but I don't know. Like, okay, we'll get Paul back. He's having some connection problems. Rebecca, did you see Fast X, by the way?
I have not yet. I've been. I'm about to go on vacation, so I've been mired in all of this work I have to finish before I go. So I haven't gotten a chance to go to the movies. So
where are you going on vacation?
My brother is having a big birthday, and so he wanted to go to Alaska. So we are going to be taking a cruise up there. We've done it before. But we're gonna go back because he wanted to go back. So we'll be seeing some glaciers, probably, maybe some wildlife, hopefully. So I'm mostly excited about just the hydrotherapy pool on a cruise ship and sitting on heated lounge seats. That's the glaciers are great. I'm sure the outdoors are gonna be awesome. But I'm cool just like hanging out inside.
Right?
In
Seems like it's gonna
the
be
pool
cold.
area. Yeah, it'll be a
like
little
it's gonna-
chilly.
Yeah, a little chilly right there.
Yeah.
I've never been on a cruise. Still have not done that.
You should go. I'm definitely a cruise person. I definitely recommend it. It's nice to go somewhere where you have to be off the grid. Like when you go on a cruise, you got to turn your roaming off. You got to turn all that stuff. Otherwise, you're going to be charged when you're sailing in the middle of the ocean. So you literally have to physically go off the grid.
That's what I heard.
It's the greatest. I love it. I wish I could be off the grid all the time.
I know, right? Just sometimes you just want to just turn it off.
No one will ever know where I am, and no one will ever hear from me.
But I do that when I go to the movies. I do turn my phone on airplane mode.
Yeah.
I that's like my sanctuary of like, all right, I'm here. As soon as the movie starts, trailers start going, I put it on airplane mode, put it in the little cup holder, and that's it. And I leave it be. And I just like nothing. Don't bother me. Yeah.
I set my watch to theater mode.
Nice.
Oh.
So in theater mode, even if I do this, the watch face won't light up. Like I physically have to tap it to make the watch face turn on.
That's cool. I didn't know they did that.
Oh yeah, it actually it's let's see, yeah, it's even got the little there we go. It's even got the little I can't even do it. I can't twist my wrist.
You're gonna like dislocate your arm or something.
Yeah, it's got like.
We're gonna see Scott get injured on this week's Vodka thing.
Well, we've already seen Callum kill a computer. Why not see me twist an arm?
Nothing wrong with that.
Rebecca, do you know that story?
I don't.
Yeah, when Callum, how old was Callum?
It was like about 2 years ago, right? It had to be.
He was July.
Pre-Snyder Cut.
It was pre-Snyder Cut. So hold on, I'm doing the math here. So August, September, October, November. He was 5 months old. He was 5 months old. I was drinking a beer. Right as I was signing off, he takes a swipe, knocks my beer over, and spills it all over my computer, and it wouldn't turn on the next morning.
I think I do remember hearing something about that, but I did not know the full story.
Yeah.
Wow, that stinks. Yeah.
It was hilarious because we were just like, oh boy. And then I remember like the next day we made jokes about it on Twitter. And I think Steven like screenshot like
It
was like you going, and then you going, and then it was just pure sadness on your face. Like, yep, this thing ain't turning on. It ain't turning on.
That's rough.
Yeah. That happens.
Well, it's what happens when you have your child growing up on YouTube before your eyes.
I know. We turned him into a star. This thing keeps on going on. He's gonna, it's gonna get to a point. 20 something years from now, he'll be able to drink on this thing. We're just like, we're old men still talking about movies and cape shit.
The best one was that first interview with Zach on Real Anarchy. And I think it was Ohio Dave not realizing that I was holding him the entire time, like just below the camera with a pacifier, like tapping it going, stay asleep.
I forgot about that because it was like the first time we got Zach on a stream and it was like, shit, you were like, you had to like, couldn't pass that up. So yeah, you were holding him kind of low and just kind of like, hey, I'm involved. I'm here. I'm good. We're good. And
it's really funny because you can watch me, Rebecca, and you see me doing this. Very subtly doing this number. And occasionally you hear him, and Ohio Dave was like, I wondered what that noise was. I was like, you didn't see the baby? I even at one point just went, hey, and tucked him back down.
Yeah.
It's about family.
It's about family. Oh man, I'm sure we'll be talking about that. Let's see. Paul, you good?
I think so. Can you guys hear me?
You're good.
Yep.
Yeah, you're good.
No, Paul, what are you speaking? I see hands waving.
No, he's just kidding. He's kidding.
I'm
sorry.
I'm being a smart ass, Paul.
No, he's being totally kidding.
Guys, I'm so sorry. Give me 1 sec.
Okay. I don't know.
Oh, sorry.
Did he take you seriously?
I think he took me seriously. I'm sorry.
God damn it, Scott.
people, sarcasm is a second language to me. I mean,
Yeah. I think Paul doesn't. I mean, he probably takes things like, yeah.
literally.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Sometimes you got to watch it out. I've learned to like, because I'm a very sarcastic person myself. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, I'm jokey. But sometimes you could just spot like, maybe I shouldn't. I think that person might take it a little too seriously. I don't know, but we'll see. It sounded like he was coming in.
I think you was still having like legitimate
yeah
issues. But
no, it's all your fault. It's all your fault, Scott. I'm just gonna.
I will accept that. And I will I'll wear my merit badge for sarcasm. Thank you very much.
Nothing wrong with that. But anyway, so how's your guys' weeks?
Busy, real busy. So I'm trying to work on some video projects, trying to wrap those up. I've realized that people don't realize how much time it takes to edit videos, that it takes a lot of effort. So some people think it turns around like magic, and I wish that was the case. But so that's what I've been busy kind of trying to get to.
Okay, so Rebecca, I'm curious about this because since you also know about podcasting, I have found that podcasting, you're going to spend about twice as much. Like, take whatever the audio length the episode is when you record it, and it's going to take you twice that to actually edit it and produce it. What have you found on the turnaround on video compared to that?
Oof. Well, in podcasting, yes, that used to be my experience. It would be like double whatever the recording was. But since Supergirl Radio has been going live, it takes less time. I just leave a lot of the live components in, so I'm not as stringent about it anymore. If you're really trying to be really precise with a lot of things in video editing and make it look really nice, depending on how long your product is. I mean, I had a 7.5-minute video that, I don't know, probably took me about 2 days to edit and look really nice, like a probably full 2 days, maybe like a 16-20 hour kind of project. But yeah, it can take a while.
So 3 times as a ballpark.
Yeah, and it just depends on the length and kind of what you're doing with it. Are you adding a lot of B-roll? Are you adding music? Are you adding text? Or so it has more variables than just audio.
Yeah, that is very true. Which is why I enjoy being a podcaster.
Dude, I know. I mean, just even now when I do the shorts, when I even do the Film Junkie shots, like before, I was kind of lazy about it. When I would okay, if I'm gonna clip out a topic, I just did the whole run and all right, start finish, that's it. But I'm like, all right, that's not good. That's just, I gotta jazz it up a little bit. It can't just be that. And not to mention, there's sometimes I'm looking up stuff, there's a break. So now I'm sitting, like you said, Rebecca, yeah, it's not easy sometimes, especially in the beginning. You kind of want to make it a little bit more, if you're posting a video on YouTube, you want to make it a little more snazzy to grab the people and stuff. And I've, obviously you hear all that when people talk about trying to boost your views and whatnot. So yeah, I mean, it's just, and I'll just do little things where it's all right, I'm starting off this topic, so let's, put a graphic or zoom it in or do all this and everything. But yeah, then of course you want to tighten it up as much as possible. You don't want no breaks or ums and ohs and all that stuff like that, So
you're a good editor.
Yeah.
A lazy editor wouldn't care about that, but you take the time, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, you got to take the time. But yeah, I remember Scott and I we've talked about that, where it's just, it seems like because you could see with just audio, you could see almost where you have to
because you oh god, the fact that I know where my sucking in the breath through my nose looks like on an audio waveform is I just look at it going, here it comes. I'm about to do it again, aren't I?
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Okay. Because I do this right before I start talking.
I remember. Okay. And I also remember when you had Steven on podcast. Yeah. Yes. Oh, God. I was I felt good because was I that bad? I don't think I was that bad.
No. Well, but also Tim edited at the time. Steven was coming in and pinch hitting for Tim. So I was doing it. Rebecca, you have to understand. I don't know. I probably was about a 45-minute, hour-long final, produced and everything. I took out 2.5 minutes of ums.
Everybody does it. Everybody
I
does.
know.
But
We-
2.5. But literally, I did a pass that all I did was take out Stephen's ums, and it shortened the recording by 2.5 minutes.
That's that's pretty. I just like it because it's just one of those things where you just don't really think about. I mean, obviously, when you're talking, you just never know like how everybody's gonna.
It's called vocal filler.
Is that what it is? Vocal, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it is funny because trying to do a live stream, I try my best to be like, don't do the ums or the uhs, but I still do them, of course, or say like too much or whatever, or have too many breaks. It's hard to do that. And sometimes I get a little, I mean, you've busted my balls on this guy where I read too fast and then I just say the word wrong or the name wrong or something like that.
Of course I'm going to bust your balls if you say something wrong. It's what I do. I love it how many times I have to tell you that his name is Tyler Hecklin. I know. It's like, between that and standards and practices, it's like, let's just keep this ball rolling. That's another thing, Rebecca. For the 2 years of doing Batman the Animated Stream, it took him like a year and a half to finally remember that it was called standards and practices.
It wouldn't stick. It wouldn't stick because like he would always mention, we always talk about standards and practices, like pulling it, reeling it in a little bit. No, we can't have it too dark. It's a kid's show. And for some reason I couldn't remember that, like for some reason it just wasn't sticking. So it took me a little bit to like, and now Scott is proud that I say it perfectly
every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I mentioned to you before, Dave, that I used to work at Turner in Atlanta. And when I first started, I worked in the group. It was called Program Edit at the time. By the time I left, I think they had another name. But they basically were the ones who cut the episodes or movies to the breaks. So they put in all the breaks of everything. So when you see things broadcast, somebody has cut a version of that thing and made sure that there was like 10 seconds of black in between so the commercials can air. And so when I first worked in that department, they actually physically gave me this big notebook of all the things you could not say because that department had to go in there, bleep things, remove the audio, and edit the thing so you couldn't hear like the swear words or whatever. And so I don't know if I still have that thing.
You were okay. So you were this presentation has been edited for content and the time allotted.
Yeah. So it was kind of funny. I can't remember all the things in there. So that would have been like 2005, 2006 or something. But I remember looking at that going, oh, that's a lot of racial slurs. Okay. All right. So I have to keep this book or can I just give this back to you? I don't really want to keep this. But we had to know that stuff so that when we cut it would be removed. But yeah, there's actual standards and practices. I don't know if they still do it, but back then they actually had a book that had all that information in it.
Oh, I'm sure.
So somebody had to type it out.
Yeah.
Somebody would put all these nasty things on a piece of paper.
He's like smoking a cigarette. I'll do it. Yeah. Which one? Oh, that one. Yeah. Oh man. No, but like, it's funny because one of the things that I did on Friday's Film Junkie drink, is I was like, you know what? Because obviously one of the things like, and anybody who's, trying to boost when it comes to YouTube is like, when you see on desktop or even on mobile, it's like sometimes if you're hovering over it, you have your pointer over it, or you're scrolling through, it starts playing automatically.
Yeah.
So one of the things they say is like, have something already right there, and I'm like, because then they could just like start auto playing. They could hit the audio. So on Wednesday, I actually did I recorded like, hey, this is what I'm going to be talking about like tonight on Film Junkie Live.
I really like that, by the way.
Yeah,
I really liked that,
and I was like, all right, yeah, I should do that because even podcasts I've been watching, they started going today on today's show, and I was like, it's cool because it reminds me of the old school way of tonight on Miami Vice, or something like that.
Yeah,
a little cold opening kind of thing. So I did that, and I was like, all right, let me just splice that in. But the thing is, I forgot, when you go live, you don't know exactly when your thing's gonna click live. So when you just said you should give that, there should be a 10-second of blank or something of blank before it's like, all right, I've gone live, and I just hit the video, and then it gives that buffer where I don't see my opening Film Junkie Live graphic, and then it cuts to that. And I was like, yeah, I should have gave that little buffer. So I'm going to do that next time for sure. Because they always say that. And I remember when I took video production in high school, they always say, hey, when you have before you start your thing, the actual video, give 10 seconds of of just black screen. So yeah,
That's a cool idea.
yeah.
I
No,
might
no.
steal it.
Do it. Hey,
It's
Nah,
not
you know.
stealing, it's borrowing.
Sure,
it's not,
sure.
but
It's just,
no, it's sharing. It's
Yes.
sharing the
Sharing.
knowledge.
I'm paying
sharing the-
homage.
Exactly. No, I mean, it's a
Sharing
good
is
thing.
caring.
Exactly. That's what we do here. It's what we do. We share ideas. But no, I'm glad you guys, busy week. Yeah, I'm sure trying to get all that. When do you go on your vacation?
Monday is the first day of
Nice.
the adventure.
Nice.
I'm hoping to we're going to Vancouver, so I'm hoping to find a couple of the Supergirl filming locations up there. Because, Vancouver is where National City is, where Central City
Everything.
is, Star
Star
City.
City.
Yeah, all of those places are right there in Vancouver.
And basically every sci-fi TV show I've ever watched in my life is Vancouver.
Yeah.
I still want to find that forest that's where like every scene from Stargate SG-1 was filmed. Every alien planet was a forest in Vancouver.
Yeah, I think Once Upon a Time was also Vancouver. So
Yes, that would
they
make
they
yes.
utilize the force as well. So yeah.
There's a forest and a rock quarry.
Mm.
That's what because actually it's the same rock quarry I think you see in Crisis on Infinite Earths.
Oh, okay.
That was a lot of alien planets
Yeah.
in Stargate SG-1.
Okay. I'll have to keep an eye out for that.
It's funny how I never got into that show, but I love the movie.
Oh no, I mean it's
Oh,
yeah. Are you familiar with the movie, Rebecca?
I did not know there was a movie. This is.
Oh, you do know? Oh,
I knew about the TV show.
Yeah,
Oh.
1994, Roland
Cool.
Emmerich with Kurt Russell and James Spader.
Great movie.
Because Richard Dean Anderson is playing Kurt Russell's character, and heaven forbid, I'm forgetting the name of the guy who played Daniel Jackson on the TV show. But that was James Spader in the movie, because the first episode of SG-1 is them bringing the Colonel back and saying, "Hey, the Stargate, it's turned back on. You remember that mission you went on?" And they're talking about what happens in the movie.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, check it out. I mean, it was just weird. I just never got into the show, but I watched the movie so much as a kid, But for some reason, I don't know. Maybe one of these days, I think they're trying to bring it back, aren't they, on Amazon or something?
Well, Amazon has the rights to Stargate, so I don't know what. I mean, and I think at one point you had all 10 seasons, because SG-1 went on for 10 seasons, and they're all on. At one point, they were all Prime on Amazon, but it's a fun show, and it's another one of those shows like any other any show that runs for 10 years that they build and then they dip and then they build again. Like it has its ups and downs, but I loved it. I loved watching that show because it was on Showtime for the first 5 seasons, and then it was on Sci-Fi Channel for 6 through 10. And then it got canceled before they could have a proper ending. So they did a couple of direct-to-video movies. That one was a finale, and the other one was just like a bonus adventure.
Oh, cool. So the Sci-Fi Channel used to have some really good stuff. I watched a couple of shows on there.
Oh, they were also the ones who did the reboot of Battlestar Galactica.
Yes, which is, in my opinion, excellent.
It is very excellent. That is the right opinion to have, Rebecca.
Well, thank you. They also had a take on Peter Pan that I liked. Was it
they?
Neverland?
Yes. I know what you're
I
talking.
vaguely remember that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought that was great. So they did some good stuff back. There was also some TV show where it was a bunch of sort of like, for lack of a better term, like metahuman people who had superpowers, and there was a team. I can't remember what that show was called, but I watched that quite a bit.
I remember that.
Yeah. And Sci-Fi Channel was also the one that did the American remake of Being Human.
Yes.
Which hot take, I thought I couldn't even get through the first episode of the BBC version, and I watched the entire series on the Sci-Fi remake, and that was filmed in, I think, Vancouver as well. But Sam Witwer is a vampire. Good job.
And also, that's the only time 2 werewolves getting married has made me cry. I cried at the werewolf wedding. I'm not ashamed to admit it. It got me emotional.
That's brave of you to share, Rebecca.
Yeah, you've heard it here first, guys. Exclusivo.
I've missed Exclusivo.
I know, right? Yeah, it's been a while since we had something exclusive. Shout out, but we have somebody joining right now.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
KC, there we go.
What's going on, Casey?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. How you
Doing
doing?
great. Rebecca, you get here long enough, you'll know who everyone is by their drops.
I think I kind of got it.
I know. I gotta,
and
I gotta get Rebecca a drop.
I was about to say if I'm gonna keep coming on these things.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're gonna get. I'm gonna have to.
We need
figure out
a
drop for
Supergirl
you.
one.
We do
Yeah,
need a
that's what I
Supergirl
was
one.
thinking.
Okay,
I
I
was
like it.
thinking, get a Helen Slater drop in there, maybe something, because hey, we have love for that movie for sure.
I'll take it.
Yeah, but thank you for joining, Casey. How you doing?
Anytime. I'm doing well. I just had my breakfast, ready to go.
He just had his breakfast. I just had my dinner. Yeah, like an hour ago. But no, what was I going to say? Well, I mean, I guess we could just dive into some of the things that happened this week. I mean, first off, the Superman Legacy castings. How are we feeling about it?
I was with you a lot, Dave, is that there is some, or I was also listening to DC on Screen as well, which cheers to them. 8 years this week for that podcast. A couple of Birmingham boys talking some DC. I was the same way that with that front runner for Superman. No idea who he is. Literally, this was the first time I heard that man's name.
David Cornsweet.
Yep, never even heard of him.
Yeah, but you saw his face and you went, "Oh,
yeah." I saw his face and I was like, "Yeah." I saw his face and a couple of pictures, on Google, not the ones that the reporters were sharing. Looked exactly like Cavill, and I was like, what is going on here? And I immediately jumped onto it. Like I was like, this is the guy, you need to pick him because he would be cool. And then I heard him speak about Superman and I was like, maybe not.
Oh, I missed that.
I missed that too.
I just knew about the sort of the casting.
Yeah, he
his
did.
idea. Yeah.
Didn't you're talking about the video where he talked about like superpowers and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I played that on Film Druggy Live. Cheers. But he did say that if he had a superpower, he said something about whatever the heck, and then he goes, and I would have John Williams' score play at all times or something like that. And it was like, oh, there it is. Which of course that's always a touchy thing when it comes to, is Gunn gonna use the Williams score? No, I don't think Gunn will.
Get a new score. Come on.
Yes.
And he's worked with John, and he's worked with John Murphy for the Suicide Squad and I think all the Guardians movies. So like, why not use John Murphy and let him come up with something?
I actually wouldn't prefer that.
No,
his score is not as memorable.
No, I'm not saying that they're memorable. I'm just saying, at least he has a composer that he's worked with.
Yeah. He'll probably get him.
So, the only one I have strong feelings about personally is when I heard that Rachel Brosnahan is up for Lois Lane. I'm like, yes, please. Yes, please. Because I love the marvelous Mrs. Maisel, and she is fabulous in that show. And I could totally see her being a wicked, like she's got that way of delivering, like she's got that sort of Hepburn way of just snappy dialogue, because Maisel is, created by the same person who did Gilmore Girls. So she's really good at that, really lightning fast dialogue. So if you could give me a Lois that's like, that Machine Gun Kelly-ing it, she would knock it apart. And she's easy on the eyes too. So, I'm a man.
I'm a man, and
I'm swayed.
So are the other three, though.
Yeah,
not for me. Like the other ones aren't
okay.
Aren't my speed.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen that series. I hear it's great. I'll get around to it one of these days. I mean, yeah, I've seen clips and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, she could definitely pull it off. And it was funny too, because then she was on The View.
Yes.
And then they're just like, hey, Sal, Lois Lane, and like her face, hilarious because they
she just went
on the spot.
Oh man, she locked up like
you actually see her do this. Like you see her like, oh
Yes.
you actually see that, and she goes, oh boy, and then she's just like, hey, well, don't believe everything on the internet, but that would be extraordinary. It's like, yeah, of course, I love Lois Lane, blah blah blah. God knows she probably, we don't know if she's even read a Superman comic, but we'll take her word for it. But it was just kind of funny, they just put right on the spot, like, oh, but it made for good entertainment, and it's like, yeah, I mean, this is a big role. I mean, I think all eyes are on this movie so much now. It is interesting because when Man of Steel is being cast, I mean, social media sure was a thing, and Marvel was like kicking into gear. We haven't even had the first Avengers yet when that was all happening, but it was just like, so now that we have Twitter and everything's just so. Now all eyes are on casting right now, and it is interesting that we're in 2023 and we're all eyes on a fucking Superman movie. It's like, why was this not already like, so there should already be like 6 Superman movies in right now, but no.
And
Rebecca,
James Gunn
what were
sees everything that people are saying every day.
Yes.
So Rebecca, what were your thoughts?
Yeah.
About the casting? Well, I think I would echo. I think Casey said it, that David Cornsweet definitely looks like Henry Cavill. That was one of my first thoughts when I saw a picture of him. I have no idea what he's been in, never seen him in anything, and I think that's actually a good approach, because a lot of times these directors like Richard Donner, I think Zack Snyder sort of took Henry Cavill when he wasn't as big of a name, and Richard Donner made the decision to go after somebody who was relatively unknown, because you can't, put Robert Redford in a Superman suit and people think about Superman. They're just going to think about Robert Redford. So I think it's a smart choice to pick somebody who's relatively, not a household name. I think he looks, he looks good. I think he would fit the parts. He's very attractive. I think it would be fine. But I don't know anything he's in, so I don't know if he's a good actor or not. I'm assuming he's probably a good actor. I don't know. But the casting for Lois Lane, I'm really picky. I'm so picky. So I hope whoever they pick is a good Lois Lane. You could have a crappy Superman, but if you don't have a good Lois Lane, you're toast. So I would echo Scott, that I think Rachel Brosnahan, however you say her name. I've seen I've seen a little bit of that show, and I think she could, as much as I know about the acting, I think she could pull it off. But the other actresses, I have no idea who they are. The only thing I saw something today about the young lady who's in Cobra Kai, who plays Daniel LaRusso's daughter.
Yes, that was new.
So I was like, no, that's one I'm like, no, reject it. Sorry.
Well, I mean,
Get
it was
outta
just
here.
like something random. It was comicbookmovie.com that apparently got a source that said that I forgot her name, but yeah, it's Daniel LaRusso's daughter from Cobra Kai. I forgot what her first name is. But yeah, they're saying like she auditioned, and that's just it. It was an audition. But yeah, I was like, yeah, even though she's like what, 26, 7, she's late 20s. She doesn't look it. She still looks very young, and it was just kind of like, I don't know. But again, it's just a rumor that she's just auditioned. Nothing.
And I'm sure a lot of ladies went up for that.
Oh
part.
yeah,
I'm
exactly.
Sure that's a big thing. I love Cobra Kai. I love Cobra Kai, by the way, but for Lois Lane, I don't think she's there yet. I think she could maybe be there in a couple of years, but maybe not.
But a little too young. But we got somebody else joining right now.
Ben.
Old Ben.
Hey,
what's going on, guys?
How's it going, dude?
Ben, I don't recognize you without having a beer in black and white. Come on, man.
Oh, I know, right? We started a trend.
We did start a trend.
How's it going, Ben?
It's going good. I like this. I like this early starting. I'm enjoying it a lot.
Yeah. Second week, it's still a little weird because I had to like bust out. Like I got done with work, and then I was like, oh shit, I still gotta get my Fast X like full on review out. So I had to like record that real quick, and usually I have more time, and it was just kind of like so going back to like, hey, it's not easy to just pump out something real quick. So yeah, I had to like do that, edit it all up, and then get it out. And I was like, but I had enough time, but yeah, I'm liking it. Like I said last week, it was weird getting done with this thing just after 11 my time. Like, what do I do? I guess I'll drink some water.
It's still Friday.
Yeah, I know. It's still Friday for me. What the heck? I can't get around this. No, but I think it's good for, I know it's going to be a little adjustment for some people, but I think overall it's a good thing.
It's great for us on the East Coast because
Yes.
I don't know how many times I went to sleep at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, Jesus.
And then I have to get up, and then I get up because I cannot sleep past 10 o'clock in the morning.
Dude.
So yeah.
I've gotten to that point too. I've gotten to that point where Saturdays I'll still wake up at like 6:30. 7 o'clock, and I'm like, what am I doing? What is happening?
Yeah,
Dave, it's fine. Get kids, and they'll wake you up for you.
Yeah.
I'm good. I know. See, that's I felt bad for you guys too, because I'm like, man, these guys are up so freaking late, and then you got kids that are going to be waking you up in the morning. So I think, like I said, this is a good time to start. So
I also want to take this opportunity to publicly say, Ben, I'm so sorry.
What happened?
You tell them.
No, Ben, you tell you need the emotion. I need the raw emotion from you.
I can't wait for this.
Well, first of all, I was not able to hang out with my boys on the Justice Con weekend.
Okay, I remember this.
Yes, so that was painful. And then I asked Scott, hey Scott, can you do me a solid and get me 2 posters, one for me, and I was gonna surprise one of my best friends with it. And Scott graciously went and got me 2 posters. So he shipped.
Remember all those posters, Dave? Remember all those posters? 2 of those were for Ben.
Yeah. So I don't know what happened, but UPS lost my shit.
No.
Yes. So I you know what? Like the whole front of my house is getting rebuilt. Like the whole steps. I could show you a picture. No, never mind. But anyway, so but I think either the UPS guy threw it there and they thought that it was garbage, and they haul it because they're hauling out garbage every day. So probably they tossed it in the garbage, or I don't know what happened. But yeah, it got lost. So I never got. So I missed out hanging out with friends. Missed out a getaway from home. She's still awake.
Watch it, Ben.
Easy.
Yeah.
Tread lightly.
Yeah. And from work. Let's put it that way.
Work.
And I missed out on getting those posters. I was already thinking about clearing this whole area up and put it up there. It is what it is.
It's a sign, man.
For a reason. Yeah.
It's a sign. You should have been there.
Yeah.
No, it's
maybe because I've been championing James Gunn too much.
Yeah. They're asking you to move on.
That's what it is.
That's what happens.
It's the Cape shit god. So I'm like, hey, what the heck? You're supposed to be a Snyder fan. What are you doing? Hyping up James Gunn so much.
Yeah.
How dare you?
That happened to me.
Yeah, unfortunately, everyone else I sent posters to, they all got them.
Posters.
Oh yeah, rub it in, my friend.
Yeah,
rub it in.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
That stinks.
Yeah.
Well, luckily,
if it makes you feel any better, Ben, my posters got kind of messed up in like they first because I remember last time you were able to buy them and then you get them signed. They didn't kind of do that this time. You like bought them before the screening, and then just I think with all the madness, I was sitting next to Phil. I think he kicked it a couple times. I probably kicked it a couple times because it was like by our feet, so it got a little messed up. And then I was holding it, and again, Scott, I don't even know how you handled that. I couldn't even handle my posters.
Oh no. Here's what I did, because I want to give a golf clap to. I'm not sure if they were with Arts Center or if they were with AFSP. But because of the sheer amount of posters that I bought at one time, because I literally went in with like a sheet of paper going, okay, I need 6 of those, and I need 2 of those, and I need a t-shirt, and doing this. And they were like, would you like a box? I was like, yes, please. I would love a box. So they rolled up my posters for me, went ahead and put rubber bands on it and stuck it in a box. So the whole time we were watching the movie, I just had the box sitting there.
Yeah.
So even when people kicked it, they kicked the box and it kept the poster safe.
Nice.
That's what I needed right there. Jeez. Didn't have a box, but it's okay.
See, what you have to do is that when you buy in bulk, you get certain perks.
That makes sense. That does make sense. So yeah, the fact that I just had the 2 posters. So yeah, that does make sense. I don't know. I'll frame them up just like I framed the other one and figure that out. But yeah, it's funny because Zach's signature is way bigger on the newer ones than it was on the old one. It's funny.
Did he write a hashtag on yours?
I'm just... he went there. He went there. No, I didn't tell him.
No, but Debbie wrote a really
a hashtag on Ben's, but you can't see it.
No, he did not. Can confirm that did not happen. The only one who got a special note was Debbie writing a note on Heather's poster.
That was great. That was great. I mean, Debbie's a sweetheart, such a sweet. When I was like, I even told her like when she signed in, I was just like, "Hey, good to see you again." And but I'm like, "Hey, Mama Film Junkie is actually coming tomorrow." Her face, like, I just loved her face. She's like, "Oh my God, your mom's coming!"
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, she like just gave she's just an absolute sweetheart.
She is, and then she also roasted me the hardest during the unboxing, and I just loved it.
That's right, she did.
It's still in the box. Yeah, and Zach goes, "Yeah, he's been at it for an hour." And I'm just like,
it is funny too because it was like I was like, "Well, we started off this thing not right away, Zach. Come on, we had like about 20 minutes or something of just bullshit, and then
she was also the one who went, "Oh, those batteries! We've got some in the other room." Thanks, Debbie. Really helps me here in Alabama.
Yeah,
those batteries.
Oh, that was hilarious. That was such a good time.
God. Oh, so Ben, did you see Fast X today?
No, I'm not even planning to watch that shit.
Okay, good.
Oh,
nice. No. After 6, I already. After 6, I stopped watching.
I can get that. I
stopped going. I'm lying. I stopped going to the movie theaters after 6. I watched them all. But so I'm gonna wait for streaming.
Start going to the movie theaters until 9. So
that's right. You did a complete binge watch when 9 came out.
Yeah. For a week, I did a complete binge of everything leading up to 9, and I watched the extended edition. And basically, when they started doing extended editions, starting at 5, I watched the extended editions of 5, 6, 7, and 8.
There are extended editions for this?
There are extended editions.
Yeah, they're definitely are.
Is that spelled with an X, like extended? Like XTEN?
That should be.
That feels like a missed opportunity.
Good one, Rebecca.
For this one, they're going to have a Fast Extended.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. That's exactly how it should be marketed. Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be extended like the lifts in Vin Diesel's boots. Anyways.
You know what? I'm gonna say a hot take. I enjoyed Fast X. I really did. It's
Jason Momoa, right? That's why he was so great.
He was fun. He was fun. And you know what? For the crazy batshit stuff they've been doing lately, they actually like took it down a notch for this one. I mean, they did.
What movie did you watch?
Yeah,
they sent a Pinto into space in the last one.
I guess that's true.
People complain, so they were like, "Yeah,
that sounds amazing."
Yeah, I mean, aren't doing like time travel on the next one or something?
I don't know.
No.
I hope not.
But they also, and there was so many tie-ins to Fast 5, which
there was,
and I like Fast 5. Fast 5 was the last one of the series in chronological order before it started to kind of lose me. Like 4 is my favorite. But 5, I was still like,
yeah, you like 4, okay? Because a lot of people, I always defend 4 because I thought it was great because it brought the main players back finally, and then it was just I liked the story, the fact that obviously Brian is still an agent, he's still not, but he there's just that whole tension of that. So I really liked 4, and a lot of people go, 4's fine, and I'm like,
no,
4's great.
4's my
Which
favorite.
one is 4?
That's Fast and Furious.
Fast and Furious. It's the Mexico one.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's where you know
was okay.
Brian is still like an agent, and then
Yeah.
he worked with Letty to try to get
yeah. He
Drago
was
or
still
something
not.
like
He
that.
he was like in.
And the
still
big
not
climax,
sure.
and the big climax is them driving through that like mine shaft thing. That's like the secret passage from like the U.S. into Mexico.
That was pretty cool. Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
That was
so
pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, like when people like go, yeah, it's far right. I'm like, this was the movie that brought everybody back together. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like Tokyo Drift was just completely just off the cuff.
And see, and that was interesting. When I watched it, I made sure
you watched it.
Yeah. I moved
I love Tokyo Drift though,
and I moved Tokyo Drift into chronologically where it takes place. So I moved, and what's that after 6?
Something like that. I've lost. I need a pie chart or flow chart, whatever the heck. I
had one. I had a list that said watch these movies in this order. Like I got the chronological list, and when I did my binge, I threw. And I forgot there was like a streaming service, so that Justin Lin movie where he created Han.
I have not seen that.
I watched that, and that one was fun. That was a fun little indie movie. So it was a nice like little palate cleanser in the middle of my Fast and Furious binge.
I mean, Tokyo Drift's not bad. It's definitely not bad, but you know, it's got its moments, but it was so weird to just like how they like, okay, so now we're just here.
It's
now
like a spin-off movie.
It is
totally
a
spin-off movie.
Yes.
But then you have Vin Diesel show up at the end, and then it's like, oh, okay, cool. Is what? And then finally they're like, all right, let's get the gang back together. And then they're like, hey, we're not gonna just do racing anymore. We're gonna do heists. We're gonna do this kind of stuff, which I thought cool. I mean, I remember
the best decision they made.
Yeah, I think it was smart because
I think so too.
They're at 10 now, so obviously it was smart.
Yeah.
I think like when Fast and Furious was all about getting the gang back together, and that was cool. And then when it came to 5, I still remember when that trailer came out, and you saw like, oh yeah, they're just going off a cliff and just gonna, surf off their, this. I don't know, just like I forgot what some convertible or something, and then they just leap off, and everybody's just like, "What the hell is this? This is amazing!" And I thought it was cool and everything, but yeah, now I'm just going, Jesus Christ, I'm exhausted.
Yeah, yeah, I liked it too when it was Point Break in cars, but now it's just ridiculous.
It's no longer that. It's definitely no longer that.
No, it's not. But
Steph, she's making her way back down here. Yeah, she was up
driving from us.
No, she was up north doing some training for a new job. So
I already explained something.
So anyway, sorry, just thought I'd say
so
hi
I
to
would
the girlfriend.
So for me, Fast X, I would put at the top end of the mid tier. That's where I
okay. I liked it better than the last two. I will say that.
Oh, me too. Yep.
I will say that, but
the last one was awful.
But I mean, there's things in this where I'm just like, what?
And you know what? I enjoyed Brie Larson in this one.
You're alone on that one, buddy.
Hey, you haven't seen the movie, Ben. You can't.
I see. Well, on this one?
On this one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you haven't seen it. But,
I haven't. I really genuinely try to like Brie Larson, but she's not that great of an actor.
She is a great actor, but
you should watch
personality
Room.
Sucks.
Watch.
I'm sorry.
She is a
Room
great
is
actor.
amazing.
Yeah,
Room is amazing.
But her personality just sucks. You just can't like her.
What other performance do you?
That's true. That's what I'm saying. I'm like Room. Scott Pilgrim versus the World.
And what else?
And then I know I will kind of agree with you. Like I've not really I didn't really like Captain Marvel. But I always like say when people like talk about that, I'm like Room. She freaking was awesome in that. Like that movie. That's one of those movies where it's like I watched it once. I'll revisit it later on. That was good. It was intense. It pulled me in the heartstrings and stuff like that. And she did phenomenal. But I see what you're saying. But she was good in this movie. I will say that. And then
I wanted more of Alan Rickson. So
I didn't like him.
Now, have you seen Reacher?
Yes.
Okay.
I liked him way better in that. And I liked him better in Titans. In this,
he's great in Titans.
It was just like
it was like he had so much expositional like kind of dialogue.
Well,
like
that's the writing didn't do him any favors.
The dialogue was horrible in this movie, and he just he was just saying things out loud, going, nobody would say that out loud, and I don't know, they were trying to make him look more rugged, and I'm like, I just remember him in Reacher. He's like a pretty boy, clean shaven, slick back hair. It's like, and they were like, I don't know what they were trying to do with him, and it was just like, I'm not liking that either. And then I won't say what the twist is, but there is a twist with his character that I saw a mile away, or should I say a quarter mile away.
Well, you have to live life 1/4 mile at a time.
Exactly. You got it. You got it. But yeah, it was just like, I wasn't really digging his character too much. I wanted to, but not so much. And then like some of the editing was very weird.
No, that is true. There was there was definitely some of that going on. So, but still, I got what I expected, and I enjoyed it more than I thought I was going to. So you know what? That's, I chalked that up as a win for me. It's like there were worse movies for me to spend. I saw Hypnotic on Monday. I would much rather have. I enjoyed this so much more. So,
oh damn!
Yeah, that's Scott like messaging me. I think
I was DMing you during the movie with Hypnotic.
You were Scott messaged me and he goes, "It is not good." I was like, "Ah, damn it!"
And then I followed up with, "I'm in the theater right now."
Yeah. He messaged. That's how bad. I mean, that's when you know something's bad. When Scott's just like, "I gotta tell somebody." I gotta tell somebody. But no, like, I've always said, the Fast franchise, what you're going in for. Even though, like, I even said in my review, it's like, even though I know what I'm going in for, there's some times where you just do that. What? Like, huh? I just still do that. I'm like, wait, it's Fast and Furious, obviously. But I like I said, I think it was Jason Momoa. If it wasn't for Jason Momoa, man, he was having so much fun, and I wonder how much dialogue how much was improv and how much wasn't, because some of the shit that he was just like,
he was like a kid in a candy store the whole movie.
Well, my comparison was he was like, because let's face it, the Fast and Furious universe is a video game. He was a gamer, and his character injected into the game, because he was pointing out things that were just like, that were tropes and all just kind of stuff. And he was
doing the meta commentary.
He was doing meta commentary, but he was being so funny about it. I was like, the twist of this is gonna be like, this is all a video game, and this is like some kid somewhere in freaking like Reno, Nevada, just like on his computer, just clicking away or something like that. And that's what made it kind of funny. And I'm glad that they injected that into that. They of course they try to do the serious stuff, and Vin Diesel tries his hardest to pull those tears out. Doesn't quite work, but hey, he tries. And is it me, Scott? Or is like the older Vin Diesel gets, the harder it is to understand him sometimes?
Yeah, there was
a little growly.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I am Groot.
Yeah, but every time you talk about gamer, I keep on thinking about that Gerard Butler movie.
Great movie.
That's a fun movie.
Fun movie. Yeah.
Have you seen that, Rebecca?
What's that?
The Gerard Butler movie called Gamer.
No, I have not.
Ooh, check it out. Premise is that cons are placed with like brain chips to where they respond to a gamer's like commands, and it's basically like people pay to do a first-person shooter when their avatars are real people and they're convicts that are being used as like meat grinder for this video game.
Oh my gosh.
You like just philosophically, I feel like the premise is something
completely wrong to do. Yeah,
exactly. But I think you would like it. It's a violent shoot 'em up kind of movie, but there's enough of a philosophical underpinning to it that it might be something that you might dig into. It's literally it's called Gamer.
Is it streaming somewhere?
It might be on Netflix. I actually put it up on Netflix.
Let me see if it's there. Streaming somewhere.
Yeah, it's one of the. It's very stylized too. By the way.
Oh, cool.
I don't know who the director was. Was it Mick G? I think it might. Mick G-ish.
I actually like Mick G.
Yeah, I like some of his stuff. Yeah, it's not all of it.
I'm a big fan of his Charlie's
Yeah.
Angels movies. Love those. I was actually like, while y'all were talking about Fast and Furious, because I've only seen the first one, or the Fast franchise. I've only seen the first one, so I was like trying to like go into all the streamers that I have. Like, can I access these somewhere? Now I feel like after all the talking that y'all have been doing, I'm like, maybe I should catch up on this.
Give it a. I mean, it's
No, okay.
again. I mean, yeah.
There were two directors, Mark Neveldine and Brian Taylor.
Oh.
And it's not streaming anywhere. I just own it. So
he was on Netflix for a bit, but I know that always rotates. You know.
Well, let me check because the Apple TV app doesn't check Netflix. So
yeah, check it because I saw it on there because I put it on like on a random Saturday.
Talking about McG, wasn't he one time involved in a Superman flyby and then he dropped out?
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
Oh, it is on Netflix.
Yeah,
it is
I
on
see
Netflix.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Adding
Check it
it
out.
to the list. Yeah.
Yeah. Here's the description. A death row inmate forced to play in a lethal real-life video game under the control of a spoiled teen sets out to win his freedom and save his family.
Oh my gosh. A teenager is in control of this?
Yes, a teenager is in
Logan
control.
Lerman.
And
Logan
you want to know
Lerman,
who
right?
runs the video game company? Michael C. Hall.
Okay. All right, so I'm watching this.
Yeah, and he's a character.
He is a character.
Didn't he play what's the name? Bill
Dexter.
Gates at one point?
He was in
I don't know
Dexter.
Michael C. Hall. I'm sorry. I'm mistaking him from
Michael Anthony Hall?
Anthony Michael Hall.
Anthony Michael
Hall, who was in the Dark Knight.
That's the other one, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Dyslexia.
Thanks for the $2 super chat. Can you imagine a John Wick kills a furious family? Yeah. Crossover.
Oh, I would pay for that.
Make it
I would
happen.
pay for that.
That would be good. And thank you, Steek, for the $6 super chat. And then speaking of when Andy joins, he is here with us
Andy!
now. There he is.
Hi.
You made it. Thank you for joining, man.
Thank you. I literally just ran over from my show to here, so happy to be here. I think the girl. I think I met her somewhere before.
Yeah, I think I need to
person.
leave now that he has shown up. No.
Yeah. Aren't you the one that hosts that show about like the slowest Kryptonian ever? Like
I don't know. That's debatable. The Supergirl's definitely faster than Flash. That's not.
I don't know. I mean, you know, if he just runs a little bit of kryptonite. This is a bit Rebecca and I do all the time. We like the moment we even mentioned racing, it becomes like, well, who is faster? Because we will, you know, that's one of the few times in life we disagree on something.
Yes. And we won't budge on the positions either. So.
No, it's been 6 years and we still haven't like.
Oh, you know, Dave. You know what you could have called this stream?
What?
The Flash and the Furious.
Yeah.
That's good.
Missed opportunity.
Yeah.
See,
so
Dave
Rebecca, who do you think is the fastest?
No.
Me?
Yeah.
Between Supergirl and the Flash?
Yeah.
I mean, I have to back it.
Which Flash? Which Flash?
All of them.
Of course she's gonna say
No.
Supergirl.
No, I'm in the wrong stream today.
No, but I mean, of course you got to choose Supergirl, right?
She in the Silver Age, she was time traveling all the time. She was breaking time barriers and everything. I mean, all the Super family did that.
In the Silver Age, even Popeye was freaking overpowerful. It was like
Popeye.
Yeah, no, really. Like Popeye is like so OP. He can carry a freaking planet in the Golden Age. Like, have you read those comics?
No, but I can imagine they went to some really strange places there in the
those forearms, man. That's spinach. Something.
That's a lot of spinach.
It's like Golden Age Superman. He's still the goat as far as power. Because like anything that a writer wrote, that's who Superman was.
Yeah. You just made Casey sigh right now. He sounded like, what are you going to say, Casey? Huh? Henry Cavill's not universally loved.
I was so glad man, that was that weird period. Every time I left, you guys turned into children as soon as I left.
Like, what do you mean that time? That happens always.
I know, but there was like a period where like I was bouncing like with an hour or an hour and a half left to go in the stream, and then I would catch up on it the next morning. I would just go, What the hell, guys?
Children. It happens. What happens? But I think we'll be okay. You know, Travis is not here. It's usually Travis's fault.
Hashtag Travis is wrong.
Exactly.
Until hashtag Travis is right.
I like Travis. What did he do?
What
he just gets into KC and it's
no, it's just no, Travis. I like it when Travis comes in because he's such like an outside presence when it comes to like certain things. So he'll throw the wrench in there. Obviously, Casey threw the wrench of the universally which we all kind of like. Okay, I get where you're coming from, but it was just like one of those things where it was like
you said it wrong.
Ray.
Yeah.
He like you saw Ray like do that whole backup thing like.
Oh God! I was waiting for him to call him son. That was
yeah.
Wait.
Ray got really, and I was like, okay. I mean, yeah, it was like okay, but yeah, Ray was. It was funny.
That was funny. I love triggering him.
It's not hard, Casey.
I know that's why. Like it's just so easy and just entertaining because it keeps going and you can just sit and watch.
Yeah.
Casey and I are like very much alike in that department.
So Andy, welcome to this.
Yeah,
if you're ready for what you're in for. But
I literally came in when you guys were talking about Vin Diesel and like when you talk about like the older he gets, the more difficult it gets. Like I was cackling. Like I'm like.
It's like sometimes I was like, what did he just say? Like
he's becoming like Bane for the Dark Knight Rises, where like they had to go and like change his entire ADR in post, but just so that people can understand what he was saying.
And I've heard that too. I thought I heard that about the last one, or I heard something where like somebody had like, wasn't there like a rumor with like the last one or one of them where somebody had to go in who sounds kind of like, I don't know if it was it sounds too extreme to be true, but there was a rumor that somebody who sounds like Vin Diesel had to go in to do ADR to clear up the some of the dialogue because you couldn't understand what he was saying. Who knows if that's true, but I was just noticing it in this movie when it came to those lower, more like dramatic scenes, and it's just you're going, what? Like what you say? It's like whoa, okay, yeah.
That sounds like it's totally plausible. I could see that happening.
Like Vin Diesel doesn't want to do it. He's like, nah, I'm done. I'm on vacation now. I'm actually in Rio right now and sipping Coronas in a white robe. So maybe somebody was like, hey, let's just do it. We don't have to tell Vin. Somebody come in and just like redo the dialogue, please. I wouldn't be surprised. Because he's getting a little more growly like now. So as the older he gets. But anyway.
Thank God he only had three words to say in Guardians.
That's why they got him probably. But that's like perfect. But anyways, Andy, thank you for joining, man.
Of course.
And I know you just recorded with Jordan, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jordan he says hi.
Yes, I know he couldn't join tonight. I asked if he wanted to join too, but I know he couldn't join, which is fine. I know he's got things and everything. So, and sometimes it's like he'll just join at the beginning. We'll talk Metallica, and then he'll like bounce. It's always funny because Scott will usually kind of be sitting there like, "You guys done yet?" Or
what's really funny is sometimes I'm sitting backstage, and then there's times you actually bring me on, and I'm just like. You should have just left me backstage because I'm literally just wallpaper at this point. It's like Metallica and baseball. Those two conversations start happening, and I'm just like, I'll just catch up on my email while this
Baseball is that the one when you like hit with like a stick or something?
Yes, that's the one. Yeah. And you run around the diamond. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's a great sport. How dare you?
It is an amazing sport.
It's great. It's it's not as intense as the other sports, sure, but it gets like intense for about 3 seconds every now and again. So hey, it's a game of precision and inches. It's great. But anyways, Andy, thank you for joining. Like I said, it was cool. Like obviously, like when I was, been talking to Rebecca, I was like, oh yeah, I remember like seeing you on my feed and everything, and then it was just like, okay, yeah, let's, we should talk about this because we got the Flash podcast, which of course everybody should subscribe to, and obviously that's part of DC TV podcast. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
And
what's left of it?
I know. I was just about to say, like, perfect time to bring you on because the Flash just kind of wrapped up this week.
Series finale is next Wednesday.
Oh, it's next Wednesday. Okay, I thought
episode.
I was seeing all the stuff. Like I like Entertainment Weekly when they did that Grant Gustin thing they did with. That got me a little. Even though like
that was emotional.
Yeah, even though I stopped watching about season 3, 4, I just kind of fell off. I still was like, oh man, that's a good little fair. That's making me a little.
Well, and then the items he's putting in the box, I'm like going, oh, I remember that episode. Oh, I remember that episode.
Yeah.
Did they do that for Arrow when they said goodbye to the last episode of Arrow?
They're like, no, we don't like that guy.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought.
Even a mouth, get out of here. No.
Yeah.
What was the helmet that he threw to the side?
That's from the first season.
From the first episode.
I remember that too, and I thought that was cool.
It's the pilot.
The proto suit. But yeah, the end is near. It's like for me and Rebecca, this has been weird because we've been covering the Arrowverse for almost 10 years, and now it's like Super and Lois decided to do their own thing or whatever. But and we don't even know if that show is coming back. But with the Flash, it's I was emotional seeing because the thing is when Grant gets emotional, I get emotional. Like that man, he has his grip on me. Like if he cries, I cry with him. I can't. So it's it's bittersweet to say the least. And the only reason I'm excited for it to end is because I can finally be done with the CW. Because
I think everybody is.
Yeah. I'm envious of Rebecca because she got to finish her time with the CW like 2 years ago or something, and I'm like.
Yeah, and they completely forgot about Supergirl. So at least the Flash is having a good final season.
Yeah, I mean,
that kind of just went, huh? Supergirl,
yeah. Superman and Lois is amazing, though.
Superman and Lois is fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, I love that, but I don't know if I will if it comes back for another season. I will just wait till it gets on HBO Max. I'll try and watch it whenever I can. I just can't. I can't do live television anymore. It's I'm getting old, I'm turning 30 this year. So,
you're so
jeez. Let me pull out for you or pour one for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got like one more year, Dave, till you join the rest of us.
Oh yeah. So I actually joined the 40 club.
Yeah, right. I mean, that was
officially.
I know.
You're not turning 40.
Yes, I am. I'm turning 40 this year.
I'm leaving the 40 club this year.
I know.
You're leaving the 40 club.
Yes.
That's right. You're turning 50.
That's what happens. Wow. That also happens when you champion gun. You get kicked out of the 40 club. That's what happens. You lose your posters and we kick you out.
Oh, that's harsh.
I forgot about the poster.
We have to remind you every hour.
Yeah.
At the
top of every hour.
What are you guys seeing? Ben, there's no way you're turning 50. That's a lie. That's
yeah,
a lie.
I'm turning 50.
Don't do it for the views. Don't do it for the views.
No,
you're not
serious.
Okay,
serious.
Respect to you, brother. Respect, because
that's why we call him old. That's why we call him Old Ben.
Yeah. Black don't crack.
But he's good. That's what it is. He's got that black in him. Got that little Latin.
I'm a mutt,
too.
So
yeah, exactly. So am I. So
well, that's true. You're a mutt too.
Yeah, I'm a mutt too. So
I'm just straight up white guy who turned 41. Okay. So
Yeah.
Oh, it's all good. You still look good, Scott. It's fine.
Thank you.
Fine. But and then of course, we got KC right over down there.
Baby.
The
baby.
Yeah.
I'm 28.
You son of a bitch.
Enjoy it.
See, I still remember I loved getting out of my 20s. I hated my 20s.
Yeah.
Everyone's
I love my 20s.
People are like, Anna, you should be excited you're turning 30. I'm like, why? Like,
it depends.
It
really.
depends. For me, I was excited to turn 30 because I finally felt my age.
Yeah,
So
that's one of those things too. It's like, but I see even at like 39, I'm like, Jesus Christ, I still don't feel like that. And then sometimes I'll like do things and I'm like, probably shouldn't have done that. Like go to a trampoline park. I did that.
Oh, that story was hilarious.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, I ended up popping a rib somehow.
Really? Oh,
yeah. It wasn't like
painful.
that bad, but I just I tried to do something and I landed and I went boop and I was like, that hurt. That did not feel good. So for like about a month and a half, it was a little sore right here.
That was a fun Fanimated stream that Sunday. Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, because that was the day that I did it. And
Yep.
And I was like, I was totally just going, oh, this is hurting more and more as we go along. Cool. So, but it healed up. We're good.
Hey, Rebecca, just as a plug here. This Sunday is when we start covering Superman, the animated series.
Ooh, well, if you need someone to come and talk about Supergirl, I'd be happy to do
Hey,
that.
when Little Girl Lost Part 1 and Part 2 come up, we might have to take you up on that.
Okay.
That might be it. Yeah, we might.
I'm like inviting myself places.
That's going to be the end of season 2. So, because actually, fun fact, they extended season 2 to add that 2-parter.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
That's good to know.
I'm already sharing. This is the kind of information you get, folks, when you tune into the DC Fanimated stream Sunday nights at 9:00 Central here on Film Junkie.
Exactly. He gives all the behind the scenes, the info. I just go, I like it when he punched that guy. That's what I like. It's cool. I don't know.
That show was so good.
It was so good.
It is a good show.
It's a good show.
Yeah.
So ahead of its time.
Yeah, very much so. But Last Son of Krypton Part 1 is this Sunday night.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. We're gonna have a whole new opening too when it comes to the stream that's currently being worked on. So it should be good. But back to the Flash podcast. When did that start, Andy?
It started on December 2nd, 2013. So literally in my that podcast turned 10 years old as I'm going from my 20s to my 30s. I'm gonna keep milking on that. But yeah, it was it's opened a lot of doors for me, and it's been one of my passion projects for many years. It's what led to the creation of DC podcasts. Technically, out of all the shows that I produce on these podcasts, Super Great is like our only traditional spin-off. Also, probably Super Great is probably my favorite of the podcasts that I produce. Anyway, so but I'm not supposed to say that, so we just pretend that the other children from the network didn't hear that.
All right, I don't. Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
they're supposed to have favorites, Andy.
Here.
No, please. I mean, if I can gush about Rebecca. Wait, what
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you, Ben.
Are those all the lowest lanes?
I thought someone like they actually joined it.
I was prepping because I know eventually we're gonna talk about this, and
we'll go back into it.
We'll go back to it. Yeah,
I'm being proactive.
Okay.
But if I can embarrass Rebecca for a second, because as a producer and as a friend, she because I remember I reached out to her about like, hey, I'm thinking about this Supergirl podcast for a new show. Would you be interested? Because she had done Operation Cobra podcast.
Yeah, I did a Once Upon a Time podcast for like 3 seasons before that.
Yeah, that that's with a lot of patience, because that show we won't talk about the fandom of it all, but like the later seasons got everyone was related to everybody. Like
it was a mess.
It was a mess, but I had been on her podcast during season 3. We talked about Peter Pan, evil Peter Pan. Who would have thought? And I was like, I need some. I want to find some new podcasts. And I'm like, oh, that Rebecca person was kind of fun. Let me talk to her. And here's a fun fact. She was initially a little hesitant. But I was like, but eventually I wore her down to do it. And Super Great has been one of the greatest things to happen to DC podcast. The main reason that we even have like a successful YouTube channel is because of Rebecca and Morgan. I would not forget Morgan, our amazing co-host. So Super Great really helps set a great standard for other shows to come in the network. So as wrong as Rebecca is about who is faster,
well, we can just agree to disagree.
We will disagree. We will agree. I will say that Kara is the fastest woman alive. I will say that. I will say that she's faster than Jessie Quick.
canonically, she is usually faster and stronger than Superman. So just putting that
Oh
out
my
there.
god! Blasphemy for you to say that.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
it's actually in the it's actually in
true.
the
no.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm like in the I don't know which episode it was in season 2 of Supergirl, but like there was an episode where like Clark like admitted to Kara.
Well, she beat him up in a fight, so
But that fight was good. That fight was good.
That was also the same fight when we learned that Superman killed Zod as well.
And they took that back later, but
oh, they did. Oh, that's not fair.
Yeah,
was it like post crisis or something?
I can't remember, but at some point I think they like
he was alive in the future.
Hand wiped it. Yeah,
he was fighting the lead. He was fighting the Legion. No, because why would they complain about Superman killing General Zod?
I don't know.
Well, Andy, your check's in the mail. I appreciate all the nice things that you said.
Of course.
But for Andy, I should say that it takes a lot to do a podcast, and to do it for so long. Not a lot of people get to. Scott knows. I mean, you
8 years this fall.
Yeah, I mean, pod fade is a real thing where people start a podcast and they kind of give up after about 10, 15 episodes, and then they just stop.
Number. Yeah, that's the number. Yeah.
So I mean, Andy and the Flash podcast, they've been going a long time. So
well, and you've gotten so many guests too.
Yes.
Like, you've interviewed if you just even just scroll down, you go, how many people have you interviewed on your podcast from that world? I mean, it's been so. I mean, you did something right.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah, right. It worked out,
Yeah, and it's been great. These last few seasons is when we really started connecting more with the publicity team over those studios and finally able to make things happen. And a lot of people on the Flash know about the Flash podcast too. Like, we've had great connection with Daniel Panabaker. Grant Gustin was always appreciative of the show, and I'm friends with the showrunner Eric Wallace, and so it's been. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity project for me. There's never gonna be something like the Flash podcast after this. So it's I'm very blessed. Especially if we go into this final season.
So when it comes to the movie, you're gonna start going into more of that, or is it just gonna be no more Flash? What are you gonna do when it comes to Flash podcast?
Rebecca said we're not allowed to cover the Flash movie because Supergirl's in it, so they get first steps. I'm kidding. No, of course we're gonna cover the Flash movie. That will be in probably the same weekend of June. Me and a couple guests are gonna come on, but yeah, after that we're kind of we're not ending the Flash podcast because I'm too stubborn to end it. But me, Tatiana, Breeze, and Lacey, we're gonna keep going. Talk about other media stuff, and talk about other DC content. It will still be called the Flash podcast because it's simpler that way.
Don't change it.
Have you already covered John Wesley Shipp's episodes?
We have not, but we're gonna do it eventually. We're gonna do it because the girls haven't seen. They haven't seen the
yes, do it.
Yes, I've seen it. I love John Wesley Shipp. Is such a goat. I love him to death, and that show still holds up to this day.
That costume, I love that costume still. I'm as much as I'm digging the newer costumes, stuff like that, there's something about that costume and the texture that it had and the way that it fit him. They really went for that muscular, hey, it's red, just a little lightning belt and the emblem that just was. I really love that costume.
And you had Shirley Walker doing the score.
Of course. Good Shirley Walker, man.
We will definitely try to get into that because there's so many fun episodes of them that I want them to watch, like the Mark Hamill episode, when he meets Pollux, and when he meets Captain Cold, and
Pike. Remember Pike? Wasn't that the little short movie that they had for the series or something?
It was the pilot. Yeah.
Was that the pilot?
It was the pilot. Was the movie? Yes.
Was it? Okay, that's right. All right.
Fun fact, because I don't know if Rebecca knows this, but Katie Cassidy's dad he played the Mirror Master on the show.
Sean Cassidy? No, that's not Sean Cassidy. Is it? No, David Cassidy. David Cassidy's her dad. Sean is the uncle. Well, no, I don't think I did know that.
Oh wow,
That's cool.
yeah,
Mirror Master. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the 90s show is still streaming somewhere because it used to be on DC Universe, I think. Now
I think it's on HBO Max still.
I'm going to double check that.
I was trying to find it on HBO Max.
It should be on HBO Max, but we got somebody else joining. We got Mr. Phil joining right now. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Going in on this heavy Flash talk that we're
Yeah.
You know,
so Phil, have you watched the 90s Flash show?
I've seen bits and pieces. I've seen a couple episodes. I know for sure I think I've seen the pilot movie. And that was a long time ago. But yeah, I've seen a little bit of it. I enjoy it.
Everybody should revisit it. I mean, yeah, it's 90s, so but
it looks actually still good for the 90s.
It does look good for the 90s.
And like I said, that costume is I just think it's
it's pretty perfect.
It's pretty freaking awesome. I'm just saying. I mean, when it comes to Flash costumes, that might be still my favorite. I don't know. Like, I get it. I shouldn't say that because, oh my God, how could you not the Zack Snyder Justice League? Well, I'm like, yeah, but at the same time, it's like, I like the Zack Snyder Justice League Flash costume, but it was meant to be like, that's just something that he made for himself. Like the new Flash costume, there are shots in the movie where I go, that's a sexy costume. Just saying, it looked. And some shots, yes, it still doesn't, but some shots, I'm like, that thing looks freaking awesome, man. I'm just saying.
I think the cowl. I think the cowl is what I think they should have reworked a little bit.
The cowl is a little,
the cowl still not. I'm not on board with that.
I hate to say this, but the Flash 90 show is not streaming anywhere. It's not even on HBO Max.
Yeah, I couldn't find it.
Thanks, David Zaslav.
But it's also a show that only but it's $25 to buy digitally.
Wow, that's not bad.
That's a good deal.
I think is it gotten a Blu-ray release yet? Or we're still waiting on a Blu-ray release because I think
it hasn't gotten released. Damn.
Yeah, I only have my DVD collection of it.
Same too, and mine's like the old one that's like the cardboard that like folds out and out and out and out. Before they came out with like the bookcases that have the cool thing inside of it. I got the one that like you fold it out like 5 or 6 times to.
Didn't Luke play one of the villains in that series?
No, he was Trickster.
Trickmaster.
Yeah. Trickster. Yes,
he was Trickster. Because that was the fun thing is because he played the Trickster in the 90s show, which is why they brought him back as the original Trickster in the Grant Gustin show, and then he voiced the Trickster for Justice League Unlimited.
Yep.
Yes. Oh, that's what I thought.
And also, there's like they actually used photos from the John Ship show in the Grant Gustin show, like kind of established as like, he was just like wicked rogue in the 90s or something. And it's I remember when they announced it was like Mark Hamill is coming to a CW show. Like this doesn't happen. You don't like that's like if like Harrison Ford would have gone on Supergirl and like had a scene with Calista Flockhart.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
I forget that they're married still.
I forget.
Yeah, they fully like mention it in the show. They reference like
they do.
Do they really? Oh
yes,
my
God. They do.
Yeah, Cat Grant says something about how Harrison Ford's like trying to call her for a date or something.
Oh wow, that's great.
Yeah,
Cat Grant was great.
When we lost her, like I told Rebecca this back in season 2. I'm like, girl, we lost. Like I feel a bit of the heart of the show is gone.
Yeah.
Because Snapper Car was not it. I'm sorry, Rebecca.
No.
I'm sorry. I've never seen Supergirl so excited for a new character to come in. That episode of Supergirl Radio is iconic.
Well, I mean, Snapper Carr in DC Comics is way cooler than he is on the CW show. He has powers where he snaps his fingers and he can teleport. He also became he started as a Justice League sidekick at the beginning when the Justice League forms, and then he has this arc where he goes bad and betrays the Justice League.
He let Joker into Happy Harbor. I'm sorry, they let him. And I still love the fact that on Young Justice they kind of hint to that, like they Young Justice remembers that story about Snapper Carr and uses it.
Yeah, Snapper Carr, in my opinion, I know this sounds crazy. He's one of the greatest DC Comics characters ever written.
He is.
He just has the craziest storylines. I think at one point he loses his. He gets his either I think it's his hand cut off, and so he can't snap anymore. And it's crazy.
That's the whole thing. Yeah, especially if that's your thing. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's cool. So basically, Andy, you're gonna okay, obviously gonna talk. I mean, how are you feeling about the Flash movie? Like, obviously talking about the Flash TV show for the past 9-10 years. Now, how are you feeling about finally we're getting a cinematic? I mean, we got a cinematic Flash technically, but his own movie. This movie's been in development hell for I don't know,
6 years.
6 years, something like that. With lots of
it was announced the week after the show premiered. So it's
Yeah.
Well, it was announced that he was cast. That's
Yes.
the thing. Some people were saying the movie was announced, but he was announced that he was cast. I think when whenever Kevin Smith and Jeff Johns did that that one guy with the ball cap. They did that special on CW where they were talking about all that, and they basically showed the slate, and it was supposed to be coming. The Flash was supposed to come out in 2019. I know that. That's where it was slated, sometime in 2019. But yeah, I mean, how many directors, how many writers was that?
Well, I thought it was 2018 alongside Aquaman initially.
Was it 2018? I might be wrong.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I think the slate had Aquaman and the Flash in 2018, right?
Because it wasn't it Snyder Cut, then Flash, then Aquaman, then Green Lantern Corps, and then Cyborg.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cyborg was last for sure.
Cyborg and Green Lantern Corps, I think, were 2020.
Okay.
I think.
So I don't know why I was thinking 2019. Yeah, it could have been 2018, but I mean, how many directors did it have? I mean, I can name.
It started with Seth Grahame-Smith, and then it went to, I believe,
Rick Famuyiwa.
And then after that
was Seth Grahame-Smith was the first.
Yes.
That guy blocked me on Twitter.
What?
I've said that before.
No shit.
Oh yeah, he blocked me on Twitter. You know why? You know why? It's very stupid. He was going off on shit. This was when the 2016 Ghostbusters came out, and everybody, of course, was going, but then it was something about the fact that it was because people were saying he was pushing back on people saying it ruined the franchise, and he kept on going, 2 movies is not a franchise. I'm like, dude, they have comic books, toys, TV
cartoons.
Shows, what the fuck? It is a franchise. And then he blocked me, and I went,
ouch.
All right, this guy's just having
which one was it? Which one was the 2016 one? Is that the one with
the female one?
That's the female one.
Okay.
Yeah.
That one was fun.
He was trying to defend it so much that he literally tweeted out something like, it's not a franchise if it's only 2 movies. And I was like, there's so much more. And I was like, I just tweeted him that, and then he blocked me. And I was like, geez, I was just trying to tell you, dude, that it is a franchise. There's so much it was a bad defense. I'm just saying, but
good Lord, I mean, and he was supposed to he was going to be showrunning the Green Lantern TV show for HBO. So I'm like,
right?
Thank God,
that's right. Yeah,
thank God, that maybe that didn't happen, because what if imagine if I had said one wrong opinion, they would have blocked me. I'm actually a Jon Stewart guy. I don't really care for Guy Gardner.
Right.
But
You were talking about the movie that was made out of his book, because that was a train wreck.
Oh boy, which movie?
Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter.
Oh, that's right.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love Abraham.
Thank you,
Lincoln
Rebecca.
Vampire
You're the
Hunter.
first person. Thank you.
Unironically, I love it.
The book is so much better. His book is so much better than that movie. I'm just saying. The book is actually good. I really enjoyed the book.
The movie is actually good as well.
Abraham, that's a great title.
It really is.
Title.
You know what? It's one of those movies where it could be like a guilty pleasure type thing. When I watched it, I was like, okay, this it's fun. It's fine. You know, I wasn't like a lover of it, but I also wasn't a hater of it. I thought okay. I mean, I love the concept that Abraham Lincoln is, he's a vampire.
Yeah.
Killer. I mean, it was great. I like the concept, and obviously it's heavily stylized, the movie, big time.
That's why I love it.
Exactly. There's a lot of slow-mo, there's a lot of all that stuff, that they, a lot of Zack Snyderisms, I guess you could say, almost. But it's one of those, it's a guilty pleasure type movie, but
I actually thought it was more historically accurate than Steven Spielberg's Lincoln movie.
No shit.
Yeah, because the Steven Spielberg movie, like they made up all this dialogue. Abraham Lincoln's like every scene's like giving this speech to somebody, and I'm like, we don't know he said that. You're just making stuff up.
We weren't there.
And you weren't there. You don't know what he was saying. But in the Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter, like all of his friends that he has in the movie, they're all historical people that he actually knew, the job he had, the stuff with his kids, like one of his sons dies. That's in the movie. Like there's actually more historical facts about Abraham Lincoln in Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter than Steven Spielberg's Lincoln that won Daniel Day-Lewis. Didn't he win an Oscar for that?
No, I thought he won for
was he
Women
nominated?
Blood.
Nominated.
Golden Globe.
Nominated.
I remember everybody talking about that Lincoln movie, and I was like,
You're like, hey, wait a minute. Can he slay vampires?
yes,
Come on.
this movie is no good. He's not slaying any vampires.
That's hilarious. It's like they did all this research and got everything to the bone. It's like, yeah, but what else you got? He also killed vampires.
I love it. I think it's great.
That's so awesome.
Like
we have everything.
You know
so
what? The movie
down
was
to-
really stylized. The Spirit.
Ooh,
The Spirit.
Yeah. I'm saying because KC said that he liked it because it was very stylized and the Spirit was total trash.
It was
And I
kind of
didn't see
trash.
And
Well,
it
they
was
were trying to
very
capitalize on the
stylized.
Sin City, like
Right, and
Yeah.
Frank Miller, I'm sorry, he when
He
doesn't
tried to direct.
he tried to direct, on his own without Robert Rodriguez there, and I fell asleep. I literally
too.
fell asleep watching The Spirit. And
who played the Spirit? I don't remember that actor.
I don't even remember the name of the actor.
I don't remember.
He was
the
an
actor.
unknown. He was an unknown. I know, like Eva Mendes and Sam Jackson was in
And
it.
Scarlett Johansson.
Scarlett Johansson, that's right. And yeah, there's a really nice shot of Eva Mendes in that movie, which is the only thing I really remember from it. But
I wonder why.
yeah, it's a
And
nice
Jamie
shot.
King's in it too.
That's right, Jamie. Yeah,
That's true.
Gabriel mocked.
Yeah.
but yeah, it was like one of those things. It is kind of weird though, like when it came to Sin City was so, it was so stylized and so
It was
different.
perfect.
So it was so perfect.
Perfect.
That like yours, like, all right, yeah, why can't we have more comic book movies that look like this? And nobody really attempted it. The Spirit did, and it failed. And then Sin City 2 came out, like 8 years later?
It was.
And
It
it
just
failed.
came. It just and it wasn't bad. And A Dame to Kill For wasn't.
It wasn't bad.
Yeah,
It wasn't
good
bad.
shot
but
of what's her name in there too.
Ava Green. Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry, Rebecca.
If that movie would have come out first, the thing is that the first Sin City existed, so you couldn't come in and give like an average movie with the same stylistically choices. You had to make it a very good movie, and that's what happened. And that's why I feel like that movie failed.
But who did you look up the actor who played
Gabriel mocked.
That's right. You just said
Gabriel.
that.
Okay.
Wait, from
What else
from
was he in?
Suits?
The what?
No,
From
the
Suits.
Spirit.
No,
Yeah,
no,
Gabriel
but
Mock-
hold on. I'm looking this up for you. Let's see. Yes, Andy, from Suits.
Harvey's.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes.
He was in
Okay, I know who you're
Suits?
talking about.
Yeah,
Suits,
he's Harvey.
yes.
He's
He was
Harvey.
one
He's
of those
Harvey.
guys.
Hmm.
That's right.
That show is so good. Everyone should check it out. Suits is so good.
No, I've watched a few episodes. It's pretty good. Yeah.
It's kind of weird when it came to USA shows. Like my big USA show ended up being Burn Notice.
Yeah,
Yeah. I like that one.
Did you ever watch that one, Andy?
I've watched it.
I think I may have seen it in passing, but I remember that was like one of those like big USA Network shows. Like that's how I found out that USA Network was even a thing. Yeah, no, Suits. I was binging it last year because Patrick G. Adams, who was on Mike on Suits, he was on Little Tomorrow as Our Man.
Okay, yeah,
For like 20 minutes before they killed him off. So legends.
Legends.
Legends. Yes.
Yeah, Legends is.
It had its good moments too, though.
It did. The first season was.
Wait, don't talk about the first season.
Okay.
Ask Rebecca's co-host who does the ladies.
Yeah,
how they
Legends
did-
fans don't like the first season.
Really?
Really?
Yeah.
I've
It is-
heard to skip the first season. That's what I've always heard.
No, first season's actually like
That's what I thought. That's
the
what
better one.
First season, they didn't know what they wanted to be, so they kept figuring it out and changing cast members and stuff. So when Sarah Lance became the main, who carried the show, that's when it started getting good.
Yep.
Okay.
And they brought in Captain Cold and
Yeah.
They
those
did the
guys.
Legion of Doom in
But
season 2.
nothing
That was
beats
cool.
the
But
sizzle
yeah.
reel that they have for that show.
See, Phil, that was the thing for me in season 2. I love the Legion of Doom stuff.
That was fun.
But the JSA stuff sucks so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh
But
man.
they bullshitted it so much because that was like the big promotional thing they were going for. Like JSA was gonna be in season 2, and I'm like, we had one episode with them.
One episode. That's right.
I was so angry at Mark Guggenheim, which for me and Rebecca, that's just like breeding at this point. Laurel deserved better.
She did.
But yeah, so like I just felt so blinded. I'm like, you did all of this hype and you cast Patrick J. Adams as Our Man, and you just kill him off after one episode. I'm like,
well, hey, I felt that way. You cast Titus Welliver as Lex Luthor, and you kill him off after one episode.
First episode.
Yeah, that's devastating.
DC with their stupid restrictions, like you can have it for one episode. Why? You like this is what can I just go? Dave, can I go on a little rant for 1 second?
Go for it. I'm usually the one ranting on this freaking channel.
Oh, we're gonna be best friends there because I love ranting. Here's the thing. I love that DC and some former executives of Warner Brothers who are not there anymore are like, multiverse this, multiverse that. We love the multiverse so much, but you can't have Batman on TV because people will be confused. You can't have Wonder Woman. You can't have this character. You can't have that character. You can have Lex for one episode. Like technically, John Crye's Lex Luthor Supergirl was only supposed to be in 3 episodes, but because everyone loved him so much, they had him in season 5 and then season maybe a little too much in season 6 but it's like, damn it, again, I'm gonna ask in the private chat if I'm even allowed to say this name. Can I say this name? Because I don't.
You better be careful about
saying
that
name. Mr. Cul-de-sac was like,
well done.
Was so proud of
Nicely played.
Oh my god, we took part of Crisis on Infinite Earth. We can do anything with the multiverse, and then he and his regime are such freaking idiots to be like, you can have one episode with Lex on Titans, and Titans is a freaking great actor, but we got him for one episode, and I'm like, are you actually bleeping kidding me? This is not okay. He is so good. So it's the Warner Brothers. If you embrace the multiverse, then you gotta embrace it. You can't be like, we want to embrace it, but also we don't want to share all our toys.
Well, that was the thing. It was like I could understand like when they kept Batman off of Smallville because Christopher Nolan was like, no, I get to play with Batman right now. That's one thing. But like you say, and the whole people are going to be confused argument. Okay, one thing is TV. If you got TV over here and you get movie, it's like people are going to be fine because guess what? The people watching the TV shows are not the people watching the movies. And let's be honest.
Yeah. It's like I don't know. It's like you just got to get to the point.
And now you have 3 Batmans.
Yeah.
Warner Brothers loves Batman.
Yes, they do.
That's the thing. It's like it's always. I mean, as much as like I'm okay with that, I'm like, yeah, as much Batman, whatever. I love it. Yes, but at the same time, it's like, you got this whole.
They should have kept making Lego Batman movies.
Oh,
yeah.
I love Lego Batman. Yes.
It doesn't even make sense. Like, I mean, I don't even know like. When it came to the box office, I know the original Lego movie did gangbusters, but then like Lego Batman did okay, I think, and then the second Lego movie, everybody was like, yeah, we're over it. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
It's still kind of okay. It's kind of that franchise just didn't they do that
Ninjago, yeah. That movie wasn't that great, but Lego Batman was great. That should have made more.
Lego Batman was fantastic.
Oh my god!
If you're a Batman fan, it was Easter egg central.
I still remember it because I've told this story before that Liam went with me to the DMV and we ended up stuck there for 4 hours, and then we went to the movie because we were supposed to go see Lego Batman. and we missed our first showing because of how freaking long the line was at the DMV. And so when we finally got there, I literally pointed at the concession stand and went, anything you want. Like you can, it was also his birthday weekend. So it's just like, whatever you want, you get it. And then the movie started, and they ended up doing the screwball thing and started playing it in 3D. So I had to run out and go get glasses, and he was turning 4. So I had a 4-year-old sitting in my lap wearing 3D glasses, not complaining, and just sipping his Sprite and eating his popcorn the entire time. And to your point, though, if you're a Batman fan, I was laughing so hard. He turned to me and went, Daddy, why are you laughing? Because to Daddy, this is funny.
Yeah, because they showed
So
Condiment King, you know. You see that? Yeah, he has no idea.
The way
You're
he
like,
kept
Condiment
going,
King.
Barbara.
I still love Ray Fiennes as Alfred when he goes, Sir, you're in that mood again like you were in 1989 and 1992 and 1995 and 1996.
That montage was great.
And that really weird period you went through in 1966.
When they show all the clips too. I love
They
it.
show the
said that,
movies. And
when they said that, I was like, 1966, that's the one you think is weird? I was like, 1997 is the one where we got real bizarre.
Oh man,
but,
I still love it when they do the thing at the end where Joker's naming all the villains, and the guard goes, "Are those all real?" Yep, might be worth a Google.
And that was Jack Galifianakis.
That is Galifianakis. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. God, that was such a good movie.
I know.
You know, him and Will Arnett have a weirdly interesting chemistry as Batman and the Joker in that movie.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. I have a Lego Batman poster in my kitchen that says there's no Batman without Joker, and it has the both of them.
Cool.
I've had that. I'm like, yeah, and nobody really. I mean, I always say that Will Arnett has a fucking awesome Batman voice.
He even
Not
showed
only
up in that
Go ahead.
Jimmy Kimmel ad.
Yeah, that was the best.
Yeah. It was funny.
Yeah.
And not only was he a great Batman, Lego Batman, then in Teen Titans Go to the Movies, he was a fabulous Deathstroke.
Oh, that's right. He was Deathstroke.
That was him?
That was him. He was Deathstroke.
Oh my god! I don't because I don't like Teen Titans Go. I'm a fan of the original Teen Titans show, but I did see that movie. I'm like, this is actually pretty genius.
Don't think Andy, what you need to understand, because I'm a fan of the original Teen Titans show too, but I have seen every episode of Teen Titans Go. The movie was just the show long form. Like, the show really is like that smart. Like, they have an entire episode making fun of daylight saving time. And Robin spends the entire time. Everyone keeps on going daylight savings time, and Robin's like, "No, it's daylight saving time, saving time." That's what I'm saying, dude. Daylight savings time. Like, no, the show is brilliant. If you just stick with it, they get so smart. They did a whole where in the world is Carmen Sandiego riff for 4 episodes.
I gotta watch. I've only watched a handful, but yeah, I got to get into it more.
Oh, it's so good. I'm just saying, you have to accept what it's trying to do, but it's worth the investment. It really is, because I have laughed so hard in that show, and now my kids watch it, and it's like, this is what, and like my kids can look at Teen Titans and go, "Oh, Raven, Beast Boy, Cyborg," and I'm like,
nice.
I've raised you well.
When they're old enough, are you gonna show them Titans?
Oh yeah, when they're old enough, absolutely. Like they've all graduated. Declan used to sit and watch Batman the Animated Series with me when I would watch the episodes for the Fanimated stream. Like I'm working my way up. He on his own started watching the Glenn Murakami Teen Titans show as well. It was really funny though that when Zack Snyder was on Teen Titans Go, they're my kids, so they're like, "Oh, is that Zach?" Like they call him Zach. And I'm like, that's Zach. Is that Zach's voice? Yes, boys, that's Zach's actual voice. Cool. And then, like when I went to Los Angeles, and my middle child had apparently missed the memo that I was going on a trip. I was like, buddy, I'm going on a trip. I'm leaving on an airplane. And my 10-year-old goes, yeah, he's going to go see Zack Snyder. And I'm just
Nice.
like, these are my children.
Yeah,
These are my children.
That is iconic. Yeah. If I had kids and if they would like, talk about Zach, I would be such a proud father.
But give it a shot, Andy. I think
I
you'll enjoy it.
I watched a few episodes here or there. Like whenever I flew into Comic-Con, they've had like Teen Go episodes. I'm like, because I was like this is my guilty pleasure because I'm like no one can see me, so I'm gonna watch it. But then I actually end up sitting and laughing anyway. I'm like, okay, this is actually kind of funny. But yeah, the movie did really change my opinion a little bit more. And then of course the Zack Snyder episode, I'm like, I remember when that got announced again because Rebecca's like one of the people I always text first about like anything, but like of course with Snyder, I'm like, Rebecca, Zack Snyder's gonna be on let's go, and we were like, imagine being appreciated, like it's like
he was actually really great on Teen Titans Go. I was impressed with his acting. I thought he did a great job.
Zach. Yeah, I was about to say, Andy, what happened? All of a sudden, like, I heard like the angels calling to you right now. Like, are you? Don't go to the light. Sorry.
I'm like, David Zaslav, is that you taking me to the afterlife?
What is happening over there?
He's inviting you to Max.
It's one of our dumb street lamps that like sometimes like I live right by a bus station, so sometimes that light and I complained about it a few times. But they don't listen to me. They're like, you're young and stupid. Nobody, you don't know what you're talking about. So I can fix it in a moment with my window.
Good.
But
it was interesting. Like what just happened right there?
No.
Like don't look behind you, Andy. Something is.
My apartment is written by J.J. Abrams. So.
We need more lens. You got the light, but where's the lens flare? We need lens flare.
Yeah, Rebecca. Where are the lens flares on those Supergirl posters?
Yeah.
Every season, it was like every season when the CW post was like, I will text her Morgan. I'm like, it's getting worse.
Yeah, apparently, when you make something that has technology in it, it has to have a lens flare. So
yeah, but to answer you, because I wanted to answer your question you asked originally about the Flash movie. It is because we were talking about Batman. Yeah, I'm hoping the Flash is in the Flash movie. I'm excited for Supergirl to be in it. I don't know how I feel about Batman. I love Michael Keaton. I mean, but obviously Ben Affleck is my favorite Batman, and so I don't know. I'm excited for the film, but also it's also awkward because of what's been going on behind the scenes or whatever. So, but I'm still gonna see it and still support the film. For all the people who worked on it, and. But it's so weird because I'm like, well, it's ending the DCU, so I was like, it's like we get to start something, but like then we're gonna just take it away kind of quickly. So it's weird.
I mean, I think when it comes to us who are more in the know of what's happening, we're all kind of like questioning, like, okay, so we got this, and then what's like, how is it gonna fit with the new? And it was just like, stuff like that. When it comes to that, I think like that's always been the question for us, at least, who are like all in the know. As much, I mean, we're all pretty excited for it and whatever. But it's just like one of those things where it's like, yeah, I'm as much as I'm excited to see the movie and get some nostalgia and see whatever the hell Andy's been cooking and all those guys. But I'm also going like, okay, what is this leading to? What is this like? Is there what is it gonna have when it comes to a post-credit scene? Is it going to have, all of a sudden we see a dude just walking in with a mask on, and he pulls it off. It's Dwayne Johnson, or sorry,
it's James Gunn.
Yeah, it's James Gunn.
Yeah, it's Sean Gunn. It's Sean Gunn. Yeah.
It's James Gunn's wife. Y'all are all getting this wrong.
Oh, that's true. That's right.
That's who's going to show up. Yeah,
Jennifer Holland. Yeah. Okay.
But I'm excited.
Michael Rooker comes back.
Oh,
yeah.
I wish Jennifer Holland showed up though, because that would mean she's recruiting Barry for the new DCU or something.
I know, but I don't want to. See. To me, it's like that whole thing where obviously that was in Shazam: Fear of the Gods, where they showed up, and I'm like, okay, so, but I don't want that to happen in the Flash because it's just Because remember that was the JSA,
Right.
Yeah.
That he was that he was like, and that's why the joke of it wasn't a bad scene. I actually liked it. He's like, wait, the JSA. I like how Shazam was like, I thought I was gonna be part of the Justice League and blah blah blah, but I don't know. I don't want it to be that. I don't know. I don't know what the hell I want for any kind of like lead into the future. I really don't. I almost just kind of want to just wrap it up in a bow. Snyderverse, which I love so much. Yes, I get it. It's not going to be Snyderverse moving forward. I don't know. I honestly don't know what I want.
Your posters are shaking.
The what?
Your posters are shaking.
Oh, I know, right? They're all
they're going to disappear.
I know, exactly. And so is my copy of Zack Snyder's Justice League trilogy that I got signed to. That's going to disappear as well. I know. I don't know. I just don't know what I exactly want. I mean, I already know that I think the film is going to entertain me greatly. But then I'm going to start thinking about like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen at the end of this? It's going to be in my brain, come Monday, like just as I'm watching. So I don't know.
There's so many versions of the ending supposedly that I'm just like,
what
if they do that thing of like remember when they released it was a first Man of Steel teaser with Jonathan Kent and Jor-El voiceovers, but in the theaters each theater had like their own different ones. So what if they just start showing the Flash movie with different endings in different theaters, and people like that's not what
probably
happened.
Could at this point.
That sounds like the post-credit scene for X-Men Origins Wolverine, where you got like three different post-credit scenes or something.
Did they really do that?
Was one of them the Mystique post-credit scene?
No. One was him drinking in a bar in Japan.
That's right.
And then the other one was Deadpool's hand getting his head.
That's what I saw.
And then finally, like his mouth opened up, and it was like, yeah, he's supposed to talk.
Yep.
Merc with the mouth. Hello.
How did they get that so wrong?
I still love the fact that they make fun of it in all the Deadpool movies. Like that's the part.
It has the fact of the matter of that failing and also Green Lantern failing has led to some great jokes in the Deadpool movies. Let's just say that at least. And hopefully a lot more that we get with Deadpool 3.
I'm so ready for Deadpool 3. And the fact they're actually getting Hugh Jackman back. Like the fact that we're finally going to get a full-on Deadpool Wolverine team-up in Deadpool 3. I'm like, I love Logan. I thought Logan was a great send-off for Wolverine. And it still is. It's still there. But I'm getting Hugh Jackman.
In the future.
That's in the future. And I'm going to get huge. And who knows how they're doing Deadpool 3? I have no idea. I just know you're giving me Deadpool and Wolverine. And I'm like,
what if they're just sitting and watching Origins Wolverine make fun of it?
Oh, yeah. There's going to be a lot of jabs to Wolverine Origins.
Sure.
But I wanted to say, I know, Rebecca, you got to go.
Yeah.
So.
I'm gonna get out of here, but it was good to see everybody.
Yeah.
And,
always good to talk to you.
Yeah. We'll chat again.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for joining.
All right.
Bye, Rebecca.
Bye, Rebecca.
Radio, Supergirl Radio.
Yep. And follow me on all the things.
Follow.
Cool. All right. All right.
All
Bye.
right. Bye. All right.
Barry is totally faster than car up. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right. Now that the lady's gone, we could swoon on.
No.
Now that she's gone, he's getting over.
I'm so glad you guys, because I've heard. Scott, I've heard so much about you through Rebecca, but yeah, but then I saw that now that you guys also you and Rebecca, Dave have connected. I was like, oh, I'm so glad that this is all coming together. So,
yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it because I've seen you. I mean, of course, I've heard of you because of Rebecca. Because I never listened to the Flash podcast, but I
don't either.
Yeah, I know that feeling. But I've been there for Supergirl Radio since almost close to the beginning. So it's been nice. So yes, it's finally nice to like share the same space.
Yeah, because we know the internet space can be, it can get a little bit crazy. But I like being part of positive communities, and this, you guys always seem to have a fun time. I've tuned in like whenever Jordan has been on, and I'm like, but also kind of like Scott, when they talk about Metallica, I'm like, Okay, cool.
You're
I
not the
love
only one.
Metallica. Love Metallica. I used to play like when back in the because I'm from the Guitar Hero era. I used to play
Oh,
all Metallica
they had a
songs.
game. I played
Yeah.
the shit out of the Metallica
Oh,
Guitar
Guitar Hero
Hero game.
Metallica is so much fun.
Ooh, so
Which
much
one
fun.
was your favorite Guitar Hero song?
Oh, for Metallica to play? Because I used
No,
to play
any just in general, any
in
song.
general, well, it was probably a Metallica, one of those, probably like Master of Puppets or Battery or something like that was on there, because I would always play the drums on expert mode because, well, I could play the drums. That's the thing. It was the closest to like that I had to like. I never had an actual drum set, even though I knew how to play. I had friends that had it, and I would go, but I just never had an actual drum set. So when that came out, and me and my roommate, we like chipped in and just got it. And we'd have Guitar Hero, and well, we also had Rock Band. Also,
Yeah,
that was
see, I had Rock Band
Rock
Beatles.
Band too.
So we had those kind of parties. Like we would just have parties with like that. We're just like have people over and just play that all night and drink. It was so much fun. So much fun. But Jesus Christ, man. Yeah. I would never I don't have good, coordination with this, so but I was always like, I had coordination when it came to drumming, and I can actually do drumming. So I'd always do expert mode on everything and try doing a Metallica song sometimes. Jeez, I did. Yeah, I was like,
you and Jordan.
I don't need a beer. I need water. Not a beer. Water.
Yeah, you and Jordan should have a Guitar Hero off with Metallica songs at some point.
That would be great. Yeah, we should. That could be funny.
But yeah, my three favorite songs was "Rock You Like a Hurricane," "Through the Fire and Flames," and "Kryptonite." Because like again, Superman is one of my favorites. So like anytime I was over at my friend's house, I was like, "Can we play Kryptonite?" And they're like, "Andy, we've done this like every Friday now." Like I'm like, "But it's Kryptonite, come on." Yeah, with the Flash movie, yes, I'm curious to see how it's gonna all wrap up. Yeah, no, I mean, I want to make sure that because I know I derail so much. I'm sorry.
Dude, we do that all
we
the
all
time.
do.
All
We
the time.
go off on
Tangents.
tangents like
Tangents are
crazy. So
always bound to happen.
You're perfectly okay. You're fine.
You're
that's
fine.
good,
I was
that's
about to
good.
go on a 5-minute rant about Phil's icons on his fucking desktop are driving me fucking insane.
Please do, man. Please.
Why
do.
do you have so many fucking icons on your desktop, dude?
Oh, that's just
Make a
one screen.
folder.
That's just
just
one
what-
screen of
That's
three.
just
Holy
So,
shit.
yeah.
Oh my god!
all my icons are on the. They just happen to be on this screen, not the other two that I have. So sorry,
see,
Ben.
there you go.
Tough. You're gonna have to deal with it.
So
Yeah.
all of it is on one screen. That's nothing wrong with that.
OCD is fucking just like fucking. But go on, Andy.
Yeah, no, I am. But so many desktop icons, so many Batman in one Flash movie. But yeah, I'm. Imagine if all of them were in it. But yeah, just like what you were saying, David. Like of course, I love the Snyderverse. I'd love to see it continue. But like, at this point, I'm excited that the DCU is ending, the Snyderverse is ending, and they're paving way for this new thing. But I'm just excited to finally see. I just want to see the Flash on the big screen again, because there's so. I mean, again, just looking at the Snyder Cut proved what you can do with the Flash cinematically, which is why I'm like, listen, I love the TV show, but like when that time travel scene happened, like I was like, mother effer, why haven't we had that on the CW for such a long time? Like I was sobbing because I was watching a screener version of it, so I was just sitting on with my little laptop and watching, like crying at 4 a.m. in the morning. I'm like, Zach, what have you done to me?
Dude, you don't even know. Like we just saw that. Well, at least Phil, Scott, and we saw it on
half of us
that.
just saw it.
Yeah, half of us. I mean, sorry, Casey and Ben, and Andy, but we saw it on the big screen, and I don't know about you guys, but I got a fucking lump in my throat when that was all happening with the Flash sequence, and I was like, oh my god, look at it. I mean, when he's just like, when he starts phasing. And then all of a sudden, he just like, you got to run. And that shot where he's just like winding up, slow motion. And I was like, good God, look at that. That's the shot.
And the score.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You want to hear a fun fact about that score? So I because I covered the Flash professionally, I get screeners sometimes. So for the one that Oliver Queen came back, there's the scene where like he and Oliver are in the woods. because they usually use like temporary score when they take out screeners. They used the Snyder
Really?
At the speed of force.
Yeah, into the speed of force. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm like, should I tweet this out and let people know that this is what I'm watching right now? But again, I was under embargo, so I couldn't. But like, yeah, I was like, oh, this is kind of hilarious that they're using this.
How was the? By the way, because I'm so far behind. I dropped Flash. I dropped most of the CW after Crisis on Infinite Earth. So I'm still in the middle of Irish Trapped in the Mirrorverse in season 6, just to give you a bookmark of where I am. How was, without spoilers, because I am eventually going to watch it all. How was the Oliver coming back episode? Because I really liked Arrow, and when Arrow ended, I kind of dropped, like my reason for being there kind of dropped. So how was his?
It's very beautiful.
It is.
Yeah, Steve. It's like Steven never left. Like Steven, because when Steven and Grant are together on screen, like there's something that they bring out so much of the best in each other, as well as their characters. And like Oliver shows up in the right moment, like where like something really serious happens with Barry, and Oliver shows up right, when we need to be rewarded. And it's there's Oliver's doing some, like he's doing something that he was not doing when he was alive, that even Barry makes fun of in a light way. So yeah, it feels very much like the old school crossovers. Diggle is in it, of course. We have Keenan Lonesdale back as Wally West. Honestly, if you could watch an episode without because the Flash, what they do is they start doing these graphic novels, but in between each graphic novel they will do these interludes, which is like their replacement word for standalone episodes. So you could watch that episode and not have to really focus on what's going on, because if you've seen season 6 already with Bloodwork, the first half of the season.
Bloodwork,
yeah, because Bloodwork comes back in this episode. It's kind of like a wrap up to his arc. So you could watch this and cry your eyes out of seeing Oliver Queen back again, because it's again, Steven gives a phenomenal performance, and it's actually like a better conclusion to Oliver and Barry's relationship than we even got in Crisis. Like now,
really?
Yeah, because the goodbyes, it was so heartbreaking. But this time, it's a good heartbreak. It's like okay, there's peace now. Like they get to say goodbye to each other, and it's Barry's birthday that Oliver comes back on.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's nice to know, because as someone who started off as such a fan of the Arrowverse, and then as it went on, it became a chore. And
I understand totally.
And so it's nice to know that something that I was kind of looking forward to, like getting to, like a reward, is to know that, oh no, it's going to be worth it when I actually get there. Thank you.
No, of course, no. I mean, it was. Again, you will cry of happiness, you'll cry of sadness, but it's a good feel episode.
Okay.
Definitely.
I saw a clip of like an exchange between Barry and Oliver, and I was like, yeah, it was the bar clip. Yeah, it was the bar clip. I won't say exactly but it was like, yeah, and I was like, oh, okay, because it's a throwback, I guess, kind of thing from when Oliver and Barry when Barry was first trying to become a hero, and of course Oliver was like a mentor.
Oh yeah. Oh Scott, that's when you're gonna break.
It got me choked up. It got me choked up. I didn't spoil it or anything. I'm just saying, like, there's just something right there where I was like, even though I fell off, I remember what the reference was, and I went, oh shit, that's good. I like that. I went, oh damn. Good job. All right.
Yeah.
It could be good.
Hey, it's the same thing as like right now. I told Dave this. I started watching, now that it's over, I started watching season 4 of Titans today. And you know what? It's like the show finally remembered what I liked about season 1.
Oh, shit.
I know. I'm
scared. I'm scared, Scott.
No, I'm telling you this. I'm hitting the halfway point.
I'm damaged goods.
I understand that. Trust me, I was too. Season 3 was just like, why am I still watching this? But season 4, I'm sitting here going, when did someone get like a rock thrown at their head and remembered why I like season 1? And it comes back, and I'm like, thank you. Like I'm not tortured watching season 4.
Where are you right now in season 4?
I'm literally about to start episode 6.
Oh, there's some really good stuff coming up.
That's the thing. I'm gonna have to watch it, but it's not. Has it all been?
It's all done.
Yes, it's all done.
The series finale. The series finale dropped on Wednesday.
I'll binge it because I was just kind of like, I don't know how I want to, because it just seems like with every Titans is like it starts off strong and then it just,
and that's what I'm waiting to make sure. Like Alex, I haven't gotten to the end yet, but right now I'm 5 episodes in, and I'm like, I actually want to watch. Like, I actually want to watch more, Dave. Which is not something like that was not something that happened in season 3 at all. But yeah,
no. Season 3 was too much of the bat. Like they had to get the bat things out of their system. Because I love Red Hood, but like
I didn't even love Red. Like that was the thing. They even ruined Red Hood for me.
Yeah, I didn't like the Red Hood story. I thought the costume looked pretty decent, but I was like,
there was the only part of season 3 was the episode where they ended up killing Hawk. Like that was it. As far
I had to sit on that death for over a month. I knew that was coming well before it happened. A friend of mine told me that was going to happen, and I had to keep my mouth shut about it for like a good month and a half.
I'm glad you did, because it was the best. It was the best episode season 3 had.
Oh my god! And you know what? Like the biggest slap in the face for season 3, as far as I'm concerned, is like, how do you have everyone else in such a great costume yet you don't do a damn thing with Scarecrow?
Yeah, and that actually was apparently problematic on set. So maybe they were you don't get a suit.
Yeah, but I will say I was digging Scarecrow at the beginning. I thought, okay, I like this is different. This is cool. And then it fell off again. It was just like, fuck. I just went like to the point where I was like, all right, you guys, you're setting me up. You're giving me blue balls here, because I'm like, I'm liking what you're giving me. It's feeling good. And then all of a sudden it just goes, and then you just go, no, we're gonna do something that, and I'm like, what? I was there. It's just like, good God, that's what keep getting burned by this goddamn series.
And then I haven't watched any of season 4 of Doom Patrol, because I'm going to do the same thing I did with Titans. Which I'm just going to wait till Doom Patrol is like everything's aired, and then I'll just, because I've been loving Doom Patrol. Like,
Doom Patrol's been great.
Doom Patrol's been fantastic.
I haven't watched the last 2 seasons though.
You're missing out. You're missing out.
I know. I've been one of those where I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna wait. It's gonna end. I'll just binge the rest of it.
I don't like that they've split it up into 2 parts. I do not understand why Titans and Doom Patrol did that. It's like, we're gonna run 6 episodes and then break. I'm like, what is this, a CW? I don't like how you do that.
That's a TV thing. They've done that with TV as well. Like, it's like a TV thing that they do. I don't know.
Like I feel so bad. Scott, I know you love Superman Lois. Like, these random hiatuses that Superman Lois has had this year. I'm like,
no. The worst part was season 2. Season 2, like literally when Ray and I did our episode of DC TV Squadcast on Superman and Lois, the episode was called Superman and Lois Season 2. ... Finally. Like, literally, that was what we called, because it got to the point we just waited till the season ended. And then we just covered the entire season at one time, and literally that's what we called the episode, because we were like, dear God, will you stop with the random ass breaks? I would watch an episode, and then it would be a month till the next episode. And so far, the only thing they've done to me is they took a 1-week break this past week, but I'm getting another episode, Tuesday. But now with the writer's strike, who knows?
No, the finale date has been set, but the problem is, we have 5 episodes left, but there's 6 weeks left, and it comes back next week. So there's gonna be at least one more random week break.
I will take one random week off rather than what season 2 did.
Season 2 was abusive.
Oh my God, I was getting bad.
But thankfully, the writer's strike. The fact that the writer's strike is not affecting. It's not affecting what because they wrapped season 3 before the strike had even happened. So we will.
Good. Okay.
The only thing that could even potentially delay anything with season 3 is just visual effects, because I've heard the visual effects process on that show is brutal. That's why in
because
2,
it actually looks good.
It does look good, but it caused a lot of delays. In season 2, why there was that random break in the middle of the summer?
Yeah, okay.
Because they had to finish the finale because it was so much, so that's why they delayed it 2 more weeks.
With Bizarro World, there was so many visual effects in that finale.
Yeah, if it moved to HBO Max, I would be fine with waiting a full year if it means we get all 13 episodes for 13 weeks. In that case,
even less than that, because HBO Max likes to give you 2 or 3 episodes,
right
off the bat.
Yeah.
And we've never had it with any Arrowverse shows done that before. I would actually love that if they did that. But again, the only thing that makes me nervous about going to Max is because then David Zaslav would have more things to say with Max. And I'm like, I don't trust that man. I don't. If I was working at the IRS, I would not trust this man at all. Because what if they're filming season 4 of Super and he's in the middle? You know what? I'm not feeling it. Let's do tax write-downs again. So that's what I want more Super
But even if it's on Max, wouldn't that? Okay, here's a question. But wouldn't that technically fall under
Casey
DC Studio? Or DC Studios?
No,
DC Studios, I think
Studios.
DC Studios is, I think they'll have to, cooperate with Casey Bloys.
Yeah.
Yeah. As far as I know, something like the Sandman and Superman Lois, they are not part of these studios production deal at least. I'm sure James Gunn could have involvement if they wanted to, but it's I feel again they're trying to move away from some of those things. But again, it's under Max, with Casey Bloys, it's I feel like he ends so much to what David Zaslav wants. It's if David Zaslav is Superman Lois is too expensive, it's too tax right, he's gonna cut it from us. That's the thing. I want more Superman Lois. I just don't know where I want it, because the CW, the CW no more. If you saw the new schedule they presented this week, all these reality and low tier shows, and then
because of the writer's strike, right?
Yep. And they're cheaper too.
Yeah, they're cheaper too. Yeah, they're cheaper too. So I don't know where I want Superman Lois to be at.
I think that show is gone, because it's just that he said the show is good, it's very, very well written, but at the same time it's very expensive to do. So he's already telling you, and also he said that we're not making any money of it. So when he said that we're not making any money of it, it's telling me that show is done. Because the whole point of having anything on any network is to make money off of it. So if you're not making any money of it, that's it.
Just give it an ending, though. Let it have an ending.
I hope they do.
This is the worst part, Scott. The president of the CW said, he said at the upfront this week that the Superman Lois is on the bubble. But guess what? It's ending on a cliffhanger. I'm like, why?
What?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Why would you do? Okay, because
why don't you just end it? Yeah.
Yeah, you have to.
It's like Titans and Doom Patrol. At least they told Titans and Doom Patrol, this is probably your last season.
Yeah.
So
wrap it up.
Wrap it up.
Yeah.
I prefer that. Give me that. Don't do. I come from the 90s. I have so much PTSD from shows getting canceled on cliffhangers in the 90s. Literally any show that came on Fox on Friday nights that wasn't the X-Files. Right?
Netflix is really bad with that too.
But the one thing Netflix is doing that I think is kind of cool, though, is that they got that Dead Boy Detective show.
Yes.
Originally it was supposed to be a spinoff from Doom Patrol, because they introduced the Dead Boy Detectives on Doom Patrol,
and then they recast everyone.
They recast everyone. But according to Neil Gaiman, that's because it's being absorbed into the Sandman universe, which is where the Dead Boy Detectives were originally introduced. So the recasting works, because now instead of being a spinoff from Doom Patrol, it's going to be treated as a spinoff from the Sandman.
Yeah, and I think maybe something with maybe the finale will have a setup for the Sandman.
Well, there's an issue. If they keep on doing what they're doing, which every episode is an issue of Sandman, I mean, they're going to get to the issue that the Dead Boy Detectives were created in. because once again, if you've not watched The Sandman on Netflix, watch The Sandman on Netflix.
So good. It's so good.
Very good.
very good.
But we also have somebody that's joining right now too from the land down under. We got Mr. Axel Droga. Sorry, you've been backstage for this whole time. Look at he's scrolling on his phone.
He's not even acknowledging you.
Yeah.
He doesn't even care. You know.
I think his headphones aren't even
Yeah.
on. So
Yeah.
It's too cool to be
Does he
part of this
actually know
crew.
that he's actually?
Wait. Let's wait. If he looks up at the screen,
It's gonna be
No.
funny because he's just like he has no clue,
Nope.
or he's doing a very awesome acting job.
I did not know when you were going to add me on, so
Somebody mark that. Somebody mark that.
2 hours,
Timestamp.
20 minutes, like
2 hours,
45
20
seconds.
minutes. Sorry.
oh, that was beautiful.
Oh my God, that needs to be a GIF. That needs
Yes.
to be
Oh.
a GIF.
Oh,
Oh,
damn it.
Oh shit!
You look so it's peaceful.
Dude,
Like it was like you're like
This
just
is why,
going through
this is why I
whatever.
love Axel, man, because you know he's such a goofball. I love the kid. I love it. The fact that he was just boop, 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 and I'm like, is he faking it or not?
No, I was actually just wondering, like, when is he going to bring me on? Like, we're talking about Titans. I've got so much stuff to talk about with Titans and my problems with it. And then we talk about
I don't want to hear about problems right now because I'm actually enjoying season 4. So, you know.
Well, I'm not going to say anything, man.
I love season 4,
Hey,
but I think you'll be very happy.
Phil, you know what? But you're trying to get me to watch Gotham Knights, so you know what?
I told you straight up, I am not a salesman. I told you, you knew what you were getting into. I did not at all try and sell you on watching that show. You asked me.
I like
my
Gotham
thoughts.
Knights.
Okay, Andy. Hold on. Axel, before you do
Go
that,
ahead.
Andy has just Andy. So if you're a salesman, are you going to try to sell me on Gotham Knights? Because I haven't watched a single episode of that show.
What just happened? Why am I having to pitch? Why am I having to sell something?
Because
that's
Phil,
my dad. My dad was a salesman. But that did not get passed on to my DNA.
Same deal.
Because Phil said he wasn't a salesman, but yet he's telling people. When he tells me check out Gotham Knights, then I'm like, okay, sell it to me. And then he's like, fuck. How am I supposed to do this?
I would look at Gotham Knights as okay. Yes, it is another show without
Batman.
but.
Yeah.
I like them. It's a good mystery show with the Court of Owls and who killed Batman, and some of these kids are actually pretty likable. But what's carrying the show is Misha Collins as Harvey Dent.
Okay,
where a lot of that's kind of vein from. Yeah, I agree.
But again, do I think this is a show that will live on for 5 seasons? Hell no. But it's
gonna end this year. Like it's gonna get one season.
Yeah, and they're gonna probably try and frame it as it was like limited event series, Gotham Knights. I saw apparently because Gotham Knights comes out on HBO Max after each episode is aired in certain other countries, and I saw there was on the tab you go to HBO Max, it says Gotham Knights the series. And I'm like, did they already know? Did they already know that it's this is it?
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely watchable. It's is it a masterpiece? Is it something out of this world? No, but it's definitely not as bad as the trailers, the marketing. Because I even said this to the showrunners when I interviewed them. It's you guys got screwed by the marketing.
The marketing sucked.
Marketing
was horrible.
Yeah, but the actual show is pretty interesting.
It plays with some interesting ideas, right? Because it's using elements of Scott Snyder's Court of Owls. It's using elements of The Dark Knight Returns in some respect, and the overall look of the show isn't bad. If you like CW,
it's fine with how many eyes.
With how many
25.
Fine.
Fine.
It's fine.
I think I would say it's pretty enjoyable. I'm not gonna say it's the best show ever, but it's pretty enjoyable. And also I love because the showrunners they're such nerds. They love Batman animated series. So they actually they apparently really wanted the air balloon ships really in their Gotham.
Oh, they wanted blimps, really?
Yeah, they wanted blimps, and I think we actually got good blimps. This Gotham City is filmed in Atlanta, which is where Doom Patrol films. So again, this actually feels like a new Gotham City, but also something kind of a little bit familiar. Because I swear to God, if this show had been filmed in Vancouver, I cannot do this anymore. I know all these shows keep reusing Vancouver so much, and I'm like, oh, where Barry is standing right now, that's where Oliver stood last week, or that's where Carl was last week. It's like, I feel like I've seen Vancouver without having stepped my foot into Vancouver. So, Scott, I think Gotham, I think you would enjoy it to some degree. Again, not a masterpiece, but there are some good elements, and I always love a good mystery drama within DC. So, and the Coral Owls are like they're pretty intense.
Okay. Okay. I mean, you guys keep us saying Court of Owls, and that's enough to make in case. And you gotta understand, I own every issue.
What the fuck?
What just wait, who is that?
That's Ezra with a mustache.
It is.
Oh my god!
What the fuck?
Wow. In case people need to know, if I saw someone with glasses and then someone becomes Superman, I could totally believe that they're two different people. Because here's an example: I clearly thought that was a different person.
Wow.
That's. I mean, that's why when everybody talks about the whole glasses thing, you'd be surprised how people would be. Yeah, because some people might be like, "Who is that?" It's like that's Ezra with a mustache, right there.
Well, it's kind of like what I learned during the pandemic. That like literally.
That was Ezra Gonzalez, by the way.
Ezra Gonzalez.
Ezra Gonzalez.
Well, it was kind of like during the pandemic, it was amazing how just covering this much as your face, I couldn't recognize a damn, like I couldn't tell if someone took their mask off. Like I didn't recognize them because it's amazing when you're only seeing this part of their face and not seeing this part, how hard it is to visually like recognize somebody. So I learned a little bit about how, that mask thing is ridiculous. And I went, no, it's really not. You really can't tell who a person is. Wow.
Yeah. When it comes to the glasses, it's like, I think like any like normal person would probably be like, if they saw Clark Kent, they would be like, whatever. But if you worked with him daily, you might be like, you know what? Jesus Christ, dude, you got some broad shoulders. Your hair, pretty fucking good.
I love the broad.
Yeah, you got some broad shoulder. I don't know this guy, and I will appreciate, regardless of the director, Brian Singer, which is what I'm talking about. Talking about Superman Returns. I know that fuck that guy, who knows, whatever. But
fuck that movie in general.
Yeah, I know, but they did.
The movie's got some good. They had some points.
I love the flights. I love what
James Marsden actually does reference. He goes, "Have you ever looked at Clark?" And he's looking at Clark, and he's like, "You ever notice that he looks kind of familiar?" So they do kind of poke fun.
How tall would you say he is?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
and Clark
I like those little things where people go, the fucking dude Superman, how do you not see it, kind of thing. So but I did appreciate that. I don't know if James Gunn's gonna do any kind of thing like one thing I'm gonna I wonder about, because when it comes to James Gunn's Superman, and I was kind of thinking about this today too, because when you look at Matt Reeves' Batman, because I remember I saw somebody, I forgot exactly, it was on some kind of Twitter thing, or maybe it was part of my Twitter, I don't know, I can't remember, but the fact of that they talked about how the fact that Robert Pattinson was Batman so much in the Batman, and I'm like, okay, so how much of Superman is going to be in? But then I go to, and I actually wanted to like get your guys' opinions on James Gunn's top 5 CBM list too. I wanted to talk about, which we'll get to, but at the same time, I'm just like, I remember him talking about, he just talked about, how playful Superman is when he was talking about the Donner Superman. And I'm just like, okay, so how much, I just wonder, like, what's the balance going to be? Is it going to be like 50-50, 60-40? Is it going to be mainly Superman? I'm just kind of wondering about that. I love the fact that Matt Reeves was like, now Bruce is like, he just wants to be Batman right now. Like, that's it. When it's daylight, he puts sunglasses on. It's like, yeah, it's just.
And that was a deleted scene, where he's reading the newspaper and he has the sunglasses on. That was a deleted scene. I don't remember.
No, but he puts the sunglasses. But he does put the sunglasses on when he's
eating
in the fruit. When he wakes up.
He walks down. Yeah.
I think that. I think to your point, Dave. Though I think what made it so. I think the reason so many people made a point about that in the Batman was because we've gone through so many Batman movies where he's barely like people have clocked like how much Batman is in a Batman movie, and when you look at the amount of time compared to the runtime of the film, you're like, this movie has Batman in the title, and Batman's barely in it. So I felt like the Batman was almost revolutionary in the fact of almost every time he was on screen, he was Batman, and I don't feel like we quite have that quote problem in Superman movies. I always feel like there's always been a good balance in most movies between Superman and Clark.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know if if the same conversation is going to happen, because I don't think there's been that perceived issue with a Superman movie. Like, I would say it's almost become a meme in a Batman movie of how much Batman are we getting in this Batman movie.
Okay.
I think he should focus on making a good movie, period. Because if you look,
who does that?
I know, right?
Yeah, fuck that.
If you look at
Certainly
Batman
not
Begins,
Gunn. Did you watch Guardians of the Galaxy? Horrible. Nah.
He was just fart jokes. I haven't seen it.
if you watch the first Batman Begins, that movie has Batman like 25% in
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it makes sense. It makes
But
sense.
it makes sense. So
Right, 'cause it's an old movie.
but at no point, I didn't notice that until after the movie. At no point I said, "What the fuck is Batman?" I just was submerged in this experience of watching this movie unfold. So I'm not too caught up on how much Batman, how much Superman, or how much Clark I'm gonna get out of this movie. I just want him to tell a cohesive, good layer story that is gonna set the foundation for this entire universe. Pretty much it.
It sounds like, based on what James kind of said, that because this is not an origin story, I'm almost wondering if he's looking to the Batman as inspiration of, like, okay, we're gonna focus on an established Superman already, so maybe that will be more easier to kind of then have the transition between him and Clark, because like in Man of Steel, like, you have to have a lot of Clark before we can get Superman, because we need to establish who this man is.
I don't think we need that anymore, because look at the Spider-Man movie. Like, we already know that his origin story. Like, we got Batman on year 2. We already know his origin story. So telling like his origin story will be like kind of redundant. Like, everybody knows his story.
Well, that's glad. I'm glad that's why I'm glad that Gunn isn't doing an origin story. That he's just doing, like, when we see Superman Legacy, he's already gonna be there at the scene. Like, maybe it's like his second or third year as Superman. Like, he's not like he's still learning to be be a hero, but he's also not completely new at it.
I think.
Can I say something? Like, I feel like Superman Legacy, because of the name Legacy is in there, I feel like it should be a Superman who's well into his career, and it should be about him mentoring John, like his son, because I feel like it should have been based off like that Rebirth story, Son of Superman, that I really like. And
is that the one where he has
I get
suit?
Yeah, but that's the type of legacy.
Yeah,
what if it's established legacy or building up a legacy?
You can interpret the title one way or the other. You can
that
take
title
it
is
as,
for James Gunn, not for Superman.
Yeah, but I think to Axel and Ben's point, you could interpret it one of two ways. In that you could take it one way and have it be, you could do a story where he is mentoring a John Kent Superman. But I think, to Ben's point, there is a point where, and to even answer Dave's question directly, and even after listening to Gunn talk about his top 5 Superman films and having Superman 78 be in there, and having him talk about the spirit of Christopher Reeve and how Christopher Reeve was able to capture just that spirit, that warmth, that kindness, that I think he wants to invoke Superman again. Because as much as I love Man of Steel and that whole trilogy, I honestly think they are like the pinnacle of comic book trilogies for me. I think just after watching that GQ interview or GM interview, whatever it was that James Gunn did, thank you, GQ. They clearly, Zack Snyder and James Gunn, have a very different approach to how Superman should be perceived in live action. And I think it's going to be a little 60-40, and I think we're going to see something a little bit more in line with Christopher Reeves. But I mean that in the sense of, I think Gunn is going to be looking for someone who's going to invoke that, where when you see them smile, and I know people are going to hate me talk about this, but it is what it is with this character. Like, I think when you see this, whoever he cast as Superman, like, just smile and like maybe give a kitten to a kid, or like, save the kid from a falling building, whatever. Like, when he smiles, you're going to see, I would imagine the emotion that Gunn is going for is to invoke hope. But I don't know. Like, I think what actually does happen with Superman Legacy, it really does kind of boil down to who gets cast and how much time they are going to be spending as Superman and Clark Kent. Because I think the balance, you have to do a different kind of balance there. You can't just do, at least from Batman's perspective, we've had so many movies with Batman where he was in it, but it was like also there was a large portion of Bruce Wayne. I think Matt Reeves made the smart decision of being like, no, I'm going to do a Batman movie. If you're going to do a Superman movie, well, I think Zack Snyder kind of already did the heavy lifting there and did a Superman movie with Clark Kent as he was before he was at the Daily Planet. This is going to be a little bit different because as we know, he is 2 or 3 years in and he will be at the Daily Planet. We're going to see Clark Kent at the Daily Planet. We're also going to see Clark Kent as Superman. Like that balance of what it's going to be between like Man of Steel and Christopher Reeve, yet to be determined. I don't know.
I feel like in the Snyderverse, the Superman role was more than Clark though, because Clark really wasn't that explored. So I feel not just because of that, but because of how Gunn approaches his writing, because to him characters come first. So he wants to establish, Clark Kent with and his relationship with other characters. So I feel like he would be successful more in doing that by having more Clark Kent scenes, as he would have to, interact with Lois Lane, Jimmy Olsen, whatever. So to do that, and Martha and John Kent, obviously, and to do that, you need to have more Clark Kent scenes. So I feel like that would be more.
I think when it came to where Snyder approached it, is like, I mean, as much as like when it came to BVS, obviously he really had to tackle Clark. I really love the fact that he didn't establish Clark Kent, the Clark Kent that we know at the Daily Planet and the classes, right, until the very end, which I thought was great because we didn't need the origin story of it was almost like when it came to BVS, it was like, okay, we have Clark Kent, and obviously, which sucked when it came to the theatrical, is the fact that we lost one Clark Kent scene. So when you watch the ultimate cut, you get those Clark Kent scenes where it's like, motherfucker could just, fly to Gotham if he wanted to. But he's gonna take the boat, of course, and he's gonna walk around.
I think Barry might have wanted to see if he could fly.
But there's always that question too of like, who knows? But
when we saw Clark in the Daily Planet, he was an assertive Clark. He was not the Clark Kent from the comics or the Clark Kent from
he was very straightforward
from the Donner version. He was very assertive. Hey, how about this? The bad case, whatever.
He was still getting bullied by Perry though.
Everybody gets bullied by Perry.
Lois gets bullied by Perry. I mean,
but he's in essence, that character should have been shy to speak in a meeting or even voice his opinion, because like to Superman, that is pedestrian. Like that's meaningless. Like, I'm just playing this character for a little while, and I can and play the stupid guy in the room, and that was not in that movie. And I get it because Zack Snyder wanted to give you a different look on this character, and I appreciate every bit of it. But I think I think Dave said that, and Chris brought it up on last night live stream on the Real Emotion. That I think what James Gunn is going to go for is something that lives in between the Donner Superman and Zack Snyder Superman. So that way, everybody that is
like Tyler Hoechlin.
Tyler Hoechlin no, he's not.
There's no Jimmy Olsen.
He's not, because he doesn't have Jimmy Olsen. He's not in Metropolis. He's not, there's a lot of things that he's not doing that I would consider like living in between the Donner and Zack Snyder.
Well, okay, Ben, would it be more like George Reeves?
Yes.
Damn, you're old.
That God damn, Scott. Yes, because George Reeves. Because if you look at George Reeves,
look at George Reeves. Yes, he's a swagger to him. Yes.
Huh. So, is that show streaming anywhere? I've never been able to find that.
I saw every episode when it premiered.
And
no, he's kind of that old.
Of
And
course.
I'm not
and
I'm not that
Clark-
old. What I did
and
that was
Clark
my
in,
first.
And then Clark is very more serious in the animated series. Like he's like my favorite episodes where like he's trying to like it's the one with the death sentence, Scott.
The late
I don't
Mr.
know.
Kent.
I think you know what
Yeah.
I'm talking about. Yeah, I think.
I
So.
feel like
Yeah,
the
I think
one
it's
thing that he should not do is do completely like Christopher Reeves, because I don't think
No,
Yeah.
He
that
won't.
kind of Clark wouldn't work today.
No.
Even for the Amazing Spider-Man movies, right? They had this amazing teenager who's supposed to be the smartest kid in the college and stuff, and if you kind of play it like Tobey Maguire played it, I don't think it would have worked that well. I know a lot of people complain about the Andrew Garfield Peter Parker, but I feel like that is more realistic today, because you don't
That's my
see
favorite
those
Peter
type
Parker.
of. Thank you.
Well, he was a
yes.
different kind of nerd. He was like the cool nerd.
He was a yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
because that's what was happening during that time. I mean, this is like what? When-
2012.
Yeah, 2012. I mean, that's the thing is like you had the nerds. I mean, skateboarding and fucking, it was just like it was a different kind of nerd. There was no issue like when it came to Andrew. That's why he's my favorite when it comes to Peter Parker and Spider-Man.
same.
I think, yeah, but at the same time, it's just the story. Like sometimes the story went, what the fuck? It's like it was like one of those like, what? There's a secret subway thing right here. That's weird. I don't know.
Why are there coins instead of a calculator?
Yeah, exactly. There's just stuff. It was just
yeah.
certain ideas that they had.
And Andy, to your question, no. Man, this is the thing that sucked when it went from DC Universe to HBO Max. Like
Yeah.
you used to be able to stream the George Reeves show
Yeah.
on DC Universe. It's
And
not
John
a,
Ship Flash TV show and like and everything.
Yeah, it was there. Yeah.
yeah. But no,
Oh
it's
yeah, that was
not.
one of the first things I watched was when I got the DC Universe app was rewatching all the Flash 90 episodes. That was like the first thing I did. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, but no, the George Reeves show is not currently streaming anywhere. I just happen
Oh,
to
there's
own,
episodes on YouTube, I bet.
I'm sure.
Probably.
But I happen to own the box sets because that was one of the good things that when Superman Returns came out, like basically if there was a Superman thing to be released on DVD, it got released. So I have the complete series on.
That was
on
smart they did
DVD.
that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they did that. That's also how I got, Birds of Prey on DVD, like the WB show.
No, I remember. I grew up on that show.
Yeah, you remember the Birds of Prey
that,
show?
That theme
Okay.
song, I begged my sister to get me that song. Back when Spotify didn't exist, kids.
Napster. We had Napster. That's what we had.
Napster, Livewire. Livewire. So many viruses.
Yeah, that was equivalent. That was equivalent of your computer getting AIDS.
Yes.
Yes.
Blue screens of death.
I want to add something about this the Christopher Reeve thing because I've I've had to fight people about this. I get nervous talking about the Reeve franchise because listen, Christopher Reeve is absolutely one of my favorites. Superman, like I literally wrote an essay about him in high school. Like that's how much impact he had on me. But yes, I understand wanting to honor the spirit of those movies. Wait! What were you showing? Sorry, I was like,
This is the limited edition Steelbook 4K collection of the Reeve movies. There was only there was only about 13,000 of these produced.
Nice.
So, sorry, Andy. There's another gag you got to understand if you're not familiar is that Scott has props.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, anytime we talk about things, like probably about 80% of the time, he has it in arm's length. And he'll be like, "Oh yeah, this, yeah." So
except for the dark side statue.
That nothing like that's an arm's length. Come on.
No, but what I was going to say was that I understand wanting to honor those movies, and like when people talk about like Tyler Hoechlin's Superman, like oh my god, it's the best thing since Christopher Reeve Superman. Here's the thing. Christopher Reeve Superman is a great starting foundation point for what the character can be in media. But we need to let the character evolve, just like how he's evolved in comics. Like one reason, like I love Tom Welling's Superman. I love Dean Cain's Superman, even though Dean Cain says a lot of nonsense things these days. I love Tyler Hoechlin's Superman. I love Henry Cavill's. They're all their own different Superman. They're not just continuing on what the other one did. Like they're actually they're all each unique individuals as this character. But like when I remember when Tyler Hoechlin came into Supergirl as Superman, I'm like, they're playing it so safe. Where like there's almost like there's nothing unique to his Superman. But then when we get to Superman Lois, it's like,
it's a different ballgame.
It's a different ball game. Like I can see some of the Snyder influence even there, even if they won't acknowledge it. But it's like Superman Lois is so influenced by Zack Snyder's Superman. Like there's no joke about it. But like
which is ironic. Which is really ironic given who works on that show. Has a name on that show.
Yeah. He doesn't work.
He doesn't work on the show though.
Yeah, it's just a legacy. It's just a legacy credit he gets. Like he was like, he
was there for promotion for the first season quite a bit, if I'm not mistaken.
He was in one special they did when the pilot aired, but
that's what it was.
That was it.
Yeah. What I was gonna say was that when he went to Superman Lois, Clark got to like we got to start to see Tyler be his own Superman a lot more. But another thing, like with Superman Legacy, David's right. The bumbling Christopher Reeve Superman thing, like it wouldn't work today.
No,
and like that's why I'm like I will defend till my lungs give out that Henry Cavill is one of the best Superman. Is because we see someone that I love seeing him doubt himself. I love the fact that he doesn't have all the answers. I love the fact that he's so multi-layered. And yes, for people who like he never smiles, he does.
He does many times.
Yeah, so like there's a reason I was blushing a lot in the theaters whenever he was smiling. Like, oh my goodness.
No, but I mean, I talked about it on Wednesday's Film Junkie Live. Is the fact that I was like, he has to come up with this balance. I've said it on live streams before. What Gunn needs to do is he can't go full Donner campy, which I think he knows that he doesn't have to do that, but he's not going to go full on what Zach did. I mean, I know that he's probably studied those movies like crazy. It's like, I got to find something right in the middle because there's a huge fan base that loves this movie. And of course there's just, most people love the Donner Superman, let's face it. Because, as Casey says, Henry Cavill's not universally loved.
Fuck you, Casey.
It's not. It's telling the truth.
I know. You know what?
But I think it's also.
I don't want it to be that way, but
I know. Exactly. It's one of those things.
It's also pretty safe to say that not every version of Superman is universally loved outside of Christopher Reeve either, though.
Yeah. True. Very true.
I was watching this episode of South Park today, and Christopher Reeve was on there, and holy shit.
Oh, I know. Is that with the stem cell research?
Yes.
No, I know exactly what episode you're talking about.
So fucked up.
I can only imagine.
If people want a great episode of Christopher Reeve on the Superman property, I would watch him in Smallville season 2.
Smallville, yes, when he showed up. Oh, that was such a good episode.
I remember when that aired.
Yeah, I remember when that aired too. I was so freaking excited. Because and then also the role he plays in that, like what his character is doing in that episode is just
passing the baton.
Yes.
100%. Yes.
I was like 9 years old watching that, and like I saw
9 years. I was in college, Andy. I was in college.
I had a mortgage in the house.
Yeah. Smallville began when I was like 7 years old. So I was like,
how old are you, Andy?
I'm 29.
Okay, I'm 31. So we're about this. Yeah, I was about the same age.
First season of Smallville was my freshman year of college. So yeah.
I was ready with a kid in a house.
And Christopher Reeve, he does come back later in that season, or I think in season 3. But like that, when Rosetta aired, like it was like, and they played when they played a little bit of the.
They hear a little bit of the dun da 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 da. Yeah,
and they cut the commercial. I'm like, how dare you cut the commercial here? I hope that James Gunn just understands that Superman is a character that is constantly evolving. If we go back to Christopher Reeve again, it's like this is why I'm so afraid of the internet, is because like if I say one thing that isn't even not insulting to Christopher Reeve, they're like, "Oh my God, you hate the Christopher Reeve movie." I'm like, "No, I love them," but it's like we need to, like, he needs to grow. Like,
Dude, who doesn't remember? Okay, the problem is people don't remember what happened with Superman Returns, and it's like we've been here, we done
tried.
that. Someone tried to just copy that, and it failed miserably, and we lost Superman cinematically for another,
almost 10 years.
Almost 10 years.
Yeah. 7 years, yeah.
It was 7 years from Superman Returns to Man of Steel. So,
So thank God for Smallville that we had Smallville, like filling in. And I remember like there was a radio interview that Zach did, and I remember like he was like, "God bless Smallville." That's why I'm like, okay, this is my man, this is my dude, because that's the thing. Like he, loves but people like he doesn't like Superman. He doesn't pay attention. I'm like, he loves comics and he loves Smallville. Like this, this proves everything that you. So for me, I just. Yeah, Superman Returns. Oh, I had to force myself to watch that movie. I've only seen it once, and I hate it with such a passion. I only like when he saves the plane because
saving the plane is the best part of that movie.
Yeah. The only good part of that movie.
For 2006, those are like great visuals.
Oh no,
when he's carrying the island, it's pretty cool too.
It's fine.
What? When he's carrying the island, it's like two pieces of kryptonite going into his chest.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But I just was like, all they did was amplify the fact that Lex is like selling more
land.
Yeah,
that's really funny.
The premise.
It's a really wrong premise. We're having a conversation about the casting of Superman, and I watched Superman Quest for Peace earlier today, just purely because I had not seen it since I was a young child. But I also wanted to revisit it purely just to see how Christopher Reeve's performance was. The movie itself withstanding. Just like seeing there's just something different about seeing Christopher Reeve, no matter what movie of his you're watching, where he is inherently just Superman throughout the majority of it, if not the entirety of it. And I think there's something that's just to be said there. And I think you need that for any actor occupying the role, be it Henry Cavill, Tyler Hoechlin, George Reeves, Christopher Reeve, doesn't matter. You kind of need something like that to have that presence that Superman has. And so I really just watched Quest for Peace just to see that presence that Reeves carries throughout the entirety of it. And also like, revisiting that whole Lex Luthor bit of him breaking out of prison with Lenny Luthor and John Cryer.
Oh my God, I just thought these guys just joined the stream too. Ben, don't do this to me.
No, Ben's like bringing up all the these guys right here. I mean, obviously, wow, there's two of them that kind of looks like Cavill. Who
Devin Cornswell does definitely look like him.
Yeah, Cornsweat does, but who's that other guy?
I'm sorry, his last name.
Andrew Richardson.
No.
I don't know who the fuck is Andrew Richardson, and I don't know who the fuck is Tom Brittany. I never seen them
know
or heard about them before.
On that list.
He looks more like a villain. I'm not gonna lie.
He plays a villain on Euphoria.
I know. That's
and he you know what he reminds me? He reminds me of Matt Dillon.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, a little bit like Matt Dillon from The Outsiders.
From The Outsiders, yeah.
I was saying it on Endless Multiverse tonight that I think the reason Jake Lordy is even considered is because like some people are just like, let's just find a tall, big dude with black hair that can act. And
it's because his last name.
But isn't that like 95% of Hollywood brunette white guy?
Yeah,
Hollywood is white.
Yes, very much so. All right, guys, this is about the time that I need to jump off. Yeah,
I gotta go. I know you were saying like the next break. I was like, I don't know when the break's gonna be, Scott.
Yeah. That was 22 minutes ago.
It was 22 minutes ago. And guess what? I'm just forcing it to happen now.
You have to. Yeah.
So, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast, the DC Squadcast, wherever podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com. We are a fan-supported network, so head on over to patreon.com/squadcastmedia, where $5 a month gets you exclusive RSS feed of over 400 pieces of content. And of course, every Sunday night at 9 o'clock Central, find me here with this guy at the newly rebranded DC Fanimated stream, where this Sunday night we start Superman the Animated Series with The Last Son of Krypton Part 1. We'll see you guys Sunday night. Dave, thank you so much. I will see you then.
Take it easy. All
Take it
right.
easy,
Saturday.
See ya.
Yeah. All right. Cool.
Dave, check out what I'm sharing. It's a funny image.
So
they actually paid homage to Action Comics one in that South Park episode, and they got him standing after, like, I don't even know if I can describe it, after sucking the blood out of fetuses, which is so fucked up.
Wow.
That's South Park. That's South Park, man.
That's why I'm a Family Guy person.
I like both, but yeah, like I've just been binge watching South Park, and it's so freaking funny. Holy shit!
Yeah, I look at David, and I'm like, this is, oh my god, he is. Again, he looks too much like Henry Cavill. That's why I almost don't want him to be cast.
Right?
I'm just gonna
reiterate. Dude, you look too
It's just gonna remind us of Cavill again.
The guy on the left kind of looks like Eminem with hair.
I just feel so
oh my
bad.
god, you're right. It does look like Eminem.
Yeah.
Steven starts rapping.
Now let's get down to business.
They're like Andrew Richardson looks like and David Carswell look almost like they're cousins or brothers.
Yeah, Andrew he looks like a good young Bruce Wayne. Just shave the beard and straighten that hair a little bit. I could see a good Bruce Wayne there.
I feel so bad for whoever gets cast as Superman in this movie. So bad for them. Not because I think they're going to do a bad job, but because I know there's going to be so much just vitriol.
It's not even.
It's not even.
It's not even like the difference between what Christian Bale and Brandon Routh and their successors were. Now you're literally,
I thought you said Kristen Bell, like as from
I know. Brandon Routh was
sorry. I was like,
so it's like James Gunn did not, basically Henry Cavill is not returning, and he's bringing in a new person, so he has to be twice, he has to do twice the job of convincing people.
Yeah,
and plus he's got to be prepared for
the backlash. Social media is a no for him.
But I think we say that because we are in this Zack Snyder verse bubble. I think outside of that, people they just waiting for Superman.
The general audience doesn't care.
Yeah, the general audience is just waiting for Superman.
They watch the Batman just fine.
Yeah,
exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
See, that's the thing, and then it's funny too because there's people out there that are just like. When it came to Snyderverse stuff, you could tell like the people who weren't fully on board with that, which is totally fine. But they were like when they saw what Zack was doing, especially after seeing the full trilogy, you're like, oh, you're like, yeah, we tried to tell you back in 2016. It's like one of those things, right? We try to tell you, and they realize it, but now they're just kind of like, all right, we're not doing that again. Now we're starting from from scratch, and I think that's. That's one of those things where like I said at the beginning was like the fact that that we're all eyes are on this. And when it came to Cavill, I remember that was when I first started doing videos. I was doing just random, I started this whole thing, and I remember calling Henry Cavill Henry Cavill because I had no idea how to say his fucking name.
Right.
And I was like, who the hell is this guy? And blah blah blah, but now that was a whole different time. I wasn't actively on Twitter. I wasn't actively on any social media. I was just like, hey, let's try to post a YouTube video. Cool. Now everything is so like eyes on, like, all right, who's he going to get? And like everybody's just looking at it. And of course, he's going to get, no matter what, he's going to get hate thrown towards him, James Gunn. And then of course, even the guy who does it, it's like one of those things where like literally like, hey, you got the job. Yeah. Like, and I think somebody said, yeah, don't go on social media or something. Or if you do, just like remember, there is hopefully going to be a lot of more positive than there is negative, because there's going to be a whole lot of negative, but I think there's probably going to be a lot of positive, which is usually the case. There's usually more positive, but sadly, us being humans, we always focus on the negative more than the positive for some reason.
They're probably gonna warn him or her about, like, who the
him or her. Oh.
Like, who are we
Okay.
talking
Did you
about?
say him or her?
Oh, I thought you meant. I thought we were talking about the whole cast. Oh, like,
No,
Well,
no,
I
no.
mean,
I
to
was
be
talking
fair,
about
that's
Superman. I was like,
to be
oh,
fair,
are they gonna rate? Are they gonna gender bait?
I mean, to be
Oh,
fair, him or
God.
her, you could apply that to both, Lois Lane and Superman.
True.
'Cause-
That's what I think that's what Axel was trying to say. But yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. Because even like the actress who gets Lois Lane also is gonna be like, well, not my Lois Lane, you know? I'm all
I mean,
about
I
Margot
feel
look at the
like-
hate for the look at the
Harry
hate that Amy
Hatfield.
Adams got when she got cast. She's like, she's a redhead. She's too old. She's older than Henry Cavill, and like I'm like,
She was
Who
fantastic.
cares?
she was
I remember
fantastic.
Who cares?
I
You
feel
know,
like
I
one
think-
of the things for the going for the movie is that James Gunn is well liked by audiences and critics.
That's
So that streak is going. But another thing that we have to look for, especially for me, if I have to look forward to this movie for James Gunn, is that he has never tackled a big top tier character. It's
True.
always been
true.
this
Lesser
secondary
known.
or tertiary characters, and he has done a great job with them.
Yeah,
But this will be the first time he would be tackling a major character that people are, especially with a new universe starting, people are especially looking at this as like, this has to be good, and this is the first time James Gunn is doing that, so we really don't know how he will do it. And that's kind of what's making me intrigued about this, because we really don't know how much of his Gunnisms is gonna come into this movie. So it's interesting.
But the fact of the matter is like the fact that we have a Superman director that, as much as Gunn wasn't on the top of my list, or even like in the top 5 or whatever the hell, the fact that you just said Gunnisms is like, oh, we have a director who has actually already have a signature. It's like, all right, that's kind of cool. And the fact is like, all right, so now he has to be like, I can't
Different.
I got to be different. Yeah, it's different, but I also got to be different from what I've made previously, because
Right.
again, I mean, there's a lot, all eyes are on this fucking movie. I mean, more than I think. I mean, I think though that the next in line is the Fantastic Four movie, maybe. I don't know. Like, it just seems like when it comes to CBM world or superhero world, is the fact that there's just so much riding on this for the DC universe. And I think when it comes to Marvel, they're also kind of struggling a little bit, but they're still pumping out things. And Guardians was a hit, which was good because it was James Gunn. But at the same time, it's like, okay, but when it comes to moving forward, when it comes to the MCU, everybody's kind of going like, yeah, what's going on with this Fantastic Four movie? I think this is, or X-Men. What's going on with that? And everybody's just eyes on this Superman movie to be like, hey, what do we got here? Like, and it's funny too, because when I see people on the timeline go like, it almost seems like they just want this or that, or they want this, and
They want a
it's
checklist, pretty much.
There's a checklist, but at the same time, when it comes to general audience, it almost seems like it's like, okay, so like again, it's like that balance. You want something in between Man of Steel and Superman 80, not 80, almost at 89, 78, yeah. Wow.
And Superman hasn't even been a super profitable character since the beginning. Like, all movies till now have not reached $1 billion, or even the most recent one, even with a movie with Batman in it and Wonder Woman in it, didn't do that. So they have even more pressure to. You don't have to hit $1 billion, but you'll have to like look at that thing that people are extremely critical when it comes to Superman.
This is true. And I also think that unlike Batman and even Spider-Man, where you have a couple different versions that, more or less have their giant fan bases, I don't know that you can say that about Superman in live action. I mean, yeah, people do love Christopher Reeve, and there is a smaller love for Brandon Routh, but a large love for Henry Cavill. But I also think there's a big challenge there again with a new Superman, a new Lois Lane, because of all of this that we're talking about. Like, they have to do in almost double the time now to convince people that what they're doing is going to be something different that general audiences haven't seen either. And I think that's something that needs to be kept in mind, is like this new Superman movie really has to be, you can't go one way with it, like, Bryan Singer and Brandon Routh did, because we've seen what happens there, and we've seen what happens, with Henry Cavill. Well, that was also due to a lot of studio nonsensical bullshit that we didn't deserve. None of us deserved. No one deserved. But this new movie does have a lot riding on it, and it will probably make or break this universe, I think.
And even the character of Superman.
I don't think it
do
will.
we know
Before saying will make or
Sorry,
break the
that
universe.
comment was funny.
Saying that it will
Sorry,
break.
bro. Thank you for the $2 super chat, though. But yeah, that was there
Yeah,
too.
thank you, Master.
Wow.
Saying that this movie will make or break this universe, I think is a little bit much, because like this movie just has to be okay.
It has to be good.
No.
It has
Yeah,
to be
it has to be
talked
good.
about.
I don't know about okay, Ben.
Like,
I
it has
think
to be
I think
talked about like months after
Yeah.
its release. Because like
Man of
who's
Steel
talking about
was
Shazam?
good. Man of Steel was
Who's talking
good.
about Shazam?
To some
Who's talking
people,
about
Man of
the
Steel was
Black Adam?
good,
It
and
was
they were still
like,
not
I love that
satisfied.
movie, but it was objectively good. Otherwise, it would have made $1 billion. Wouldn't
The people who made the movie thought that was good. That's why they greenlit BVS
okay?
and
So the
Justice
people.
League.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Say that
Uh-oh.
again, but slowly.
I'm just saying. I'm
No,
just
no, no, no,
saying.
no, no,
An
no,
okay
don't-
movie
don't-
won't
don't-
cut
Ben,
it.
that's exactly what I mean,
Say
though, right?
what
Like,
you said at the beginning. Say what you said at the beginning.
That's what
people
I'm saying. An okay movie won't cut it.
No, but what I'm saying, no. You said that the people that made this movie at the beginning said that it was great, right? But that's subjectively. What I'm saying is this movie has to be maybe saying okay.
It's right
maybe
here.
say-
Quantumania was
All
okay,
right.
man.
I know I'm the new Ray.
Quantumania was okay.
No, Quantumania
Black
was
Adam
trash.
was okay.
Not even
Shazam 2 was
subjective.
okay.
It was objectively trash. But I think like Superman, I don't think Superman, yeah, it has to perform well, but I don't think it will make or break this universe. Like they will have a hard time if the movie's bad. They will have a hard time like continue this universe.
Definitely.
But I don't think it's gonna make or break. I think they learned their lessons from the beginning. Listen, we didn't listen to Zack Snyder. We didn't follow through on his vision, and we pay for it. Like we created this.
They have their own studio too now, so
And
That's true.
That's true. So that's another thing. So I don't think the movie being just not being just like a monumental success is just not gonna make or break this universe. It's gonna make it harder, but I don't think they're gonna deviate too far off or whatever it is that they have in mind.
yeah.
You know what it needs to have? You know the kind of like reception needs to have, like, you know, again, just to kind of give it like a comparison. It needs to be what Iron Man did for the MCU. The first Iron Man movie,
Yes.
again, it's like
Yeah.
it's not like you know, it's not Endgame level, but it's like, oh, I want to see what
I
it's
wanna
going.
see
It's a good movie.
good movie.
And you know, again, did it do $1 billion? It didn't do $1 billion. But the thing
Yeah.
is, like, because I'm of the belief that I don't think every
No.
major Hollywood blockbuster
Not at
needs to
all.
make $1 billion.
No.
Like, you know, that's why I'm like, you know, I will defend Man of Steel till the day I die, because I'm like, you know, like, yes, $600+ million, like, but it's a good super movie. People are actually talking about it, and like same with Iron Man, it's a good movie. People, like, who the hell knew about Iron Man? Like, I didn't even know who Iron Man was until I saw the movie. So it's,
If
like, it's
you
a
watch-
good movie.
If you watch the 90s animated shows on Fox, there was an Iron Man show that accompanied Spider-Man, X-Men.
And he was
and
in a
Fantastic
few
Four.
video games.
Just-
and-
That's what, yeah. Like
They're
Andy
short-lived,
made-
but-
Andy, you made it like a perfect point. Like if you make it interesting enough to make people question themselves, like I want to see more of this. Like this was not what I wanted, but I want to see more of this. Like then he did a good job, because then it's gonna pique the interest to show more of what it is that he has to offer with this universe.
I have another question for all of you, and this might be a little bit controversial, but
Oh, boy.
Everything you say is
Um,
controversial, Casey.
It is.
It's a question.
He's a baiter. He's a baiter.
Yeah.
okay,
We should call you
is
Beta Steve. Yeah.
is Superman relevant today to young people?
Yes.
So the Gen Z
Yes.
audiences and all, do they
Yeah, bro,
after
so-
after crying last week at a talking rocket raccoon
This is where crypto
And-
comes in.
Yeah, crypto,
Exactly.
yeah, and
and
see,
and seeing superheroes like Wanda and, you know, so basically people who grew up on the MCU, do they still think a character like Superman is relevant today?
I
No,
would say
like
so.
okay, so like you know, I was even talking about this with Scott too. It's like when the whole thing about crypto being a part of it, I was like, okay, just, especially after watching Guardians of the Galaxy, I'm like, good job. If you have a crypto who doesn't talk, first off, don't make him talk.
Yeah.
Dwayne Johnson will be back to voice him.
Yeah.
Imagine that movie.
I love League of Super Pets. That was like, because I wasn't really into it.
You know what? It's not a bad movie. It's actually pretty good.
I still haven't
Pretty
seen
charming.
it.
The more
It's a pretty
Rebecca was
charming movie.
talking about it, I'm like, okay, maybe
I just
should
didn't
check
like
it
him.
out.
I didn't like him voicing him because I was like, I just hear Dwayne Johnson. I wanted to hear somebody else. So like,
Imagine James Gunn gets Dwayne Johnson to
no,
voice Superman's dog.
That is something that Chris said yesterday. What if James Gunn calls Dwayne the Rock Johnson? Hey, guess what? You back into the DCU? I'm Black Adam again? No, you're gonna be
Superman's dog.
You're gonna be
Superman's dog.
Oh man. I don't know how I feel about that.
No, but I'm just saying the fact that if we've never seen a live action Superman with crypto, and if you could just do, I mean, it doesn't have to be like crazy where it's like crypto is in every fucking scene. But there could be like a moment where, Jesus Christ, the John Wick series it just reached $1 billion for John Wick movies because his dog got fucking killed. I mean, there's an element there when it comes to a dog, especially a pet. And I'm just saying, I'm not saying that they're going to kill crypto and that's going to send Superman off into a killing spree, even though I'd watch the shit out of that movie. I'm just saying.
I mean, he did just kill an otter and a couple other characters to send Rocket into a killing spree. So.
I mean, I know, true. But I'm just saying, like, that is like his ace. That is like the ace in the hole right there. The ace up his sleeve is like, if you're going to utilize crypto.
Is that a Super Pets pun?
Yeah, right. Right. Yeah. No, but I'm like, I didn't mean that, but yeah, I'll claim it. No, but I'm just saying, like, the fact that he has that element of like, okay, we have Superman and his dog. If Superman's like the loneliest guy in the world because he's feeling like he doesn't belong and he's still trying to find his place, which is something that, of course, Zach really tapped into when it came to his Superman. And like I said, the balance. And then you have the balance of like a little campiness when it comes to a dog. I'm just saying the crypto might be the key. Might be
100%.
Yeah,
Casey he's been riding with that one for a while.
Yeah,
I think he's gonna be more involved in like most scenes because he has to be the emotional anchor. Yeah, he has to be. That's what will be different.
That's how you're gonna get these general audiences with the fucking
exactly.
dog.
Everyone loves it.
Look at that right there. I don't think we're gonna. I don't know. Should they put a cape on him? I don't know.
That's what I was gonna say. I don't think they'll
put a cape.
I don't think they're gonna put a cape on it.
I want to see that cute little dog running around with a red cape. Like I didn't get because he had Krypton Smallville. We never got. Oh my goodness, that is so adorable.
Yeah, this is also the same guy who did Scooby-Doo. So
he's making. They're making Supergirl. So you got it.
Yeah,
you definitely got to bring.
We're gonna have straight.
Yeah. Because Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow, it like has crypto's into it.
Yes, sir.
So I'm kind of wondering, like, okay, so if he's gonna have crypto in Superman Legacy, does that mean like Supergirl is gonna be more of like a prequel to Superman Legacy? There's that. I don't know, like.
Because it'd be funny if they were happening. It would be funny if those movies were happening in the time like it was happening at the same time. Like while Superman is doing his thing, Superman Legacy, the reason Kara isn't on Earth is because she's dealing with her thing in space.
It wouldn't shock me at all. Like if this movie did set up. It is the foundation for his universe going forward. So yeah, it probably wouldn't be surprising to see Supergirl show up at the end of that movie in some fashion or another. Maybe, just maybe. I don't know.
I don't think like big characters like Supergirl are gonna show up in this movie because
maybe they'll just name drop.
The reason why is because like for instance like Zack Snyder had the entire Justice League and it's because he was gonna direct a Justice League movie. So if somebody else is gonna direct a Justice League movie or is gonna direct a Supergirl movie or the Authority movie, they wouldn't show those characters because he wants to allow those directors to cast those characters. It's just the right thing. Like if he doesn't want to
don't take off his head. Don't take off his head.
Especially like What are you doing, dude?
I have ADHD. I get distracted easily.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
So does
but,
Droga. Yeah.
I
Sorry,
totally
man,
lost
I
my
didn't-
train of thought because Andy was looking at what Droga was doing.
Listen, when I came in, when I came into the stream, I get distracted easily, but what's on people's walls. I was looking at Dave's wall first, then I went to Ben's wall, and like Scott's wall. I'm like, man, they have so much cooler stuff than I do. Like, I need to do something.
What are you talking about? You got some cool
Yeah,
shit.
cool stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I got.
Nothing. Yeah. What do you got?
Yeah,
You got a behind
I
you?
got a few stuff. Yeah, I put all my costumes for my movie in my sister's room because she's not here.
I want to see
But,
James Gunn do this.
Which cover?
Yeah,
that?
This
Which
is
one is that?
when, this
Hold
is
on.
when Superman came back. This is when
Oh,
Superman came
bringing
back.
it
okay,
back.
back
Oh,
up.
okay.
Okay.
Very cool.
This is
What
when
if that was
Superman
like the
came back to life.
What if that was like the teaser poster for Superman Legacy?
It could be. This
I
is
can get
when
behind that.
Superman came back to life and talked to his to Pa Kent. So just giving watching that scene of Rocket Raccoon talking to his girlfriend in heaven, whatever that place was.
It was
The in between.
It was King's Cross from Harry
King's-
Potter.
Yeah, you go. Yeah.
King's Cross.
Do you remember in the
Yeah.
in the 8th movie when Harry dies and
Yep.
he lands in King's
Same
Cross?
place.
Yeah.
It's the same deal in Guardians 3.
Literally, I was just like, Annie, don't say it. And I turned to my friend, I'm like, that looks like King's Cross from Harry Potter 8.
I mean, he could.
No, he's been good at fucking with you, like hitting you on the feels. So I don't know. I think I don't know if we're gonna get a Pa Kent death on this movie, but I think he's gonna be dead by.
Nah.
You don't think he's gonna be dead?
I want both the parents to be alive. To be honest,
Yeah.
I want
It would
both
be
the
refreshing.
parents
I think both parents might actually be alive this time, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or if
You know, and I
Jonathan-
really enjoyed that in Lois and Clark. I liked it when he would talk to his
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
And they would always be both in the opening credits scene. Where I was like, oh my god, Jonathan and Martha are still
Yeah.
alive.
They're still
Um,
there. Yeah.
Because my worry is that if Jonathan is dead, I'm afraid that they're going to do what the Spider-Man franchise did for the MCU of never even mentioning Uncle Ben's death, just alluding to it. I'm like, Feige, are you effing kidding me right now?
Mhm.
Like, how can we not talk about Uncle Ben when that's the whole reason he became Spider-Man? So
Like we know.
True,
That's
but
gonna
then
be
I,
interesting because we have 3 new Spider-Man movies that don't even really talk about it that much, and I'm kind of wondering. I'm like, all right, so when it comes to the newer Spider-Man movies with Holland, are they gonna actually? Are we gonna? There's no way that they can't just do a flashback, right? You know, I think there's got to be something.
But I think for this version, wasn't Aunt May that inspired that kind of Peter?
well, okay, yeah.
I feel like in No
oh,
Way
so we
Home-
think Uncle Ben doesn't even exist in this universe?
No,
Yeah,
I think at one point may had a been, but I do think that to Casey's point, they did kind of give Tom Holland's Uncle Ben's death. They transitioned that to Aunt May for the MCU. I think that
You know what? I can accept that. I can actually accept that. It's just like it was
because No Way Home, both Garfield and Toby's Peter were like, I lost Gwen, I lost Uncle Ben. And, obviously, Peter looking at both of them, he's got his MJ still. But then, obviously, hearing the name Ben, you'd have to imagine there's some kind of correlation there for his version of Peter. And
it didn't.
He was like, "Who's that?"
Is that, wait,
Like,
who's that?
new relative who does.
Well, I always go back to the briefcase from Far From Home, BFP, Benjamin.
Yeah.
Yeah, Benjamin Parker. That's kind of what I got out of it. But.
Those movies, that first movie is. What happened?
You said what? Your relative was this?
one of my friends is very Gen Z, so I think I've just been around him a little bit too much. But yeah, no, that Amazing Spider-Man, my first Amazing Spider-Man movie is so underrated. Like I wish that people would show some more love to the Amazing Spider-Man 1 at least. Amazing Spider-Man 2.
I love both movies a lot.
I love both of it too.
I enjoy the second one, but I don't love the second one.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
are we
love
talking
the
about
first
MCU
That's
Spider-Man
fair.
or the Amazing Spider-Man?
Amazing.
Amazing Spider-Man.
Amazing,
Oh yeah, Amazing Spider-Man.
second
Yeah,
one.
fuck the MCU Spider-Man movies, but like, yeah, those ones are good.
I love No Way Home though. I think that's one of my. Okay, now I'm into Holland, but Garfield is
Same.
obviously
You know
the best.
what?
Garfield is the best.
You know what? But it was like when I did a rewatch because with the girlfriend because she hadn't seen any of that, and then we did a whole rewatch of all the shit, and then it was funny because I was like, oh yeah, before we watch the third Tom Holland Spider, we're going back to all this, and she had no idea why. And I'm like, we got to get all the Spider-Man history. I kept telling her, and then of course finally we got to No Way Home. But I mean, when rewatching Tom Holland Spider-Man's trilogy, or at least the first two, it's like Homecoming is, I appreciate it. Far From Home, I like it a little bit more, but there's still things that bug the shit out of me in that movie when I'm like, good God. But the Mysterio scenes actually,
Yeah.
there's some really cool Spidey
What's it called?
sequences when
The
it comes
third
to
act was
Mysterio.
really cool.
The problem with the Spider-Man franchise for me in the MCU is that I felt it was a mistake to have Tony and Peter connected because it goes back.
Yeah,
because it goes back to something Andrew Garfield said in an interview that resurfaced like only a few years later, where like if you had to interact with an Avenger, who would you want to do? Like who do you think we get along with? I don't think we get along with Tony Stark because Peter is the everyday man, but with Tony's influence, they removed that they ruined an element of it. Like Peter could literally live next door to me. Now it's like, no, he is part of the Avengers. He is getting resources and so on. It's like, that's why I loved the homemade suit from Homecoming.
Yeah.
I was like first I was kind of like, oh yeah, this is the closest we will ever get to Ben Reilly because no one loves Ben Reilly for some reason, but I do. And so I'm like, this is probably the closest we will ever get to him. But I love it. Like,
It's gonna be in Across the Spider-Verse. So.
I know, but in live action, I really want to see Ben Reilly in live action.
Live action.
So that if
you know
I
what's
was
funny? I actually would love to see. A lot of people want to see like Kingpin and like that street level stuff for the fourth Spider-Man movie. I'm kind of in the camp of I want to see clones and I want to see Ben Reilly. I think that'd be kind of cool.
I kind of want to remember the Spider-Man animated series with like
yes.
the final art. I kind of want that.
The Secret Wars that they did for that.
Ooh.
Yeah, I kind of want that.
That'd be cool.
Didn't think about that.
But I'm sure if Kevin Feige has his way, he's being like, "What Avenger can we stuff into this movie?" That was the thing. I'm like, we don't need Iron Man. We don't need Doctor Strange. Oh my, I hate Doctor Strange so much. I'm so sick of him. But I'm like,
then you should not look at my letterbox list.
Yeah,
I don't even have an account. So, but yeah, I'm just like, why do we let Spider-Man have his own movie that it isn't get, because Doctor Strange is like, you could have found other ways to do the multiverse thing. We don't need Doctor Strange.
Yeah, but I think now we're gonna probably get that with the way that ended. So that's the way I'm looking at it. Is like, all right, it ended on Peter by himself. I know it's like a little sketchy of like how he got there and stuff like that, but at the same time he made a Spider-Man costume which looks fantastic.
It looks beautiful.
And it's like, all right, now we have that Peter Parker who doesn't have the fucking technology, which I'm like, I appreciate that, because when it came to the MCU Spider-Man, it was different from the previous two Spider-Men, and just like how Andrew Garfield was different from, they're all been all three of them have been different, and then the fact that they all came together and we actually saw those differences like live action play in front of our faces, which was great. Now we have Tom Holland Spider-Man that can go off and be like his own Spider-Man, and I don't know
web fluid even.
Yeah, what's that?
I want
make his own web fluid finally. I'm like, let Peter Parker be smart. Let my boy be smart and just get to craving. That's why I'm like, what scene was that in? It must have been Far From Home, because like when he had to like, I don't remember, but it was like there were moments where like we got to see him, like it was in Homecoming when he and Ned hacked the suit. I'm like, okay, we finally remember that that these are smart kids. So I want to see him make his own web fluid. I want to see him make his own new costumes after this first one that he made. I'm like, like I love that little police scanner he had. I was like, okay, this is what I want. So street level all the way.
I always loved Andrew's door system thing. Sorry, actually.
I like the door. It was very Ferris Bueller.
Yeah.
But a little more high tech,
Yeah. You know, I want to see Black Cat in the next one. But aren't we getting that movie with something? So,
I don't know what nobody knows what Sony is doing. They have
not even
El
Sony
Muerto coming.
Yeah, what happened to that?
Feel that
Madam
music.
Web.
I want that universe dead.
Oh wait, no, Madam Web got moved to next February.
But the people
really?
who saw footage for
Craven.
Yeah, for him for
They're
that
craving
movie,
for more.
and everybody was like, it is kind of funny because like all of a sudden like people are like raving about Craven the Hunter, and they're like, oh yeah, it's R-rated, and we saw some shit, we saw this, and then it's just kind of going like, oh yeah, finally Sony after 2 Venom
should have
movies
done that
and a
with Morbius.
movie. Yeah. After 2 Venom movies and a Morbius movie, they're like, yeah, let's make it fucking rated R. They want it rated R.
Doesn't he like bite off someone's nose, Mike Tyson style? Like Jesus Christ.
Like Penguin style from Batman Returns.
Oh my god, I remember that.
My dream James Gunn DC casting. Your thoughts? Jake Gyllenhaal as Batman. Why are we still doing the Gyllenhaal?
Nope, going to Jake
Gyllenhaal for me.
Yeah. Matt Bomer as Superman. Okay.
Matt Bomer was already Superman, but all right.
Yeah.
Ian McKellen
as Alfred. Okay, not bad.
I can see him more as the Phantom Stranger.
Not bad.
Scott Adkins.
Master way you shall not pass.
Not a bad list, Richard, and thank you for the super chat. But I don't like. You know what?
Sophia Butella as Wonder Woman.
I think we always go to like the well-known actors. Like I want to go into
unknown.
Some obscure.
I agree.
Some obscure actors that we don't know anything about.
You know what I'm not a fan of? Nicholas Hoult is Lex Luthor.
He doesn't have that. I see him more as Two-Face.
You guys aren't thinking out of the box.
Out of the
box.
I don't know.
That's a good casting idea. Him as Two-Face, because like he has the baby face, but if you add him up with some good makeup, like that could be a good Two-Face.
I think he could be. I think he would be a fantastic Luthor. Just saying.
I think. Yeah, I mean,
like
I'm with Dave.
Not
him as Superman. He just doesn't have the jaw.
No, I don't want him as Superman.
I don't understand this jaw argument. It drives me insane.
The jaw isn't even it for me. That's not even it. I just don't see Holt as either of those characters. Maybe it might be because he. Yeah, it might also
Jimmy
be
Olsen?
because.
Just kidding.
No, not even that. I think
Taika Waititi's going to be Jimmy Olsen.
That
could be.
Do not curse us with it. Do not curse us with
Dude,
that.
why do you have to put that thought in my brain?
He's going to be like, "Oh, hey guys, what's going on? We gonna?"
I think for me,
Hey,
it's largely because he was already Beast in those X-Men movies.
Yeah.
And I just can't separate that if he were to be someone else.
But Captain America was freaking
True, he was. He was the Human Torch, and then he was Captain America.
So fucking what then?
That's just
But
it.
he's
That's
great.
just that's just
okay,
it.
so that's a you thing then.
It is, yeah. It's a me thing.
Okay.
It's just a me thing. I mean, everyone has those things with actors, right? Like, and to that point, I think, for me, Chris Evans does a much better job as Captain America than I would say he did as Human Torch. Now, if Nicholas Hoult were to do something that would, put me on my ass as Lex Luthor, cool. Then I'd be surprised. But as of right now, I just don't see it now.
But now that you say that, why don't you allow the actor to give you the performance so then you can make that argument?
Well, that's just it. This is all hypothetical at this point. It's not concrete. It's just first thought is if it does happen, obviously I'm going to be like, okay, impress me. But if it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. At this point, I just don't. For me, at least, I just don't see it. But that again, it's a me thing.
Okay.
Can I throw out an idea for Superman that I've been kind of trying to pitch on Twitter, but I kind of would love to see.
Don't do it.
Just don't do it.
Yeah.
But here's a safe spot. You can say it here.
Go ahead.
Who you got, Andy?
I would love to see Cameron Cuff from Krypton as Superman.
Oh yeah, he was Seg-El, right?
Yeah,
Superman's grandfather.
Yeah.
He's a huge Superman fan, and he's literally my age. Like he's for us born in 1993. So that he's in that young age range they're looking for.
When I think of Superman, I think of him with blue eyes. I'm sorry, that's just a me thing.
Me too.
Yeah,
I'm thinking
you guys
you
guys are racist.
No, because I'm thinking the same thing.
You're eye racist.
I want him to be white,
you don't want brown
blue
eyes,
tall, and American. Okay.
Henry Cavill wasn't American.
No, he wasn't. It's time for us to get an American.
That is like that's why he's
we've
gone.
never had we've never ever had a Superman actor played by a Kryptonian. So
Ben wants Trump to be Superman. That's right, guys. I'm over here. I got it.
what's up, boys?
Good night.
I'm as American as it gets. We don't have DNA. We have USA.
I was gonna get a script tonight, but
we never had a Superman played by a Kryptonian.
What are you doing here? You got that
Shut
green
the fuck
rock?
up,
That's the only way
Sleepy Joe.
to defeat me. How dare you, Jesus Christ? What are you doing?
Sleepy Joe, you need to get
It's
off your ass.
ridiculous. Yeah, Sleepy Joe, Lex Luthor over there. Jeez.
No, Sleepy Perry. Sleepy Perry.
What's up, Sleepy Perry?
Guess what, Sleepy Perry? Water is indeed wet.
That's fake news. No, that's fake news. I am not.
Daily Planet's fake news.
You think I'm Clark Kent? No way. No way. That guy's a loser.
Make Metropolis.
He's a loser. He's a nerd loser. That's
They're gonna make
not me.
Perry White. Like this.
Make Metropolis great again.
Tucker Carlson as Perry White. Hey guys.
No.
No, Tucker
Bring back the
Carlson.
bow tie. Bring back the bow tie. Yeah.
Tucker Carlson.
No, Tucker Carson's more like a Lombard than he is a Perry White, but
yeah, that's true.
Welcome to Perry White on tonight. Superman. No, don't. That sounds like Grace Randolph.
She's like the Wario to Lois Lane.
well, see there's another question. What does a Daily Planet look like in a new Superman movie in 2025?
It has to be modernized. Like take into account social media.
Do you
Right?
think
Like,
they'll
what does a
Luthor on
modern
Elon
media
Musk
office
this
look
time?
like now?
Well, obviously TikTokers will be there, so we're gonna have Charlie D'Amelio.
You're gonna have Soups. Oh no, Soups and Jimmy Olsen. Fuck. That's gonna be. Watch that be a thing.
Oh, that's gonna be it. Jimmy Olsen is now an Instagram influencer. That's where all his photos get all the likes from.
An abusive Instagram influencer who somehow got away scot-free.
Yeah.
I thought these girls just joined the stream. You guys.
Here we go.
What?
All right. Let's hold on. Let's go to let's look at these three. Who we thinking?
Samara
here?
Waving, she's hot. Emma McKay, she's hot.
They're all hot. Shut up.
Yeah.
Let's not go by hotness because they're all hot.
Yeah,
I've seen
they're all pretty
two
hot.
of the four.
So.
I have seen two of the four in different.
Yeah, I don't know
other
who
things.
Phoebe Dynevor
Same.
really is. So
Yeah, I don't
Dynamo.
She's in Sex Education, I think it is.
Oh well, she's got my vote then.
She's
okay.
also in Sex
Emma
Education.
Mackey is in Sex Education. She's great. Yeah.
Also, she's the Margot Robbie lookalike. So like people.
Yeah, Samara Weaving.
Samara.
Yeah, but also
Weaving
Emma
is-
Mackey has also looked very. There's been times where she's looked like
Margot
even
Robbie.
Yeah,
Margot
I
Robbie.
like Emma Mackey or Rachel
I wish I was
Brosnahan.
waving her.
Rachel
I'm
Brosnahan's
with
in the Bridesmaids something, right? No.
No, she's also in Marvelous Mrs.
No, Miss Maisel. That's what I was
Marvelous
thinking of.
Maisel.
She was
Yeah.
asked about it this week on.
I haven't
The
watched
View.
that, but Scott raves about that. So that's his choice. Is
My parents
Rachel
watched that.
Brosnahan. So
Ooh.
Emma Mackey could be interesting.
Samara is hot. I wish I was waving her. Wait, what?
Wow.
Depending on who Clark is, I think Emma Mackey would be fantastic Lois.
Yeah, I think so
Because
too. I'm with Casey.
She's very feisty.
I think
And
any
yeah,
one of
we
them
need
could
that.
probably be a pretty solid Lois Lane. It's really going to come down to who plays Superman.
Yes.
Yeah.
well, they have to have chemistry.
It's gonna be as
Yes.
I mean, let's face it. Like I will say, going back to Superman Returns, is what's her name? Kate
Bosworth.
I didn't really like
that
her.
was
Lois.
More like
I
Kate
did not like her
Waits
Lois.
of Time.
And I thought
No.
I thought Ruth was perfect to what he needed to do.
Mm-hmm.
Kate
But her
Bosworth,
Lois Lane was just not it. Yeah.
She's
No.
so unlikable.
she was very unlikable.
Clark has been gone for 5 years, and the first is like, "Can I borrow your stapler?" I'm like,
yeah.
"Fuck you!" Like, I can curse. I can curse right here, right?
Yeah, you can.
Fuck
yeah.
you.
Oh, okay, good.
Fuck
Okay,
yeah,
good,
you
yeah.
can.
Yeah. I was like, I'm like, she's so fucking unlikable. I was like, I cannot deal with her, and like, she's so mean to Clark. Like in the beginning,
Didn't she get the role because someone else dropped out? Or am I
Is it?
misremembering this?
I don't remember either. I don't remember that.
I don't recall how
Wait, I
Kate
would-
Bosworth
I-
landed this
I-
role.
My choice for Superman is Byron Langley. Look him up.
Who's Byron Langley?
I felt this is like a
An
trap.
actor. No, it's for fuck's sake. Just go on his Wikipedia page. No, it's an actual actor. I swear to God.
Someone in the chat
Now
says
people-
Ron, someone in the chat says Ron DeSantis is Lex Luthor, and I'm just like, well, that's just Gene Hackman all over again.
Everybody wants to
I
do
think,
the whole comparison to real.
The new Lex Luthor will be Elon Musk.
You know, I actually
don't even joke about it.
You know, like a few years ago, I actually thought of Will Poulter as Lex Luthor. I think he could be a good. And
Actually,
then,
you know what? I wouldn't mind that.
And then Real Anarchy stole my idea, and
when it comes to Lois, I can't find
Read my
anything about
mind.
her. I can't find anything about Bosworth being replaced. Although again, Amy Adams.
I didn't
is
steal your idea. I'm just that fucking good.
Yeah, but great minds think alike. Let's just say.
Yeah, let's go with that one.
Yes.
Who did you say? Who?
Byron
Will
Langley
Poulter?
as Superman.
Byron Langley. Let's
Look him up. I promise
Byron
that's a real
Langley.
actor. It's not a fucking trap or anything. Or Rick Roll. Just look him up.
Better not be Rick Roll.
Oh,
Yeah, no. Right?
I'm not.
I could kind of see it.
Ooh,
Okay,
yeah.
now I gotta look at this guy. Okay. hold on.
Holy crap.
Now people are gonna steal my idea, which
No, Superman he should be. But
Did you watch the Dark Crystal Netflix show?
who are you talking
The
about?
Dark Crystal?
Mm-mm.
Dude, that was
Yeah, that's
so
him.
good.
there's a picture with him with glasses. Where I'm like, oh, he could be a good Clark.
Yeah. He's about I don't know, how old is he? He's about in his 20s.
Old enough.
What
Good
show is
enough.
he in?
A few shows. He's in
I feel like I've
The
seen him.
I think he was in the kissing booth.
Is that him?
Why'd you say that so sexually?
What?
Well, that's his IMDb.
But I just said I only said the
yeah,
kissing
he's-
booth.
Oh, you said the kissing.
Yeah, he's in the kissing
No,
booth.
that's just
Oh.
that's just Andy being tired.
You're talking Sleepy Andy.
Yeah, a little bit. This is
I've seen him in something.
I don't think I've seen him on anything.
Yeah, that's why I chose him.
He's adorable. Like, yeah, I could see it.
That's why I chose him. He's
The important
not,
question: does he look like you could give him a hug?
Yeah.
Shut the
I mean,
fuck up.
I mean,
It looks like he
I
would
would
give
say that-
Crypto a hug.
I will say, wait, hold on. You want me to sound dirty now? I'll give him more than a hug. With his
so nice.
consent, obviously. But yeah, he
Yeah,
looks
of
like, he looks likable. He looks charming. Like he looks like I'm like okay, like I would trust you if you came from the sky. Was like I'm gonna save you now. Now that was me trying to be sincere. That wasn't me trying to be dirty.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Suspicious.
We can see your your
No, I know.
search
I'm doing it on purpose.
history. Your search history. I mean, but
Oh, there we go. There we go. We see.
Byron Langley, hot.
There was a photo with him with the glasses.
Yeah, is there somewhere?
Is
Click
there
on the main
this
page.
one?
Third row,
Nah,
second photo.
I think he's too cool to be Superman.
Nah.
He's too cool.
Third row, second picture,
Too
Ben.
cool for Superman.
Third
No,
row.
If he was too cool for Superman, then what the hell was Tom
Second
Welling?
picture. This one.
No. Okay. relax.
Ooh.
This one.
Come on.
You see my vision?
I see your vision.
Do you see what he is cooking?
I see.
Let him cook.
I see my
Let him
future
cook.
husband.
I just hope my wife doesn't go through this history.
That's why it's called. That's why if there's something called incognito mode.
No,
Yeah.
I don't.
He's like, what's that?
No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't know. I don't see him as. I don't know. He's a good looking dude. He's a good looking dude, but I don't know if he looks like Clark though.
Well, just put
I don't know if he
glasses on.
looks.
If dye his hair black and put on glasses, I think you could. I can see it. Dave, do you approve of this gentleman?
Let's see who this guy is. Who's this guy?
Byron
No.
Langland.
No.
What the fuck?
What?
Yeah,
Who's
I
this
don't.
guy?
I don't.
Byron Langland.
Axel's pick for Superman.
Yeah.
Axel
No.
saw blue eyes and was like, "Yep."
No, I saw like.
No, I don't
No,
see it.
yeah, I'm with Dave on this one. He just.
Oh.
What the
Let me
fuck?
see.
Ben, what are you watching?
Because
Oh my God.
I did a
Hold on. Jeez, we're gonna get this.
I did a
He's
Google
naked in
search.
bed. Oh my God.
No, he doesn't look like Clark. No.
Yeah, it's because you didn't pick him. Yeah. You're
You
like,
know-
"Oh,
Here's a casting that I've always had in mind for Lex Luthor. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if they would do it, but if I could make it happen, I would. Keegan Michael Kay.
For Lex Luthor?
Oh, for Lex
Yeah.
Luthor. Huh.
Think about it.
Well,
Think
I
about
mean,
it.
like
Who's-
outside the that's thinking out of the box.
I can't take him
it's-
seriously. I can't.
But yeah,
That
that's the
definitely
thing.
feels like a
It's
James Gunn
hard to
decision.
Take him seriously.
Yeah.
It's hard to
Whoa,
take-
Wait a
who-
minute. Keegan Michael
Keegan
Kay
Michael Key.
Yeah,
from Key and Peele.
I kind of like it, but at the
What?
same time,
No.
I'm like,
I need him to
yeah.
have a Miss Tessmacher or a Mercy Graves.
Yeah, I
know.
love Mercy.
Oh no.
Remember the whole like Billy Zane like campaign.
You know who
Yeah.
Martha
yeah.
Graves would be
Oh my
played
God.
I
by?
never liked that.
Really?
I mean, he
Even
looks
like-
like him.
Yeah,
He looks like him.
even like in the 2000s, like everybody was like, "Oh, Billy Zane," because
I
after
remember when he was rumored to be Scorpion in Spider-Man Homecoming.
what the
What?
him and
Was
Jason.
that a
Okay,
rumor?
Yeah, he
so,
was.
this was actually put out by, I believe, Umberto Gonzalez way
Roberto
back when.
Gonzalez, yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Dumb
I believe
Birdo.
it was Jason Biggs and Billy Zane were rumored to be
Mhm.
Vulture and Scorpion.
And you
And
know
that
what?
was
I
shut down
remember
almost
that
immediately.
the Scorpion actor was rumored to be Carnage in that movie. And I'm like, wait, what? He's not in
Carnage?
that? Yeah, and I was like, and that was debunked later on. But yeah,
But yeah, I mean, I think
Yeah.
like I always imagine Keegan like I always found casting Keegan as like a Lex for like a Elseworlds type of Joker movie. But I could
No, Ben.
Yeah, I think he will be a great Clark.
what
and
about
Superman.
what about Will Ferrell for Superman?
I think Will Ferrell would make a funny Perry White.
You son of a bitch. You got me.
wait season
Like,
goes
and have,
again.
No, and John C. Riley for Batman.
I just
Oh my
man,
god.
No,
can't.
you
I don't
you
know.
guys
Are you trying to do
ridiculous
like a
now.
comedy version of The Dark Knight Returns? What the hell?
No,
Yeah.
but well, the thing is that he was rumored to be Lex Luthor, and then all of a sudden the next day, who was that guy from Variety who said that he's supposed to be Superman?
Deadline now. Kroll, I think Justin Kroll's at Deadline,
Deadline,
now.
Justin Kroll, yeah.
The trade reports this year they've been interesting.
I will say that
Yeah.
Justin Kroll is the one who did get Robert Pattinson as Batman. So
Well,
I like Kroll. I like Justin Kroll.
Well, I don't mind this one, but he did try for the Batman and he didn't get the role.
Right.
So, I always said that he will be a great Superman to Pattinson's Batman, but I don't know if he will fit great in the in James Gunn's universe as Superman. I think he will be a great Lex Luthor. He will do a whole better job than.
So would you prefer him as Lex
Should I say
over,
it? Should
over
I say
Superman?
it?
What?
Kevin
Do you want to
Spacey,
get canceled,
he-
Ben?
he-
Say it.
He
Yeah,
will
it'll be
be
better.
absolutely way better than Jesse Eisenberg.
Oh, that's subjective.
Subjective, objective, whatever the fuck you want to call it. You can leave that.
He's getting another pizza.
Damn, you made Axel walk out of the room. Good job,
He
Ben.
will be way better than him. Yeah.
Walk out of the house.
So you would prefer him as Lex Luthor than Superman then?
I said what I
he's
fucking
now he's
said.
turning on the car and he's driving down the road. He's like, I'm never
He show
going
up
to
in
jail.
Ben's
I
background.
said what I said, and that's not going to change. He could leave the stream. That's not going to change my mind.
I was always interested to see more of like where they could have gone with Jesse Eisenberg as Lex.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Right there with you.
I wish that we would have seen more. Yeah, I agree with that.
Because I'm a huge fan of the Super Friends, Lex Luthor, and the whole Injustice League Legion of Doom concept, and I really would have loved to have seen that in live action. Oh, that would have been so cool.
By the time we saw him in the Snyder cut, I was like, oh, okay, now like let's get to it. Let's get to it. And then
that scene is so fucking good because when that scene was setting up, the Bruce Wayne part, that Batman theme played, and I was like, God, we lost that movie.
Oh, he's back.
Are you okay? You okay, Droga? Are you okay?
Yeah.
I stand by my statement. You could leave the fuck over if you want to again. But no, you're right, KC. I think if we would have gotten more, probably I would have changed my mind. But from what I seen now, he just didn't do it for me.
You know what the Snyderverse needed? Just another Superman solo movie. Just one more. One more.
I agree.
I think that could have been beneficial. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
On Netflix.
No,
Wait, what? Nothing.
Well, Jesus Christ. Good Lord. I mean, that's the thing is like the fact that they just left Henry. I mean, and I kept saying this. I don't know how long. I mean, I was saying this when Henry Cavill got cast in Mission Impossible Fallout. I was like, this dude's fucking value just is going up. What the fuck are you doing, Warner Brothers? Make a Superman movie. What are you doing? Give this guy a contract. Make multiple Superman movies and start doing something with him, Superman. What the hell? Like his value's going up, and it's just nope. And then of course,
especially after Zack Snyder's Justice League and Black Adam, they should have immediately gone into production and just let that movie happen. Because in people's eyes, in like the general audience's eyes, like the people who watched Zack Snyder's Justice League, who were critical of the Snyderverse, even they were saying that, okay, finally he is Superman now. Mm-hmm. So I feel like that next movie would have convinced people that, yes, he's worth watching for the next, whatever years that would have played. But it's just unfortunate.
It's still so unfair because I know because after Black Adam, I remember people were like, "Oh my god, this is the Superman I finally want to see." I'm like, guys, Zack always nailed the idea of Superman. It's like again, it's like I could fight people on the street when they say things like that. I'm like, because I'm like, oh,
and people were even saying that about the Justice League and Peacemaker. I'm like, what are you talking about? The fuck? Like, Jesus Christ.
Even after seeing James Gunn's GQ interview, it was even just thinking back to when he was making the Suicide Squad, it really kind of solidified for me. He really does just have a different perspective on how he wants Superman portrayed on film. That's not necessarily a bad thing either.
No, it's not. It's a very good thing. And what was great about that top 5 list was the fact that, well, first off, there was no MCU movies. Yeah, and I was like, but it was like kind of interesting. I was like, wow, this guy didn't choose any MCU movies. He chose Deadpool as 5, and then number 1 was Across the Spider-Verse, which I thought
both awesome choices.
Yes, both
the best Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, best Spider-Man. I mean, like,
wait, has he already seen the new one?
What?
No, Into the Spider-Verse.
Into the Spider-Verse.
Not Across.
Sorry. I'm like, wait a minute. James gonna get to see that movie early?
No. You can guarantee he's probably gonna be able to see it early, though.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I just love that. And then also, but then the question was comic book movie. So he goes, hey, fuck you guys. I'm going to choose
Old Boy.
History of Violence and Old Boy. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
I was like,
No Watchmen.
There you go. I was like, whoa. Because it was like, I think like when the question was asked, he was like, I'm going to really, think about this one and try to I'm going to go off the cuff a little bit. And because they didn't say superhero movies, they said comic book.
Right.
He chose 2 that are based on comic books. that were turned into movies, which are great movies. Don't get me wrong, but I just love the fact that it was like, yeah, he saw that opportunity to be like, yeah, you guys want me to talk about like Iron Man, Superman, Captain America, and Endgame, and all. You always want me to use that, but he was like, "Fuck you guys! It's comic book movies. These two movies are based off a comic book. I'm gonna choose those." And I went, "Good for you, James Gunn. Good for you."
And maybe the reason he also like probably left out the MCU. Like, I also wonder if he's a little salty about how he, because let's not forget he got fired by Disney.
Yeah,
and that's when Warner Bros. Was like, "Oh, you don't want him? We will take him." Now, again, I will say this: the Suicide Squad was not it for me, but I'm like, Warner Bros. Did the right thing, snapping him up, and I wonder if like James Gunn was just like, "Yeah, I'm never talking about the MCU or Marvel Studios ever again. Like, I'm just happy I got to do my third movie." Which again, I love Guardians. That's the best of the 3 films, but I wonder if he's a little salty about how he was
Yes, he is. I think you're onto something there, Andy, because from what I've heard, it's just like, yeah, I mean, yeah, as much as like there's news out there, obviously they got to do the PR thing. It's like, oh yeah, Feige, and yeah, we're good, and whatever. Well, I mean, do you think Feige is like really? You're gonna go over? And, it's almost like Feige's like, man,
Feige's basically like, you're my new competitor.
Yeah,
and I've worked with you for almost 10 years. And I also, and to Andy's point, I do think that James Gunn might still be a little like, you guys fired me over some shit.
Some shit.
Yeah.
And
from a while ago.
To his credit,
at the same time, it's like, oh, but then you made this movie that was, when it comes to, let's face it, when it comes to the MCU, everybody's kind of like I'm a fan. I will defend Multiverse of Madness up and down because I love Sam Raimi and I think he pushed some boundaries when it came to that movie.
I love the horror stuff.
I love when didn't Kevin
but James Gunn did the same thing when it came to pushing boundaries too. He's like, hey, I'm gonna have this Rocket backstory. It's gonna be fucked up. It's gonna have animal cruelty. And guess what? And Jesus Christ, I think he pulled it off when it came to at least that aspect of it. And I'm like, God damn,
Didn't Kevin Feige visit James Gunn on set of the Suicide Squad? Like, showed him around, he told him the script. I'm like,
stole his ideas.
Yeah,
stop it.
And then he put Thunderbolt in the development.
And and they shot that Flash scene by Marvel, right, for Peacemaker, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some interchanging going on there before he got the job at DC.
They shot the Flash scene for Peacemaker on the Guardians 3 set.
That's what it is.
That's so trippy. I'm sorry, I don't know why that's, but that's trippy to me. I would say as long as again, I think Peacemaker that's why I started buying the idea of maybe James Gunn doing more DC, because the Suicide Squad was just not it for me. One, because Suicide Squad is not supposed to be a comedy franchise, which is why I still think they should release David Ayer's cut. Yes, get to it. But for me, I was, as a brown person, I was so massively offended of it's the scene where they go through and shoot all the freedom fighters, but they don't know it's a freedom fighter, and they literally just it's like, oh, whoops! I'm like, you just committed Brown's genocide for a joke. I was like, I'm never watching this movie ever again. I'm not Hispanic. I'm not, but I'm still brown. It's like to see my, people that look like me that are fighting for their country get killed. And then it's like, oh, LOL, whoops, YOLO, literally. I was like, okay, I'm like, James Gunn, this is not okay. This is not okay. But when I saw Peacemaker, I'm like, okay, maybe I can buy it. And then I saw Guardians 3. I'm like, okay, if he can do things like Guardians 3, just for love of me, do not bring Chris Pratt into the DCU. I can roll with it.
I think he might be Booster Gold.
You think so? Booster Gold?
He's not going to do it. He's not going to do a TV show.
I still think he's going to be Adam Strange.
Adam's okay. That one I love
Adam.
Kind of dig that idea.
I would have said Kyle Gardner.
I could see him as Jonathan Kent.
I said Kyle Gardner.
Wait, Chris Pratt as Jonathan Kent
in a flashback.
Jesus Christ!
Oh,
I
okay.
combined 2 lanterns together. Sorry.
Kyle and Kyle.
Blame the bourbon. No bourbon.
Here's a bold one.
Two
I
lanterns together.
Since apparently Bradley
why not?
Cooper passed on Lex Luthor, I'm like, well, shit, make him Batman in the DCU. I don't care.
Oh, no,
I can see him more as Joker. I can see him more as Joker because he's got that face. But like, even
I say that more in jest than anything. I don't actually really take on that.
In this new universe yet.
The way I look at Bradley Cooper is like, yes, I think he'd be open to have a role, but it's not going to be anything that he has to be
costume
big time
for.
tied
A
to.
main character.
Main character for 10 years. Because I mean, when he did Rocket, I mean, that was not something he had to be attached to. He just had to go into a booth for like, a few days and do it, grab his check and just walk out. I think he'd want to either do something like that or have something minor. I mean, Jesus Christ, the fucker made a cameo in goddamn Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like
that caught me off guard.
That was so random and so crazy.
Hilarious, though.
You know what? It's like, he did it because he was like, fuck it. But the dude wants to make the movies that he wants to make. He's already an established name. He doesn't need the Batman. He doesn't need Batman or anything like one of those characters to like establish
Cooper
him.
as Crypto?
Crypto doesn't talk, though.
Yeah, no, we don't want Crypto to talk. We want Crypto to make dog sounds. That's it.
Wait. I have an idea. Instead of him like talking like verbal in his mouth, like what if we just hear Bradley Cooper as Crypto like in his thoughts process?
But we never got that on the comics or in the animated. So why would we? That would be fucking crazy.
I'm not actually serious about it. I'm like, I just want to see like, what would it look like if Bradley Cooper went from playing, Rocket to then playing Crypto, like after like breaking all of our hearts in the third one. I don't know. I mean, like what Vin Diesel is Crypto? I don't know.
Oh,
stop it.
Don't make Crypto have a voice. God damn it. It's not that hard.
Crypto definitely will have some voices too, the dog voices, and I think that will just be Sean Gunn again, I guess.
Just sitting and barking.
Yeah.
Poor Sean Gunn. He's gonna have like
goes on his 4 legs.
Is it gonna be like the dog from Up, where it's like squirrel?
Oh.
No, wait, Andy Serkis is Crypto.
Oh god.
Yeah, huh?
You're just gonna see a
hate that
photo with him in a green like costume, like CGI costume, and then it's just gonna look ridiculous.
No, I don't know. I mean, like, when it comes to Crypto, they don't need to have a voice. Just have dogs.
No, I'm of course kidding.
Yeah, we're all joking. We're all joking about that.
He needs to. But I will fight James Gunn if he doesn't give him a cape. I will literally do that. He needs to have a cape.
That will be too
much. I don't think it would be too much. Like if he sees constantly like Superman flying around with a cape, I feel like James Gunn can show that dog wanting a cape for himself as well. I don't think.
But no. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Dogs, those do not have. They don't have self-awareness. So it's
you will see that in 2025 Superman Legacy.
No, you won't. You will see the dog.
Have you known what Krypton Titans? He's totally self-aware.
Yeah,
that's true. Fuck. Yeah, I just thought about that. I'm a little bit saucy, but you're right. He does talk to himself in his mind. So I guess the voice thing about having somebody do the voice, I guess that's not outside of the realm of possibility.
While joking with Chris Pratt, he did mention that Crypto won't be talking though. So I feel like he would kind of keep it that way.
Yeah, I don't see Chris Pratt's Booster Gold. He's not going to do a TV show.
I don't think he's going to do. Yeah, he's getting too big to be.
Yeah.
Dude, what about that fucking
Terminal List?
He just did something on Amazon.
That's a TV show.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not going to do a comic book show. Like, he's not going to do a comic book show.
What?
I just think he's got like the mannerisms of Star-Lord. I think would match that of Booster Gold to some extent, but that's just me.
I think it's too on the nose. It's too on the nose. It really.
They should make him a galactic character, like someone from space.
Yeah, that's why I was like, I can see him
Lantern
as Kyle Gardner, as I said.
I guess we gotta wait for Kyle Gardner.
No, but I'm just saying, like, but I don't know what I think Chris Pratt's gonna show up in some form, but I just don't know exactly.
Oh, that's nice.
But I love the fact that Chris Pratt was giving James Gunn shit during the graphics for Guardians, he was like saying all kinds of stuff, and then he was even saying like, "Hey, like look over there," and he goes, "Oh yeah, oh look, it's a bird, it's a plane, it's Superman." You're not gonna say that, right? He's just like, and then James Gunn was like, "No, fuck." Like, I shouldn't say that, I guess, but it was just funny because it's just like, "Oh yeah, I'll be Batman. I'll do the opposite of the voice. I'm Batman," and he was just totally just leaning into joking with James Gunn and the fact that James Gunn's going to be, handling the DC characters, and that's what's funny about Chris Pratt. And I'm just like, but you're going to be something maybe. And I'm like, what are you going to be? I don't know. Maybe he won't be anything.
What if he was the voice of Mr. Mitzel-Pixlick?
That could be that.
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
I hope he doesn't
introduce that. That's a pretty crazy character. Yeah.
Which character? Which actor?
They would have to, because that would have to be a PG character. But then again, maybe they would have his face. They could have his face on there.
Oh, true, yeah. It'd be like Patton Oswalt as Pip the Troll in Eternals.
There is a portion of the DC universe that has not been tapped in these live action things. Everybody's like, all right, you got to focus on these and blah, blah, blah. But if James Gunn really goes like, hey, let's start tapping into some of these random characters. And we know that when it comes to Superman Legacy, he's going to have to establish some like the universe. That's what he's going to be probably doing. And it's like, so how is he going to do that? And that's what's going to be interesting to see, whether it's going to be through characters that are like in villain roles, or something, or I don't know.
That's just it, right? Like how much of Superman's world is going to be established? How many of Superman's rogues has he fought up to this point, right? Like, is General Zod dead or alive? Has he fought a General Zod? Lex Luthor clearly is, as we've seen.
I hope he's dead so people can be like, oh, who set the blueprint for that?
That'd be funny.
And then we can see the hypocrites being like, "Oh my god, he killed Zod. Oh my, he's such a hero. He cares so much about his world." Then what the fuck was Henry Cavill doing then? Literally saving a god-ass family. First of all, like, I think that they could have rolled over. But again, it's like, if it's okay for James Gunn's Superman to kill Zod, if it's okay for Tyler Hickman's Superman to kill Zod, then let the man who set the god-ass blueprint.
I feel like we'll be getting a lot of that because, like you said, it is specifically to do with Zack Snyder, because Gunn already has a good reputation with critics and audiences. I don't feel like they would criticize him on these little things at all.
Yeah.
Funny.
Imagine fearing a filmmaker that challenges, storytelling like Zack does. Imagine being afraid, like those critics who always like complain about him. Could not be
it's
me,
also
though.
just a different take. Just whatever. It's over now. Ben.
I'm done talking about this subject because I loved his tenure as the, I guess, the head of the DCU. I love everything that he did with the Superman, Batman, and every Justice League member that he had in his universe. I just want to go and fuck Lex Luthor. No, I think that was a misstep.
Joker?
No, Joker was amazing though.
Oh,
I think.
But Zack didn't have anything to do with Joker.
No. What's the name of the director of the Suicide Squad?
David Ayer.
Yeah, he had a good. He thought he had a good concept for the Joker, but Zack say, you know what, this is better, and he did made a better joke, better Joker. He just couldn't make a better Lex Luthor. Fuck you, Andy.
Hard disagree. Hard disagree.
I know.
I love that.
I listen. It's not a popular thing to say, but I stick to my guns. I don't think that.
It's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's everything wrong with that. Yeah, he's wrong.
No.
I still thought when Daredevil come back and like when he was like ending that trailer with we live in a society. I can't do a good joke. I'm sorry, but like it's I got
just,
chills. I got chills.
listen,
From that.
like
That's
in
good.
conceptually, conceptually, the Lex Luthor persona, like if it would have been done by anybody else, by Bryan Cranston or whoever, like you would have picked any other actor. I think delivering those lines that he delivered at that time when he was in front of Superman, it would have been amazing. But I think J.C. Eisenberg, he just didn't do a good job at it. That's just my take. I'm like, I every time I look at him, I'm like, dude, you're not even fucking trying. That's just
but if
me.
I can have something again, I felt this Lex, like we were just starting with him. Like there was a journey we were going to go with him, because by the next time we see him, when he's talking to Deathstroke and so on, I was like, okay, like I felt there was a saga in mind. But like we got it. We're starting somewhere different with Lex. Again,
The birthright.
Yeah, exactly. But
I get that. I get that because I read those comics, but then when I see his take on that character, because like I don't know who can I compare it to.
I was just gonna ask, like, who for your barometer as far as Lex Luthor goes, where does yours start and end, Ben? Because there's Clancy Brown, there's Gene Hackman, there's Kevin Spacey, there's
Michael Rosenbaum.
Actually, Kevin's. You know what? Kevin Spacey, to me, it felt like the most Lex Luthor. I think he just wasn't given the proper script. And the same.
He should be proper jail time. He should be proper jail time because Kevin Spacey is a douche.
Well, no, he is. I'm talking about his performance. No, he is an asshole. He's completely an asshole. But I think he was given the meatiest performance of a Lex, but I'm sure the weakest Lex possible, and he gave it the best performance. And I think J.C. Eisenberg was given the biggest meatiest version of Lex. He just couldn't deliver on that.
I see what you're saying.
Dave.
You see what I'm saying?
I mean, look at Kevin. Look at Spacey's one line delivery of when he.
Are you laughing at me? Yes. Andy, are you laughing at me? Yes.
He's looking at actual fucking.
Oh, wow. Because my screen literally flickered. I'm like, what's going on? I'm like,
I knew it.
Dave, I'm no longer the most controversial on the stream.
No, you're not. You've been that. You have to up your game.
I guess none of you fucking guys watch my live stream, but I always.
I watched it yesterday.
I
just finished watching the Chris live stream.
All you guys after this again, so like I will watch after this.
No, I've always known that Ben has not been a fan of Jesse Eisenberg.
No, I had never.
Yeah, which is fine. It's totally fine. He didn't like the take.
He's a traitor.
You know what? I know Vin Diesel is going to be like Luthor, right, Ben? Right? We're going to do that. Family.
We're gonna need subtitles done.
Yeah.
It's just like David Ayer Joker was like horrible, and then Zack Snyder Joker is just like amazing. Like, oh man, I want to see another hour of this guy.
I don't know why Jared Leto gets so much hate as Joker. Like again, we didn't get enough of him in Suicide Squad, but like I like what we got.
You're right, but at the same time, like I feel like another hour of this shit. I don't know. I don't know. I think people give what's the name of the actor?
Jared Leto.
Jared Leto, people give too much credit. They give him too much of a pass. I'm like, he's an okay. Have you seen The House of Gucci? I'm like, what the fuck is this? So
you either love that performance or hated it.
Yep.
No, that performance was horrible. Come on, dude.
See?
Like
that's what I said.
I'm not even Italian, and I was offended. I'm like, like I was looking at it, like it's a me, Mario. Like you're breaking my heart. They're like, what the fuck is this, bro? I'm not even Italian enough. I'm offended by this.
He would probably break his pasta instead of doing the right thing with the pasta when he cooks it.
I think the most thing I'm curious about in regards to Jared Leto's Joker is just how diametrically different his portrayal is in the Ayer cut as opposed to what we've seen from the studio cut of Suicide Squad.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point.
Because like in terms of Lex Luthor, we saw exactly what Eisenberg did with BVS, and even in the theatrical cut of Justice League, even though the line dialogue was a little bit different, but it's more or less the same from the Snyder cut. You know, you see what his version of Luthor would have been like in both of those films, both versions of those films, whereas Jared Leto's Joker, it's a little bit different because we have not seen what that performance actually entails, what David Ayer initially had in mind. So I think there's more to be said there in regards to Leto's Joker as opposed to Luthor. But I will say that to Ben's point about Kevin Spacey, the one thing I do remember about his Lex Luthor the most is him screaming no to Lois Lane. I think that was probably the height of his performance there.
Well, that's when he lost for me, because I was like, again, that doesn't.
Oh, really?
Like, it's too much of a joke for me now.
No,
Okay.
yeah,
Like,
he's very controlled.
Yeah.
He's always in control. He doesn't get out of character
Yeah.
where he has to yell about something.
That's why Michael Rosenbaum is, for me, like, he is the ultimate Lex Luthor, because again,
Yes.
I've said this for years, that is that
Cool character.
Lex Luthor is not supposed to be taken as a joke. That's why, like, I might get canceled for this. Gene Hackman's Lex, pretty mid. I don't care much for it.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah,
I'm right there with you.
I get slammed if I even dare to criticize Gene Hackman's Lex. He's like, he set the foundation. I'm like, really? Real estate agent with
I
like,
just shrug half the time when I
thing
hear
is,
stuff like that.
Like, if you look at 89 Batman like, if that movie was released today, you will be like, what the fuck is this? You see what I'm
Yes.
saying? But now you're looking at Michael Keaton's Batman in context in the news Flash movie. You are like, I want to see this shit. You see what I'm saying? Like, that Lex Luthor worked for that time, but it wouldn't work for today's Lex Luthor. So
was it, I was a kid growing up watching those movies, because I know who Lex Luthor was, but I'm like, I'm never like thinking that I'm supposed to be scared by Lex, because he is human just like the rest of us, but yet he is one of the most formidable foes for Clark ever. Like, I need to, like, if that's why I'm like, Lex Luthor from Smallville, he literally did terrify me a lot of times, because of because the thing was, they started as friends, and the moment they're no longer friends, that Lex is gonna fuck over Clark's life.
I would even take it a step farther and say Lex Luthor is probably one of the most formidable minds in DC. Between him
in fiction,
whatsoever,
specifically in DC, there's Lex Luthor. I would say there's Bruce Wayne. There's Jim Corrigan and Amanda Waller. Those are probably some of the most lethal minds in DC, and Ra's al Ghul and Deathstroke. But that's
what's the name of that guy that is eternal?
Vandal Savage.
Vandal
Savage.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, him too.
He's the most terrifying. Like, to me, he's
Henry
the most
Cavill.
terrifying.
Man.
Do it. I dare you.
Yes.
James Gunn, I dare you to cast.
Wait a
Henry
minute,
Cavill.
I kind of like it.
I agree with you on that.
I kind of like it.
Henry Cavill
Right?
as Vandal Savage.
Andy, I fan cast it. I was like, hey, if you want to bring Henry Cavill back into the mix, make him a fucking villain. Make him Vandal Savage.
Yeah,
That's a
And
great
if
idea.
he would have like the
like
facial hair and the
it.
long hair, people would be like, what the fuck? And then he wouldn't look the same. I'm like, dude,
You know how
that's killer.
we've seen him with long hair.
I could see
Geralt.
that.
See?
Geralt,
All right,
Geralt.
I got Andy involved. Yeah, I got Andy on board for that. Good.
Oh my god! I didn't.
He's going. Yes, you see
Vandal
it. You
Savage,
see it.
yeah.
You fucking
Yeah.
see it, don't you,
Yeah.
Andy?
That's great.
Yes.
That's really great.
That shit.
Oh,
I've been
wait,
riding
can
with
we-
Dave
can we
on that
add a-
one.
can
I'm
we
like,
add a
yeah,
good
he
beat?
definitely
Yeah,
would.
Ben knows. Phil knows. We all know. Can you imagine Henry Cavill's Vandal Savage? Oh,
Yeah.
damn.
And
Oh,
like
yeah.
with a good goatee as well. That could be.
Good
Ooh.
fucking beard and the long hair. Just have him be like
Everything.
just a fucking just a savage. Just
Hold on,
being
let me
bad.
hold on. Let me wake up Rebecca and tell her that she needs to.
I know. I don't think I've told Rebecca that. She
Someone
probably
DM
likes it
Scott
too.
real quick.
I always thought either Vandal or Constantine, like he will kill either one of those two roles.
Constantine?
Ooh.
Oh yeah, what?
He would be he's too
Henry
sexy to play to play Constantine.
He's too buff for Constantine, let's just say.
Yeah, that's
And-
true. He's a
and
little
I
bit
would
too
ju-
buff for
And I
Constantine.
would just see Superman if he played like not
I
that
want
I see him
Keanu
as
back.
Superman in. Can we remove Casey?
Man, that idea of him as Vandal Savage is too good to pass up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
That's
good.
good.
Yeah,
That's really good.
Like, just imagine the crazy team up that would have been, Jesse Eisenberg as Lex Luthor and Jared Leto as Joker. That would have been a crazy.
But see, that's the thing. I was like, all right. So going back to that, and I know, like, what Ben was saying about not liking him in Suicide Squad, but liking him in Zack Snyder's Justice League. The fact is, like, they talked about how, I mean, even Jared Leto, I think, has even talked about how, well, it's a different Joker. It's not going to be the same like gangster Joker that we saw. Even though we didn't see the full, performance, it's not the gangster, the king of Gotham City. This is a post-apocalyptic Joker, so he's different laugh, different kind of tone. I mean, the fact that just
different completely.
But it still had remnants of that Joker that we saw in Suicide Squad, and so like that's where we go. God damn, that's where you want that. You want that Justice League 2, where we had that the killing of Robin, and we get the
Rashomon final
Rashomon there. I always forget what the hell that
the
name
final
is.
supper.
We get that story where we get the both sides from Batman and Joker about the death of Robin. We get that little side story, and I'm just like, fuck, that's gonna be something good. And I'm just like, all right.
Imagine Warner Brothers if you'd let the chef cook.
Exactly.
That's funny because like you can totally picture that happening too, because like you can picture just like, the Flash, Mara, Cyborg, like all of them like sitting down and like just eating whatever's left of, in the world, and Batman just comes in and tears the card in half and drops it, and then everyone disperses and it's just him and Joker and they have that conversation. You can definitely see something like that happening.
Okay, you're writing your own fucking movie. Why is
I would see that movie. I would see that movie though. Like,
why Zack Snyder
ripping a car? That's sexy. And then
why Zack never corrected Mara's accent on?
Yeah, the accent's bad.
Like, what the fuck
I
is
like
that
the
about?
accent.
Am I the only one who's not bothered by the accent? I guess.
It was weird like in the Aquaman when she didn't have it.
I don't know.
I was bothered by
the noticeable. Is it noticeable? Yes, it is.
To me, it's noticeable when it comes to the nightmare scene.
Yeah.
The thing is that this movie is supposed to take place right after, like Aquaman movie.
I love that.
Yeah, Aquaman directly follows up this.
Exactly. Right. So you can sell me on this person with an accent, and then the next one.
She has nothing.
Now I know a lot of people,
but nothing will be as bad as when Tom Cavanaugh on The Flash tried to do a French accent for a whole fucking season.
Oh god, yeah, I remember that.
And when he was Sherlock Holmes with a Q, by the way.
Well, I know a lot of people actually had issue with the fact that like Mara says in Justice League, my parents died in the wars, but then in Aquaman she's like, King Nereus is my father. To me, I chalk that up as, she was just merely adopted by the people of Zebel. That's the way I kind of headcanon it, but I can totally understand why people would be
It was like Jeff Johns.
Zack Snyder's Justice League wasn't seen by James Wan while making the movie, right? So that gets a pass, sure. But Amber Heard fucking knew what accent was in that movie.
Very true.
Wait.
At the same time, she's not.
James Wan didn't know what was going to happen to Snyder Cut, so that's weird.
No, I mean, they might have discussed some things, but I don't think that the accent of Mira would have come up. Yeah. So that could get a pass, but the actor knew the accent, right? So why didn't she just continue that?
Shot inside movie with no accent. Why are you fucking throwing this? You know what I mean?
But what if she was what if she was trying to go for the accent in the Aquaman movie, but like James Wan was like,
that would have been better.
No.
Why would we?
That's
do
what
that?
I'm thinking. Like James Wan probably heard it and was like, don't
do it.
Let the bastard not come here.
Yeah, you can even cry.
He's like, James Wan is actually Australian. I actually just
he is.
He is.
I'm
like, you got an accent like yours.
He probably was like, bitch, you couldn't even cry on cue. Don't fucking try a fucking accent.
I remember hearing him talk at the San Diego Comic-Con panels, and he has an Australian accent.
Yeah, he does. He has an accent.
He had really cool hair. I remember the first time I saw him, because he was like standing next to Ben Affleck, so I'm like, who is this dude? He's fun. I love his accent.
Bad for him. I feel like the Aquaman sequel is gonna be a stain on his skeleton.
That movie should have come out ages ago. I'm sorry, it should have come out ages ago.
Yeah,
That's great. All these DC movies should have
the
come out a long
pandemic
while ago.
ruined that. So because we
the
were supposed to have
pandemic
it.
fucked it up, and there's a lot of things that fucked that shit up. Jesus Christ.
Well, there's another reshoot happening. Oh, let's go. I'm like, fuck. Just
you know what's going to be so weird? Because what's going to be so weird is that after the Flash, they're saying after the Flash, it's rebooted the DC universe. We have Blue Beetle, which could naturally be in the DC universe. Then we go to Aquaman. I'm like, what?
Yeah, right. Like that's the bigger question mark there. Obviously, Blue Beetle, you can probably slot that in the DCU going forward. You could probably even consider that like chapter 0.5 of James Gunn's DCU if you really, really wanted to try and tie it in there. But
that's why everyone needs to go to see it and support Blue Beetle, because I will be fucking furious because I'm still upset at the people who did not support Black Adam. I'm sorry for ranting, but I love Black Adam, and the people who didn't support that film, I'm like, sure, you get one more chance. You support Blue Beetle, or I will call most of you racist for not supporting us Brown Beetle.
Dude, Blue Beetle looks fucking incredible. Blue Beetle looks so fucking incredible. Just
I think Blue Beetle might be a little bit of a sleeper hit. I'm just hoping.
Yeah, I think so
I'm
too.
right there with you. I hope so.
You got Mighty Duanya, Cobra Kai fame. You got George Lopez. You got some people in there. I'm like, it doesn't need to make a shit ton of money. It's a smaller movie, but when you watch that trailer, I was impressed. I went, fuck, all right. I mean, the fact that they made the mouth, just even the fact that with the costume, they made the mouth move when you talk.
Amazing.
The costume's amazing. The costume,
it's just the AI voice,
and the fact is it's a physical suit. I was like, thank God they didn't watch a Ryan Reynolds Green Lantern movie, because I was like, I was nervous that when they were gonna start shooting, when they were gonna start shooting Blue Beetle, I'm like, oh, here we go. He's gonna be in a motion capture suit, and then like one of my friends was like,
they took notes from the more successful Ryan Reynolds movie.
Yeah, exactly. So like they would. A friend texted me, was like, have you seen the costume? I'm like, I know what the blue costume looks like in the comics. Like, no, Andy, have you seen the costume that he's on set with? I'm like, he has a costume on set. So I see the photo and I'm like, I sobbed.
Dude,
I'm like,
everybody collective. I didn't see many people like push back against it. Like anytime there's a costume reveal, like in set photos, there is like always a discourse. But when it came to Blue Beetle, everybody went, "Oh fuck, they actually did it." Wow.
I think it was actually like because it was a clear photo.
You mentioned discourse when it comes to costumes. Batgirl. Look at the amount of shit that went that way when Batgirl's costume first got revealed.
I mean, and when we see her in the movie,
Pour one out. Pour one out for Batgirl.
Pour one out for Batgirl. You know what? I would still want to see it. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Even though I didn't really understand the whole like, why is Michael?
I think that movie is going to leak on the internet one day.
You know what?
The only reason I wanted to see it was because Bilal and Adil was directing, and also because obviously Brendan Fraser as Firefly.
Firefly, absolutely.
Can you
that was
imagine?
Such a weird casting. Like, I'm sorry, I like Brendan Fraser, but why is Firefly? That was random.
Because why not?
Why not? If it's Brendan Fraser, and can you imagine being the studio was like, we're gonna cast up with the DC movie that has future Academy Award winning Brendan Fraser.
Yeah.
Imagine being that studio. Could not be me, because I'm not as stupid as David Zaslav. I'm stupid, definitely, but I'm not as dumb as he is. I had that man, like, when I had to cover the quarter earnings call, the first one he did, and having to hear that man talk, I'm like, there's no passion. He's a little AI. I'm like, his voice sounds like a cul-de-sac.
But you know what's funny about that is like literally like in She-Hulk, the MCU were like verified, like, yeah, this is like, we're just making this on AI. That was what's funny about the whole AI thing is like in She-Hulk, they literally like showed that there's a robot that's creating the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And it was like,
named Kevin.
Yeah.
What the fuck? That was, I mean, I love that. I mean, She-Hulk was rough, but for the most part, I was, enjoyed it for the most part. But that scene, I went, holy shit! Like, and I was like, yeah, I mean, it's true. And then all of a sudden, this whole AI thing is just like boom, and I'm like, Jesus Christ, they were right ahead of the curve right there. Look at that. There was like a robot that was claiming that they were making all these movies and shit like that. I'm like, oh my god.
They're predicting the writer strike.
Pretty much.
Oh my god.
Yes, they were. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, right, Andy?
I didn't
Yeah.
think about that.
They before the whole AI boom, they fucking showed it to us on She-Hulk. Like, what the hell?
They did.
That is crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Oh my god. She-Hulk was rough in there. The effects were definitely.
It was rough. It was rough.
Yeah.
Tatiana was very likable, though. I will always say that.
She was,
She
definitely.
was very likable. I really liked her. But yeah,
You know, speaking of costumes on set, did you guys by chance see the new picture of the new Captain America?
Yeah, I saw that.
It's really hard to
Yeah.
see that. I was trying, like,
It's
I
blurry.
zoomed in.
It's
Like,
blurry,
what
yeah.
is it supposed to be based on?
It almost looked like Steve Rogers' suit, a variant of Steve Rogers' suit from Winter Soldier, but in the form that would fit Anthony Mackie's Captain America.
And it looks more like goldish, like the.
There was a hint of gold on it too, yeah.
I hope that's just a stealth suit, and like because his suit was
Yeah,
really
we'll
cool.
see.
Well, the suit they had at the very end of Falcon Winter Soldier was perfect. I don't know why they change it. So,
And that is.
Could you imagine if we don't see that Spider-Man suit from at the end of No Way Home?
that would be a big mistake. That would be such a big mistake if they did. Oh,
And that sounds like on brand for Feige.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just like how we never saw any of the X-Men, like at the end of X-Men Apocalypse, we had those perfect costumes, and then we never saw them.
Don't
See,
remind me.
that was Bryan
Don't
Singer.
Yeah, Bryan Singer, that fucking shit.
What could have been? I mean, to be fair, Dark Phoenix had them in the Grant Morrison, Frank Quitely suits. And those didn't look half bad.
They kind of look like pajamas, sort of, but like.
Yeah,
They were
okay.
still yellow and blue.
But remember at the end of Days of Future Past, right? Was it that or no? Which one was like where at the end they showed all their different costumes? That was Days
Apocalypse.
of Future Past? That was Apocalypse.
Apocalypse.
Okay. But then, of
Apocalypse.
course, when it came to Dark Phoenix, they just got those weird, I'm like,
the single suits, yeah.
yeah. But I was like, why didn't you? Okay.
And that was meant to be set 10 years after Apocalypse. I'm like, they look
Yeah. Oh, trying to think about that timeline just makes my head hurt.
That makes no fucking sense. The whole timeline shit makes no sense.
Well, that's
why Deadpool makes fun of that shit.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We've been talking about Deadpool 3 and this multiverse, and I've always said that the way I imagine Deadpool joining the MCU is that he's gonna be sitting and watching MCU movies, and then suddenly he's gonna be like, and then he crawls into the TV, and that's how he's in the MCU. That's literally.
No, I think there's going to be something like that. There's got to be something like that, or what the hell is this? Ben, how are you doing this?
It looks like
with this fucking technology. Let's see what he's.
I thought he was actually doing a flip.
Oh, what is this? Oh, that's Captain America.
This Captain America.
Why is the suit so dark?
Maybe it's a stealth suit.
wow, holy shit!
That looks exactly like fucking Steve Rogers' suit.
It looks like Steve Rogers' suit. Yeah.
Oh,
Why are they using that?
this is disappointing. His new suit in Falcon Winter Soldier was amazing.
It
I
was.
thought so too. That Sam Wilson's suit was perfect.
It was beautiful. I'm like, why are we?
Maybe it's temporary.
I'm very curious about that movie. New
Feige,
World
can you
Order.
Feige stop? Feige yourself on this.
Because
Feige,
apparently
try to be smart.
She-Hulk is
It
supposed to
is.
be in that movie.
Oh, he has
In
golden.
Cap? She-Hulk
has
is
gold.
wait, is She-Hulk in this movie?
So the leader is the villain of the movie. Tim Blake Nelson's
Yeah.
leader is the villain of the movie, and I'd have to imagine that.
Whoa! Is that
Is that
Sabretooth?
Jason Momoa?
That's
I
Jason
thought it was
Momoa.
Jason Momoa as Sabretooth.
It's Craven.
I have no idea who that is. Interesting.
Why are they? I don't understand this.
So they're using so it's a Captain America movie with Hulk villains.
Yes.
This is supposed to be like some type of villain. I'm not entirely sure what the hell this guy is.
There's going to be Hulk villains. There's going to be Captain America villains. That's the way it is. I mean, like the thing.
I think
again, when it comes to like trying to disperse villains, it's like you just got to figure out which ones are going to be grabbing to the I don't know. It's just that I mean. Marvel has had that luxury of being like, hey, let's try this, let's try that. DC has not had that luxury. That's
True.
No.
sure.
very true.
Jesus Christ.
They cast a Lex Luthor and people start complaining.
I mean,
because it was trash.
to Dave's point, like look at their most recent villain in the High Evolutionary. Like
the Evolutionary was pretty good though.
Yeah, he was. Like Chikwueze put in a pretty solid performance, and he was a villain
top tier.
He was just a straight up evil dude, and I don't think Marvel has that working for them a lot. It doesn't work for them a lot, but it worked here.
Those scenes with little, fucking Rocket, and he's just like, "We don't like that," and just saying that. And
that was.
God damn! Every time that Rocket talked when he was young, I was like, "Fuck, stop it!" I'm like gonna cry. But then all of a sudden, you got the High, Evolutionary, like just kind of going.
Relate
when he would grab him and be like, and get in his face. It was like, God damn it! I'm about to I want to punch you, even though you're holding a CGI raccoon's face. It's like,
I almost flew up on my seat, and my friend had to be like, "No, sit down.
It's not real. It's not real.
It's not real." He's like,
I kind of relate with High Evolutionary, like with how he treats animals.
Wait, I don't know. Wait, what did he say?
You relate to animal cruelty, Axel? What's
I'm joking. I'm joking.
He's joking, guys. That's why he did that.
Joking. Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if anyone who's in the chat. Like, if someone just switching topics for a quick
second. Axel,
I need fan art of Henry Cavill as Vandal Savage ASAP.
Ben will hook you up.
Is Jason in the chat?
See, I told you, Andy.
Generate some AI.
Yeah, I fixed my avatar name just for I need this to be trending.
See, I'm glad. I'm glad that Andy sees what I saw.
Are people against this idea, Dave?
No, of course they are, because they want him as back as Superman, because that's Snyder fandom, but at the same time, it's like I brought up this idea a few months ago. I was like, hey, if you're gonna have Cavill in this, make him the villain, make him like a complete opposite from Superman, make him Vandal Savage, put the hair on, the beard on, and just make him fucking just that. I was like, I don't know.
Yeah,
so
no,
I'm glad that you're all about it. I'm glad.
Yeah, I can't wait for when Rebecca wakes up. I'm like, Rebecca, you missed the greatest idea.
But he can then walk up to Batman and just say, "Tell me, do you bleed?"
And it would make sense this time.
Are you even? He's gonna go up to Batman and like, "Are you even immortal, bro?"
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm just saying, he has the look where he could pull it off.
Yeah. Wow.
And also, is
that ball James Gunn?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. He's gonna be Lex Luthor.
Fuck. Well, let me turn the brightness down.
Oh God, that's horrifying. That is absolutely terrifying. It almost looks like a version of the Joker.
It's almost like when Robert Downey Jr. shaved his head, and it was like Robert Downey Jr. should be Lex Luthor.
He almost was. I think for Superman Flyby.
Oh, really?
I remember reading a long time ago that Robert Downey Jr. was once in talks for Lex Luthor for one failed Superman.
You know what? He would be a good Lex. I will not lie about that. I think he would be an actual. I mean, if you take like the way that he approached Tony and just to have that. I mean, but the fact of the matter is he can't do it now because he was Tony Stark, and everybody would be like, he's just Tony Stark, Lex Luthor. So, but
never go full Luthor.
Yeah, never go full Tony Stark. Pretty much. I think at one point he could have been.
What did you say to me?
That would have been fun. Well, even like looking at him in the Oppenheimer trailer, the latest one, that last shot of him, I think he's bald, and people were like, "Huh."
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I mean that's the thing. He's bald now. He's got.
I thought he had hair in the Oppenheimer trailer.
Well. He has like a wig thing going on, but he has shaved his head, so it's like one of those scenarios where I don't know. It when it comes to these castings, I mean, it's we'll see. But I do like the fact that we can actually front runners and looking and all this stuff and putting Rachel what was her name?
Brosnahan.
I said Rachel Brosnahan or something. I can't say her like Brosnahan.
Brosnahan. That's what
Brosnahan. Do you guys think do you think they're gonna have a full cast ready, or at least for Superman by Comic-Con?
I think they're gonna have the main characters cast by Comic-Con, and I think they're gonna be on the stage. Comic-Con is the ultimate stage to promote this shit. And you know what? It's like, all right, so it's not coming out to 2025. So you got 2023
shooting in January.
You better believe that there's gonna be like the main. We're gonna have our Superman. We're gonna have our Lois. We might have our, fucking Brainiac, Lex Luthor. Who knows who's gonna be on that panel? If
he's gonna wear the full suit on stage.
I don't know about that.
Logo.
I don't know about that. I think 2024 Comic-Con there could be suits and all this kind of stuff. I don't know if James Gunn would actually go full on like, hey, let's.
Yeah, that's too much.
But maybe they'll probably show the logo. They'll show the logo. What's the logo gonna look like? Because you never know. Obviously he's gonna have to tweak the logo a little bit. Maybe I don't know.
They already,
or he could do the shirt rip like something like that.
I think they're casting now so they can try and get it announced by Comic-Con. And honestly, they're filming the movie in January, so the sooner the better.
Yeah. So I don't even think the suit has been produced. I mean, I know they've hired. I almost said cast a costume designer. They've hired a costume designer, but I don't know if the suit has actually been physically made yet. So I think I like kind of like actual idea of like the shirt rip. Like the actor comes out and like he does a shirt rip as a shirt, just like not the costume itself, but like a shirt with the logo, and we at least get that. And then next summer we get the teaser trailer. I guess
it's plausible.
But I think we're gonna get the logo, and we're gonna get the actors. We're gonna get those, and then that's but maybe like I said in 2024, that's when he's like, all right, we're gonna do like whatever you're gonna fly in, you're gonna land, or something like that. I don't know. I mean, obviously Dwayne Johnson when he did his Black Adam, which was cool, but didn't help.
But it was a cool presentation.
It brought joy to the audience, Dave.
It did, but
it brought joy to him.
You should have had Zachary Levi in his costume. Just saying. If they could have did
that
a
was
whole
such
thing.
a big missed opportunity.
Well, he doesn't know what
the whole Shazam Black Adam thing, and they didn't because apparently, I don't know if the reports are correct, but Black Adam picture.
Damn!
Oh my God.
Wow, that was quick.
Jesus
Holy
Christ,
shit,
dude!
My God, you're a
What the hell?
No, wait. This is the one that got me.
Oh, you just injected it into the AI.
I just did I just throw in the AI.
Okay, tell me that doesn't fucking work. Henry Cavill, Vandal Savage.
Post that.
That
Post that
motherfucker looks perfect.
That is so good.
Post that on Twitter right now. Do it.
I'm just saying.
Let me give you the other one.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Damn, you using Discord? Damn.
Daddy Savage.
I'm telling you guys.
Like
Then you have some
I've been talking about this for months.
Just give him just add 3 scars on his face.
You're gonna have Henry Cavill.
There are scars. Look on the right cheek.
Like this one here. Like give him some scratches. Hold on one second.
On his eye.
Let me
his
work
face,
on
like
that.
From Young Justice, where he's got. Yeah.
Let me work on that. Scratches on his face. Hold on one second.
What's up?
That's so good. Oh my God. I'm not gonna be able to go to sleep now. Like this idea. I'm not gonna be like until Warner Bros. Makes this happen.
I'm so glad that I made Andy think about this because I've been talking about this for months. I think I did a whole stream just talking about just this whole thing where I was like, hey, what if you're going to have Henry Cavill injected into this, if you're not going to use him as Superman, do the polar opposite and make him one of the big
villain
baddies and make him that. I could see him as Vandal Savage. Come on. It's like, I'm just saying, and just imagine people going what the fuck did James Gunn just make the old Superman into a fucking supervillain right now?
Wow, you're calling him old. Wow, okay.
I'm just saying. You have to utilize. I don't know.
Would you let
Superman days aren't over?
Oh wait, Ben. After you make that one, can you make an AI image of a clone army of Zack Snyder's?
A what?
A clone army of Zack Snyder's.
A clone army of Zack Snyder's. I'm not entirely
Yes.
sure what even.
Like from
Dave,
like the clone troopers. Like clone troopers.
Oh, like that.
Yeah.
Hold on one second.
Clone troopers. Okay.
That was gonna.
Oh.
Oh, we got some more here.
Oh, damn.
Oh, this right here.
Holy shit.
Look at that.
Balls.
See?
Oof.
Oh
Look
my
at
god.
Damn.
Love it.
Who's opening a can?
I did.
Oh, okay. Bud
Jesus,
Light?
gonna, if you're watching,
I'm
this,
opening
please
my
think about
pants.
that.
Jesus Christ.
Whoa.
Hold
Who's
on. Let
paying
me
right
let me make this one big. Hold on one second.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You're talking dirty now, Ben. Jesus.
Oh,
man.
I didn't mean
This
to
is
say
what
make
happens
your.
at the end of
Oh,
I
repping
didn't
the
mean.
Nick.
I didn't mean to say make your big. Make yours big.
What? Giggity.
Giggity.
Like to me. This,
Oh
this
shit!
one is
Right
perfect.
when I exited. Shit. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. See.
Oh my, that's a good quagmire.
Oh,
I
hey,
mean, that
y'all.
looks like Cavill, but with some prosthetics on. Yeah.
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 And
But I mean, I'm
grow
just
that
saying.
beard and that hair.
But he
Somewhere in
could
the
grow that
ballpark.
hair and he could grow that beard. I mean, I'm just saying.
Mhm.
I did.
That's definitely his hairline.
Yeah.
And he can definitely grow that beard.
I
so.
like
Yeah,
it
like
a lot.
would you
his
have-
beard looks like now Phil, don't get mad at me, but like his beard kind of looks like the beard he had at the premiere of Avatar: The Way of Water.
Why would I get mad?
Because you don't like
Why would he get
Avatar.
mad?
Yeah, I
You
don't
don't
like
like-
Avatar. BFD.
Oh, okay.
You don't like Avatar?
No, I haven't seen
I'm
Avatar:
just
Way of
kidding.
Water. No, I don't. Really.
I think he just
No.
hates James Cameron. too.
No, that's not it at all. I just don't think those movies.
You
are-
hate cinema.
Maybe.
You're not gonna watch
No.
Barbie either, huh?
No, I'm gonna watch Barbie and Oppenheimer on the same day. I just didn't really care for Avatar 1, so I didn't bother watching Avatar 2.
Really?
Now, question for Dave: would you have Henry have an accent, his normal accent, or would you still have Manuel?
An
be-
Australian
Ooh, that's a good that's a
Ooh,
good
that's a good
question. That's a good
question.
question. You know what? I would have his normal accent.
Yeah, because he's supposed to, he's a historical figure. Like why? Yeah, it's like it would make sense that he sound like.
I mean, he is a caveman, Vendel Savage.
Mhm.
So, I mean,
No, I would
caveman.
have his normal. I would because like, again, this is like if you were to take the Superman that was previous and turn him into this, you want him to be like as opposite as possible. But I think the accent would absolutely work for the character if he just was like his normal accent that he has.
I
And,
just
like,
hope that in his part time he just is a gamer.
Yeah.
icon. Wait, let me add this to you, Dave. Like what they could do is that they could do a HBO show with Vandal Savage for each of his time period that he's lived in.
Oh, that'd be so sick.
Ooh, that's good.
Like have
That'd be
him like
good.
as a time where he was, like teaming up where he was like a knight with Etrigan the demon and
Yeah, like
Ooh.
each season can focus can do a time jump to focus on the various historical timelines that he's been part of.
But if you give him that importance, then that means that he's gonna be the main villain in this universe.
I mean, one of
Because-
them. I think he should be one of the main villains. I mean, listen, the actor who plays Vandal Savage on Legends Tomorrow. I love him. Like he's like he's a good buddy,
Yeah,
but like
that's
they
right.
wasted Vandal on Legend. So I'm like, if I would not mind if Vandal gets to be one of the big bads for the DCU.
I would love that.
I think
Yeah.
having Vandal Savage as the big bad of a new DC universe would actually probably rival that of Thanos and King the Conqueror because
I don't
he
think
is
having
the
a big
immortal
bad
man.
is a good idea. I don't
Well-
think having a big bad is a good idea. I think having like multiple main bad villains that they're gonna show up at any time is the good route to take.
Oh, sure.
Because look what happened with Thanos. Thanos was built up for 10 years, and then when that paid off, now we lost fucking all interest in the MCU. And everything that has come out after that just feels like fucking redundant. I'm like, I don't want to see this shit. I want to see, the core characters.
Aren't you excited to see Thanos' brother from Eternals?
played by Harry Styles.
Nobody cared.
No,
Nobody
no.
Wait a
cared.
minute.
I want to
That was
see
his
his
brother?
Have you heard about his uncle? His uncle is a fucking savage. And of course, they're not going to use him because he's like far worse than Thanos could possibly ever be.
Is
But
it
they're
like
not.
Steppenwolf?
God, Steppenwolf is just like a little bitch compared to him.
Oh,
Don't you
Yeah.
dare! Listen, I felt so bad for
I think
Steppenwolf.
it's-
Don't you dare attack him.
No, I'm not saying.
Yeah.
I'm not. What I'm saying
You
is,
should have
personal
gone
attack.
home.
have you heard of Theranos? He's
No.
Thanos' uncle. Look him up. Trust me, that
I mean,
motherfucker is insane.
Wait a minute. So Harry Styles is Thanos' brother?
Yeah,
Eros.
yeah.
Yes.
Eros,
What they
yeah.
established, but nobody wants it, except for
Nobody
does.
cares. Nobody
no,
cares.
no,
Nobody
no. Except for
cares.
16-year-old girls want that.
Yeah.
That's about it. That's-
Yeah.
I had no. I don't even. They didn't even say that in the movie. Like again, I
No,
hate
they didn't.
Eternals. I
They
hate
don't
Eternals
clarify
so
in the movie.
much.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
I didn't mind Eternals. I think I like when they take chances.
Same. Yeah, I actually I like
I
Eternals.
loved Eternal so much.
Yeah, it's got good
I want to
visuals.
say love, but I appreciate
There
a
you
lot.
go.
But yeah, that
Yeah.
post-credit scene was just, and they did not mention that he was Thanos's. Did they mention?
See, the post-credit
think
scene
they
was fun for me only because
Uh,
I knew who Pip the Troll was, and I like Patton Oswalt.
He's so.
I don't think
funny
they
in,
mentioned anything
Batman
about
now.
Thanos in that.
I feel like they mean nothing, just like the Shazam and credit scenes.
You know what they should have done at Comic-Con with the Black Adam
Casey's,
thing?
fucking Casey's the only one who can appreciate my fucking jokes, man.
It's funny. It's funny because
Oh my God! What is that?
What is
James-
that?
James
James
Gunn
Gunn-
Superman.
James-
James Gunn Superman.
If that guy showed up at a school looking like that with their shoulder, I'll be like, call the military. Like the cops are not enough.
the military.
Yeah, like I'm like because he's super. He's a weird looking Superman being like, "Hi kids."
It's like
But you know what they should have done at Comic-Con while they were doing the Black Adam panel? Like Zachary Levi should, like, you know, they should have done like a whole sketch of like Zachary Levi actually walked into the panel thinking like, oh, this is not my panel. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. And then like he and Rocky was like,
I swear.
it's like the chicken fight from Family Guy, like duh. You know when they lock eyes.
Gotta have one of those. Yeah.
They had one conversation, and it was after both panels. That thing. That whole
and we
video
didn't even
then went
hear.
viral.
We didn't even
Yeah.
hear it. And I was like, guys, you need to.
And
be
David
freaking-
Sandberg has never met Dwayne Johnson. Dave just left and he understood that.
That's a shame.
This is what happened with Shazam and Black Adam is a shame. Yes,
It's a
I agree.
fucking mess, is what it was.
It was a disaster from the go.
I don't think Dwayne was the problem though. Like, I don't. I don't.
Yes,
think he was,
thank you.
Yeah,
I think he was.
listen.
Go on.
He tried
go
his
on.
best, man.
But was he a problem for bad reasons or for good reasons? Maybe. What if they wanted to rush this whole Black Adam Shazam thing and like? Because here's the thing, I support the idea of having Black Adam and Shazam have their own movies before they meet. Like doing it in the first movie would have been a super big mistake.
I think that was the initial plan. That way, they wanted Shazam and Black Adam to initially.
Yeah,
be
and
one
Dwayne was like, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
But the thing is that's intrinsically his freaking nemesis.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
you cannot create this universe without having establishing you a nemesis.
It's like having a Venom movie without Spider. Oh, wait.
Exactly. Like if you watch
Or a Joker movie without Batman.
any Joker movie, yeah, like you have to have like if you see the Joker movie, like even at the end has
It has that Batman.
that Batman
origin.
reference.
It has those
So
ties.
you
Well, the
gotta
movie
have-
has the ties to Batman's corners of DC. Like it takes place in Gotham City. The hospital Arthur goes to is Arkham. Like there's GCPD. There's freaking Bruce
Everything.
Wayne. Like there's
Black
there's a
Adam
lot.
meets the
Oh, Black
Wizard.
Adam-
He says
Black Adam
Shazam.
didn't
Thomas was almost Joker's daddy, but not really.
Yeah. So the
That
Rock
was
got
wild.
nobody to blame but himself.
I don't know. I felt like
Fuck
he wanted
The
me
Rock.
to. No, I can't. Nah. I listen. Like for me, I'm all team Black Adam. I'm all team Rock, and I think I think that he
Hashtag
probably
I
want.
stand with Dwayne Johnson.
I will tweet it. I will tweet it.
No. But okay. Who's seen Fast X here?
Not me.
I've never seen any of those movies, but I love when you guys were talking about.
You don't really care.
No,
I don't really. No,
I don't know.
Also, Jordan called me today and he was asking me the exact same question. Do you care about Fast? I'm like, no, you can whatever you need to spoil me. It's perfect.
No, I'm just okay. If okay, spoiler alert. I just want to say it. All right, like if nobody cares in this panel, because
we do care, Dave.
Not at all.
Okay.
No, we don't.
Okay.
Go on.
Spoiler alert. Gal Gadot has now been in 2 cameos where she just gets in front of a green screen and gets injected into the movie. Fantastic.
No
Oh,
shit.
really?
Now, this I did not know, Dave. Oh my god, you ruined the movie.
Oh, you shouldn't have spoiled
Yes, I ruined the movie
Wow,
for you.
no
Oh
shit.
my god. But I'm just like, what the fuck? All right, sorry.
What did she do?
I feel bad for Gal though.
Yeah, I kind of
Wait,
do
so-
too, because it's like she gets injected into Shazam. She gets injected into the Fast X movie. Again, I said spoiler alert. I'm just saying, yeah, because
Is that the reason why Dwayne decided to come back?
Yeah, because he loves Gal.
I was gonna
No, I
say,
mean,
like, I thought you were just
I
gonna
was-
confirm Dwayne Johnson.
I was
but-
reading that
Wow, cool.
that thing in the article today that the director actually asked Dwayne to just first watch the movie, and then you can decide if you want to do the cameo or not. So apparently, he watched the movie and liked it. Maybe he saw.
Okay. I will say this:
Damn,
Dwayne's
man, that's not
cameo
bad
is
sign.
Dwayne's cameo is great. Dwayne's cameo is great. Gal's is just you go, what the fuck? Like, why?
Okay, how did they explain it?
How did
No,
they
they don't
it? She
explain
fell over a fucking
anything.
car and
Oh,
a fucking
shit.
plane going
Dude,
on
you don't.
fire.
Okay, it's so bad. It is so bad. Her coming back, it's so bad.
Did they explain Han's return?
No. Well, they did. They did in an earlier thing, but
Did it?
I'm just saying, like when it came to I'm like Gal Gadot is like the movies that she's been in this year. It's just all been like cameos, and guess what? She's gonna be in the Flash, where she's gonna have. I mean, we already kind of know.
I'm watching it on
It's just
Monday.
Oh yeah, that's right. We haven't even seen her in any promotion yet. But like,
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
Because she's
Watch as
Yeah.
they will spoil Wonder Woman's cameo in the Flash, dude, like they did with Shazam. Wait for it. Just wait for it.
I don't think it's gonna be as a big deal like in Shazam because
Yeah,
But
Shazam really needed that.
When they leaked it for Shazam, like even the director
Yeah,
was
but
like,
Fast and Furious did not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, oh God, when it happened, I went, this is the stupidest way to do this. Like, again, this is when it comes to the Fast and Furious franchise. I'm like, you could have did it a better way. And sadly, no, you brought her back like this. And it's like, again, it's just a quick
Did
little
she
thing.
die? Did
Wait,
she die in one of the movies?
is it her twin or something?
I'm not okay. I won't say details, but I'm just saying it is so fucking stupid. It is so stupid. It's not. It's you would want her to mean like
Is she Giselle?
When it came to Shazam 2, it was great. The fucking theater was like, yes, Wonder Woman, yeah, cool. But when it came to this, nobody clapped because it was like, oh, wait, remember what?
People forgot. I'm pretty sure.
You know, no. You know what it is? It's like that one Instagram reel that always shows up sometimes when people watching Spider-Man No Way Home, and it's just the one guy reacting to like Charlotte Cole's like, yeah,
pretty much. I'm just saying. I mean,
didn't
like
she die?
when it came to The Rock's little fucking cameo, awesome, totally awesome. I was like, all right, that makes sense.
Andy,
Hers made
in the
no
last
fucking sense whatsoever because it's fast. No, whatever. Sorry.
in the last Fast and
I had to vent.
Furious,
I had to vent. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry if I.
they
spoiled
took a
it.
car into space.
Yes.
This is true. The last movie they did take a car into space. And I haven't even watched the movie, and I know that.
Jesus Christ, but I'm just like, I don't know. But this is a good way to end this stream right here by me venting about how fucking stupid
they
it
went to
was.
space.
They went to
Well, did
space. Yes.
This is a
What?
fashion about cars.
Oh yeah, and they talk about it in this movie in Fast X. They talk about it. I'm telling you, like Tyrese's character is probably my most hated character of any franchise ever. I can't stand his character. It's so like anytime he was on screen, I was like, just cut to the next, go back to Vin Diesel. I go back to Dob. Please, anybody. I can't stand Tyrese's character.
This franchise is called Fast and Furious because they pull a fast one on you, and you always get furious.
Pretty
They
much.
went to space. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
they went to
I'm
space.
sorry. Is this wow? So a franchise that has had like 10 movies about cars somehow found a way to go to space, and
God
y'all are,
coming
y'all,
back isn't
y'all are
even
stronger. Y'all are stronger.
isn't
than me.
even new because some fans wanted Han to come back, so they started this, what was it, Save Han or something? Hashtag
Restore
on
the
Twitter. Yeah, something like that. And then the filmmakers actually used the hashtag in promotion.
God damn it. But you know what's crazy about this franchise? It had, Jason Momoa's villain character got me like going, okay, I like what's happening here. At least there's just enough for me to be like, okay, I'm a movie guy, so I'll watch, anything, but
you're called the film junkie.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
So I'll watch it all, but
Furious films.
at least Jason Momoa's character got me to be like, okay, I want to see what happens with the future movies, because guess what, guys? We're not getting just one more. We're getting 2 more, apparently, according to Vin Diesel.
But
is this actually a part 1?
Yeah, this is actually part 1 of the finale. This is part 1 of a trilogy, apparently, according to Vin Diesel, of a finale of Fast and Furious.
Have they shot like the second one yet, or are they?
No. I think they just announced recently that the same director is doing the second part.
The one who left?
No, the one who did Fast X.
Yeah,
it's not Justin Lin. Justin Lin was like, I'm out.
Yeah, this shit, I'm out. Oh no, fuck this shit, I'm out. Yeah, Vin Diesel sounds like he's a little bit challenging to work with.
Oh, yeah. God damn.
You think?
You think?
Well, when you watch the movie and you go like, oh my God, like this is like Vin Diesel was really trying to be that guy. I mean,
did he say family?
The fact that, oh, dude, if you were to have a drinking game with how many times they say family, you'd be drunk 2/3 into the fucking movie. You'd be done. Right. You'd be done. You'd be done. You'd be done.
He's like the housewives of
anytime Vin Diesel comes in and like he's always like clenching his fist and just walking
he's
in.
Like that meme that
he's going to
punch
something.
He's like an Arthur meme, just like constantly clenching his fist. Like maybe that's what Vin Diesel is doing. He's just watching that gif of the Arthur where he's like clenching his fist and he's like, I'm gonna do that.
No,
I am pissed.
I used to love this franchise. I watched 5, 6, 7 even, and then at 8, I was like, when they did this submarine thing under the ice, I was like, okay, now this is too much, and I lost it.
Casey, think about that submarine. Just think about that submarine and get back to me when you figure out something.
What happened? Was it on wheels?
Oh no. Like in Fate of the Furious, yeah, there is a submarine, which is no spoilery because that's been out for a while. But I'm just saying, submarine, and it's gonna come out. We'll see when it comes out. But yeah, the submarine makes its triumphant return.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Holy shit.
I'm still trying to grasp the idea of cars in space.
Yeah,
and
I didn't watch that movie.
I'm just saying, guys. I'm trying my best not to just give away full-on spoilers, but I'm giving you hints. Anyways, all right, we're gonna go ahead and end this right now. We're 5 hours in, and we're just gonna.
God, I didn't even realize what time it was,
dude. Hey, Andy, this is what happens in the Vodka stream.
I love it.
This is what it is. We just have discussions. We talk, and it goes into the wee hours of the night. That's why I put it earlier, because before we used to start at 8 o'clock my time. We'd be like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, whatever the fuck. You guys would be like struggling. That's why I'm like, well, I know Ben is like, I gotta get. He has his glasses out. Ben's got his glasses off. He's like, can you right now?
He's gonna have to go to sleep and start counting, jumping Jesse Eisenberg's.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's gonna try not counting how many icons he sees on my desk.
Yeah, stop looking at your desktop.
That's like somehow like something I would make by accident and then not realize. Oh, but this seems like intentional that you have all these icons.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
he has
It is,
one on
yeah,
one
it
screen
is
and
when
actually
you
click off
unzip
other
the wrong
screen.
file onto your desktop, that's what it looks like.
And it's showing it off.
Yeah.
No, it's a cool screen. I want one of those screens, to be
Thank you.
honest. I wish I had one of those.
Yeah,
Just
send
saying.
it to him.
All right, let's go around the horn. Let's go
Yeah.
ahead and promote ourselves and everything. Ben, you go first.
You can catch me every Thursday at 10 o'clock, 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on the Real Anarchy Live, where we have I'm not gonna tell you who's gonna be the next guest. I have a weekly guest. Last week I had
It's Rachel
Chris
saying,
Wong.
what?
Yes.
No, I had Chris Wong. I had an amazing time with him yesterday. So next week, I'll tell you a day before. But yeah, so just catch me there. You can catch me on Twitter, Mr._Everett. And you can catch the main page, Real Anarchy, on Twitter and, of course, on YouTube.
All right, Andy.
I have a question.
our
I have a
super
question.
guest.
I just want to ask first, like, is your guest on the next episode going to be Jesse Eisenberg?
Fuck no.
I'll be like, I hate you as much.
No. Actually, no.
Why did you say that name?
I would love to have. I would love to have JC Eisenberg on the show, and I will ask him, why didn't you do what you did on the social network and transfer that into the BBS movie?
Why didn't you
He's a
run in flip flops?
professional
Why didn't you run
actor.
in flip flops in snow against Superman?
Yeah.
What? Tell me that again.
Why did you run against Superman in flip flops in the snow? Don't you remember in social network he runs like in like his pajamas?
He would dress in
Okay.
pajamas. Yeah.
We're trying to wrap this up, guys. Come
Yeah.
on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Hey, you guys remember that one time?
It's all good. But Andy, thank you for being the featured guest tonight.
Thank
And
you.
yeah, you're welcome. Of course, doors always open, and be cool. Like you and Jordan getting here too. Of course.
Yeah,
I know
you know what?
Jordan-
I will try and convince him like, hey, after we do an episode in this multiverse, let's go to Vodka stream. And
Yeah.
I don't care if you have to go to sleep. Like you're gonna come with me right now.
I know.
Jordan, if you
I'm
want,
like,
Jordan.
it's earlier now. It's earlier now, Jordan. I know. It's always been a struggle for Jordan because he's East Coast, and I know. But yeah. But anyways, it's been a pleasure. Andy,
Likewise.
thank you. Yeah, man.
You can find me. Yeah, you can find me. Oh, I'm get ready because I'm at a lot of places. I'm at Andy Behbakht. My handle is right here. I'm on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all the good socials. I am the host of the Flash podcast, which covers the Flash TV show that is literally about to end next week. So, find out what we will do with the podcast afterwards, I guess. But you can find, if you want to watch it on YouTube, it's on the DC Podcast YouTube channel, which the same network that Supergirl Radio is part of with Rebecca. So we have a good time over there. I am also a host of Endless Multiverse, which is on Chainsaw Reacts YouTube channel. We go live Fridays at 9 p.m. Eastern. So there's that. I write for Screen Rant. I run Multiverse of Color, and check my Twitter bio, like in case I forgot something, like because I love attention. But I'm happy to admit it. But yes, catch me on social media. I talk about all sorts of geek stuff, and thank you so much for having me. It's been an absolute blast. And now I'm gonna just sit and wait for Warner Bros. To cast Henry Cavill as Vandal Savage.
Nice. All right, Phil.
You guys can find me on the Four Nerds every Thursday, 7 p.m. Central Time. As well, you can catch my Batman podcast, The Eternal Light, any podcast catcher you guys get your podcasts on. Twitter, Vero, Instagram, just add unfiltered. Yep.
I get KC.
All right, you can find me at Krypton Cage on all social media, and I have to plug once again the Apple TV Plus show Silo. It's amazing.
Amazing show. Yes.
Amazing show.
Look at you. I love how Ben
Yes.
was like,
Amazing show.
It's such a great show. Yes, I agree.
I know. I've seen you guys talk about it. I'll probably eventually.
Yes.
That's on the list, of course. Apple TV. I mean, let's face it. They
Mhm.
put good stuff out there.
Rebecca Ferguson.
Oh, she's in it. Well, then now I'm definitely gonna watch it. My God. All right, And then Mr. Droga, who's just sitting there.
Saving the
trying to
best
be
for
cute.
last, I see.
Exactly.
Fuck yeah. You can find me at Droga52 on YouTube, and on Twitter, you can find me by Axel R. Droga on YouTube. I mean, fuck Twitter. Sorry, got fucked up. But yeah, thanks for inviting me on, Dad. This is fun as hell, like usual, and yeah, I gotta bring some podcasts sometime. But yeah.
You still had the best moment in night.
What's the drinking age in Australia?
18.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 19, so like, yeah. And I just realized Dave is turning 40. Holy shit, you're old.
Fuck you.
You don't look it.
All right,
You
so
don't-
this is Droga's last time on the Vodka stream.
Okay, I'll take that back.
Enjoy the fact. No,
God
I'm
damn.
just kidding. But I know. But hey, it's all just a number. But anyways, guys,
All
this has been
subjective.
fun. Thank you to Scott. Thank you to Rebecca, who was, of course, on earlier. And thank you to the panel. Of course, Ben, Andy, Phil, Casey, and of course, who else is on here? Sorry, Axel has also been on here.
Yeah.
But, thank you guys. And thank you, everybody who watched tonight. We will talk to you guys later.